indicators are indicating. So we're going into the second batch of this, maybe. But I will be definitely putting a timer on because I want a break, you want a break, everybody wants a break, especially from me, I'm pretty sure. And I'm gonna be putting in a big break, but you're more than welcome to hang around and stick around. What I'm going to do right now, just in order to make this video more understandable for people when they watch it later on, is make a run through the rules again and remind you what it is that we are doing today. So this is the Nisei 2021 Intercontinental Championship, and we do have raffles going on as well in the chat, courtesy of a lot of cool people in the community who are making alt arts, Phil included from the ShadowNet, letting us raffle his sweet spin doctors there. Thank you so much once more for this. But what are the rules for the event today? Because it is an unusual Netrunner event. It's not ran on Cobra. I cannot give you any Cobra links. We do have a spreadsheet that is being linked in the chat every now and then, and it will be public later on, I'm pretty sure, or I hope, after the tournament is over. That's what I meant to say. The rules are simple. We have players with lives, and you're going to see the lives on the screen in a while. Whenever a player loses a game, they lose a life. And their final standing is dependent, of course, on the time of their elimination. There is a bracket to rule this, and there's a bit of a flow to the game. So this is what we're trying to follow here. Each round is 40 minutes. Everything is regular about it, but they're single-sided. So basically you play one side, and the side is determined using the same priority and weighing system as regular cuts. The rounds are no longer limited for the time when there are only 2 players left, so this is also known as the big finale, the majestic, eclectic, absolutely epic showdown. That's it. The pairings have already been randomized in the beginning and so on, but you have the rules here just to make sure there have been some buys. We're going to be in a break right now. There will be another break after round 8, because why not? The deck lists are open, and you should totally review them. During your lunch break, for example, having a snack or a drink and reviewing deck list is one of the finest pleasures in Netrunner life, I'm pretty sure. People are allowed to watch the stream between the rounds when they're participating, so that's not considered sniping, because of course the lists are open, and that's just good camaraderie. And the pairings that I'm gonna walk you through again right now very quickly. This is the majestic bracket of all the information you need to know about what's going on. It's automatically updated and whatnot. The winners are going onwards, the people dropping or losing lives are going into other brackets. We do have 2 folks eliminated at this stage, which is that. We have Sokka so far not losing a single game. Look at you, Sokka. Then there's Django, the big unit, TF34, Ronji Dodge, Lost Geek on 2 lives each. We had MJP, the King, Rotom Appliance, and Motion Blur on the edge here, living on the razor's edge, and NBK and Cable Carnage getting eliminated, unfortunately, but that's the way this goes. And again, I'm going to repeat it one more time because I think it's good sportspersonship here. It's just good sportsmetalship. Basically, those people are the 12 people, or they are among the top people from the Continental Championships. So them getting here and having fun today is just a celebration of Netrunner over the last month. And I'm very glad that we could pull it off one more time online. This would never probably be able, this would not be possible offline. So this tournament, I hope it's here to stay for next year as well, because I really like it. I couldn't personally contribute much over the last month. I was just busy traveling and whatnot, but here I am with the absolute honor of streaming this event for you today. So while I will be heading off for my lunch break, I hope you're gonna enjoy the sweet beats by the one and only Tripmer. I will see you soon, and I'm definitely taking a break because I need to rest my throat and put some liquids into me, of course. Don't forget to drink water, folks. It's healthy. This stream is sponsored by water. Okay, I'm shutting up for now. Putting some music on. Enjoy, and see you around.
volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. 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 Thing.
Okay, it seems we're back. That's the situation here. Welcome back if you survived the break, the lunch break, the infamous breakiest of breaks. And welcome back to the 2021 ESA Intercontinental Championship, the triple elimination bracket, the wilderness, wildness, and whatnot. 12 players enter, 1 player prevails. This is the tagline I gave it. I came up with it like, just 3 minutes before the stream. I totally checked it with PR and HR and marketing and legal. It was signed off on, so if somebody starts making t-shirts like this, we will find you. Anyway, okay, I should be shutting up, and I should be, actually, well, I should not be shutting up. I should be refreshing your memory as to what is that's going on right now. I did a bit of a refresher of the rules and everything earlier on. I'm just going to remind you who entered today. So this is the roster for today, and with the seeds, these are basically reflecting the placement of the folks, of the 12 people participating today. We had people who were the champs from each Continental Championship. Jeez, I always keep mixing those up. I'm sorry. But the Big Unit 3000, Django 84, and Sokka 234, all still in the tournament, in the pool of players. And then we had places number 2. So everybody who placed second in the respective Continental, TF34, MJP, Ranji Dodge. And then seats 7 to 9. That was Cable, Carnage, Losgeek, and Kelly. So these were the third places of each respective Continental. And then, well, seeds 10 to 12. People who qualified on the 4th spot from the top 4 in their respective Continentals. If this is different from the lists or from the names you've seen on Always Be Running as the top 4 players, do not worry. We did have a bit of a situation, not a situation, that's a wrong word, sorry. We did have a bit of a shuffle with some players simply because they couldn't make it, or there had to be some changes and so on and so forth. But these players do represent the top of the 3 respective Continental tournaments happening earlier on last month. And I'm just laughing here because I just noticed Phil saying, uh-oh, the timer ran out. Indeed, we had a break. We had a bit of a break, and we're going to be coming back soon. But before that, I will give you a brief rundown of what's going on right now. Who is still left in the game after 4 rounds? So if you see a heart next to a player's name, next to their username or nickname or what have you, they are still in the game. The folks who have 0 hearts have unfortunately been eliminated in the bracket, the triple elimination bracket. That is a scary, intimidating structure, but we are navigating it thanks to all the lovely people who put together this spreadsheet and its accompanying visual design pieces. So thanks Percomus and everybody else who just, even typed things in here a while ago. Let's take a look at the bracket. Ooh. In the current situation, after round 4, we have Sokka waiting for the winner of match 29. Match 29 will be Django 84, who got defeated by Sokka once, waiting for the winner of match 27. And match 27, well, will be decided... oh no, wait, that's match 33. Okay, sorry. Match 27 is going to be between the winners of match 21 and 22, which we have here. And this is what we're going to be focusing on, this particular part of the grid. We have the Big Unit versus Ranji Dodge, and we have Lost Geek versus TF34. And Lost Geek is quite the person, huh? Yesterday organizing the Eternal Testing Tournament, and today playing in this. Well, I mean, it's fun, I guess, for everybody involved. So for him, it should be the same. Will we be live if we hop into the stream comms? That's a very good question. You should be, actually. You know what? We will be live in the stream comms indeed. I'm going to be jumping into the stream comms right now. So mic's hot and everything's hot. And hello there. I am being rejoined by Phil, also known as Zero of Maxima from the ShadowNet, and by Anarcho Mushroom, one of the originators of the itinerant protesters and the Discord connected. Please, by all means, Phil, if you can remind folks on the stream where should they know you from or what you're famous for, including that Spin Doctor thing. And Padraig, if you could do the same. And maybe at the same time teach me how to pronounce your name properly, because that would be quite cool. No, I mean, I did live in Ireland a bit, but I just never tried to read to learn the pronunciation because I'm a terrible person.
I could also use a lesson.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I'll go first. Yeah, so you might have heard my podcast, The Shadow Net. Sometimes Whiteblade is on it. Sometimes Sokka is on it. Some other players you may know. It's a pretty good one. We just had Greg Tung on the last one telling us about the origins of Gateway, the latest set from Nisei. So that was fascinating. He was hoping to make the Intercontinentals. Doesn't look like it worked out for him. And yeah, I just make alt arts. I make some bad memes on Netrunner dorks. Check those out for sure. Yeah, all sorts of good stuff.
Perfect. Okay, over to you, Mushroom.
Hello. My name is Anarcho Mushroom. Also, well, people know me as Anarcho Mushroom. My name is Podrick.
Podrick. Okay, perfect.
That's the pronunciation. I don't think I'm notable for much of anything except ranting about CTM a lot. People may know me as somebody who is very passionate about CTM. And I'm also one of the day one OGs of the Itinerant Protesters Discord testing group thing. So happy to do some comms for a little bit.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. If you don't mind, of course, could you give us a bit more information about the Itinerant Protesters? Because I think it's quite a cool concept, and well, I mean, you could tell us a bit more about it for people who might be listening in and wondering about what it could actually be.
Sure. It started up after Worlds last year, when a couple of us were kind of talking about how we were kind of unhappy with how we did in the tournament at Worlds, and it was originally Dan Beam, well-known individual in the community and member of Nisei as well. He got in touch with a couple of us and said, "Hey, do you want to form an open testing group where people can come in and help each other get better at Netrunner?" And that's what it is. It's a group of people if competitive Netrunner is your thing, or if you just want to improve in your Netrunner playing ability. The Itinerant Protesters for you is full of people, very helpful people who help critique your deck. They'll look over your game replays. If you're looking to test with people, like test against, say, meta or competitive decks in the run-up to a tournament, that's kind of what we do in the Itinerant Protesters. So, and that's I guess that's the elevator pitch for IPT.
I'm glad to hear it's still going strong, because I remember when it started, it was a cool concept, but I feel like sometimes these things kind of fizzle away as people lose interest. But it sounds like the members are still going, they're still testing real strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we've had a couple of new people this year. Gateway actually brought in more people, and I guess a couple of people were very interested in kind of the competitive side of things. So we saw a big boost of players around time of the Akira's Store Championships.
Yeah.
And we had a couple of people actually place really, really well that day, actually. And then we've had a couple of people as well. I've seen a couple of Itinerant Protesters make really good finishes at some of the Continentals tournaments. Sadly, no IPT representation today at Intercontinentals, unfortunately, I don't think. But yeah, it's been really cool. It's been really cool to be a part of, and yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into the swing of things with them for Worlds. I think that'll be really exciting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's great, and I'm really glad to hear about the group going strong. Yeah, I mean, I have been lurking every now and then, and there's a lot of people, just testing stuff, which is exactly the whole idea of the group. So this is a really cool development, and for people who want to level up their game, definitely the way to go. I'm just going to jump in very quickly with a huge apology, because I didn't scroll low enough. I should have gone, well, not low. I didn't scroll far enough. And basically, there's also match 19 and match 20 happening, which is the King versus Motion Blur and Rotom Appliance versus MJP. So to my fine co-hosts, actually the people who are going to be co-commentating, I'm going to be quiet here munching on my lunch, because I'm a happy camper like this. Please do pick a pairing that we're going to watch in full the whole game as much as possible, of course, of it. Between those 4 tables from match 19 to match 22. And then we're going to be off to the races, I think, because they're setting up right now.
I mean, I like the king, but if you have a preference, let me know.
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the king as well. Brandon, absolute sweetheart. Love Brandon's play. Rodham and MJP are both metamates as well, or they're both UK players. Both know each other very well. Both extremely talented. And so I'd say that. But yeah, I'm happy out with either table, to be honest.
Just as a reminder, MJP, the King, Rotom Appliance, and Motion Blur are all on 1 life left, so the lower bracket here is basically the danger zone. So it will be all or nothing for 2 of the people there, or for all 4 of them, sorry, but 2 of them will unfortunately have to, well, no longer compete today. So I'm totally up for any table you choose.
Just get in one, yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I feel the responsibility now. But I think MJP. We haven't seen MJP on stream
Let's
much
go,
today.
MJP.
Yeah, I'm just going to. Oh, what invalid password? Has the password changed? Am I doing something wrong again? But everybody's going places, and I'm just not good enough at hacking. Sticking around, we're in. Okay, and they haven't started just yet. Oh, look, it's 419. And what's his name? Sports Metal.
Sports Metal. Yeah, what a surprise.
Oh, wow.
What a surprise. Good.
I don't know.
Deck.
Oh, wait.
Doing good.
Are we on the table? We're on the table. Okay, so I'm shutting up right now. I'm just leaving it all to you, my lovely co-host. And thank you so much for joining. This is really a huge boon for me because I don't have to talk all the time because I get boring after like 10 minutes. So.
Nonsense.
I do let you get boring after this round, so do enjoy, and I'm switching off the audio, but it's all for you.
All right.
You're a big 419 player, aren't you?
I played a lot of 419. I played a lot of 419 this year. Yeah, since Gateway, I've been playing mostly 419. I've played a good bit of sport. These are actually the 2 decks that I brought to APAC, so a lot of familiarity with each deck individually and also against each other. So I know this matchup fairly commonly, or fairly well anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and who doesn't know Sports Metal? Everyone's played it.
Everyone, yeah. So it is a tough matchup for Crim. It doesn't have the kind of disruption like Imp, Stargate, Plot, Simulchip to kind of stop the sports combo. But it does have ways to I guess improve its odds.
We've seen Embezzle in some other lists. I'm just looking up Rotom's list here to see if it's got any tricks like that. Doesn't look like it's running any embezzled. No, it's just pure good stuff. There's some falsifieds, but really that won't really come into play.
There's a single black file, which if you can time it right and you can find it early enough or find it on time, can be really, really good.
Yeah, just help run out that clock.
Yeah.
The clock being, of course, Project Vacheron.
The big clock.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
just starting with getting that value. No problem.
Just getting a value, Penny Shaver one. Penny Shaver, you'll probably trigger it quite a few times in this matchup. I know there's some debate as to which Crim console do you play. I know Rotom is much more of a fan of the Crim, either Paragon or Penny Shaver, and then playing Diesel as his card draw rather than Anakin. I apologize, by the way, if my daughter is too loud. She's yelling up at me, I think.
We can always use more cool commentators.
Okay.
Pack them in here. Get her on. I'll go grab Estelle later. It'll be a full house. I feel like you're just at such a mercy of randomness as 419 here, right? There's one turning wheel in the deck. If you can find it, you get a little bit of multi-access, maybe. But even then, with no disruption, it just feels bad playing this. You're just hoping you access the right cards when you get an access on the corp.
And no Docklands either, which is actually a really good card in this against sports because it gives you that consistent HQ pressure. rather than
Right.
stuff like legwork or jailbreak, which Rotom is actually playing. And I think Rotom's actually a big fan of jailbreak. Rather than these sort of single-use burst multi-access cards, Docklands provides you with that pressure. And if you can get into R&D, you're seeing 3 cards out of Centrals every turn. Rotom just going for a Dirty Laundry and Archives, getting a Penny Shaver trigger, basically just an easy mark. Um,
I think I was
Turtle,
419 here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you just want to get set up to a point where you can apply the economic pressure of the doofs and slow them down at least a little bit in hopes of stopping the train.
yeah.
Oh, there's a
So that,
Hyperloop steal.
yeah, that's going to be rough for Rotom. MJP really likes it when those Hyperloops get stolen because they're sort of mini DLC.
They're pretty
Um,
much made to be stolen. It's just, hey, make a run, use a little bit of resources to get in, and I'll just get a little Rashida payout for your troubles. A great exchange for the corp.
oh yeah, completely. You're fine scoring them if you need to, and
Mhm.
generally you'll need to score 4 agendas as fourth. But Hyperloop again, they're kind of just made to be stolen.
Oh, a
Um,
ton of ice here for a sports medal. This
yeah,
is
horrible to see.
unprecedented. What are we
Horrible
at?
to
Turn
see.
3 and 6 ice on the board. What is this deck?
Practically a glacier deck. Um, Yeah, I think Mike here or MJP potentially might be going for like a Mega Pre score here.
Yeah.
Rotom doesn't really have the tools right now to get through 2 pieces of ice. Now he could have boomerangs and well, he does have boomerangs in the deck, but he could be able to boomerang the outside and then get in.
Yeah.
But I think because of those 2 draws, he doesn't have the clicks to get the money off Penny Shaver now. So he may just need to let this one go. Alternatively, Mike may be playing it safe, and that could be something like a tranquility.
Maybe. Even if it is a Mega Pre, not the end of the world if it gets stolen. Oh, it's a Rashida anyways. It's kind of nice when you get that early Mega Pre stolen from you. The rest of them are just worth 2 points going forward.
Oh
Why
yeah,
not?
it's great. It's a little bit like a kinder Vacheron, but not
It's
not
still
quite as
fake
kind.
points. Yeah.
It's still fake points.
The lateral growths, making money. Oh, it is a glacier deck. Look at this. A
It
classic
is a
stair
glacier deck.
configuration.
I mean, hey, it's all about that swerve, that bait and switch. You see sports, and then you see Glacier, and yeah, that's what it's all about.
One inside
Um,
job in this crim list here. So, you could do a boomerang inside job. That's all.
you
That's
could,
that's a fun one.
you could.
But that's a lot of
Um,
resources.
it's a lot of resources, and again, you know, and, against something like PD, like a boomerang inside job, being able to get into that remote and get that score, get that sandbox or get that office is an awful lot better than boomerang inside job to steal a mega pre or a hyperloop.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
really
lot of
the
resources.
the tough thing about sports is every time you do something to make you win, you're just pushing that corp to
Mhm.
to get their win as well. Um, but
It
hey,
is.
one of the best moves out of the deck right now, Doof coming down.
I'm not sure.
What's happening here? Yeah.
Yeah, this
Uh-oh.
looks like a misplay, potentially a misclick from Rotom. Oh, but
Just
he's
gonna
he
let
put.
it fire, not asking for the take back.
You know what? I respect that. I respect somebody who lives with their misclicks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's rough. Because now, if this is an agenda in the remote, Mike is just going to be able to score it, no problem. And it looks like it
Yeah,
is.
what is it gonna be? Ooh, the luminal.
Oh,
That's huge. This allows them to set up so much for the next turn, and we know the doof is maybe off the table. Oh, this is
yeah,
tough. This is tough. This is just pure gas for the HB.
yeah. And now, Rodham did pull out a diesel last turn, so he has been able to get through his deck. But that boomerang is now stranded on HQ, so his chance of getting into this remote is a little bit slim. Again, he's only playing 2 copies of boomerang, so the chance of him finding the second, not great. Um,
Yeah, he could try some face checks here, just to see if he could build up the turtle counters enough to get through those magnets. We'll see this.
Oh,
More money
another
for the
high
corp.
Yeah, this is just exactly what sports wants here. Sports is getting a ton of triggers on their ID. They're making enough money now that the 419 triggers is basically it's slowly becoming irrelevant. They're going to be able to
Yeah, Bill.
keep up with it.
Countering the turtle, preventing an Amakua token on that access by cleverly just putting an agenda there.
Yeah,
The mind games.
the mind game. Um, yeah, I think what Patrick needs here is ideally be able to land a doof to try and maybe slow down some of these biotic fast advance plays.
Yeah.
A drafter would be really good as well. It makes the face checks a little bit less punishing. But I think what Patrick really needs, yeah, this is good here from Patrick, bravadoing the ice, forcing
Oh, the
Mike.
gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper, it's a good res now, but it is going to become a zero strength ice.
Yes, going
After this
forward,
point.
that will be some turtle counters. Still two to
Yeah,
get in, which is not insignificant. I mean, you do get the
no,
penny shaver refund.
you get the penny shaver, and ideally as well, you'll have a Roseki dripping as well. So that 2 credits a turn, it's not too much of an expense.
Yeah, that draw for the corp though, that's gonna hurt.
Earthrise, this is good for Patrick as well. Your clicks matter so much in this matchup. And Earthrise, it turns those clicks, spending clicks to draw into clickless draw, which is exactly what you want, especially with last act. So not
Absolutely, especially when money's not too much of an issue in this matchup.
no,
Your breaking's either gonna be cheap or just not happening.
exactly, yeah. And there's no. I'm just checking the list here. Yeah, there's no Hagens in this list. So
No
literally,
Hagens, no
one
spicy Ansels.
no spicy Ansels. Sports is going a little bit slow here, though.
I'm surprised we didn't see a score out there. They're again trying to keep that turtle from reaching the 3 counters and getting doofed, which I mean is a good play too.
I think I think the what they're trying to do here is just ice up their centrals, make sure their centrals are nice and secure. Because right now, Rotom doesn't have the ability to keep forcing these ice to run a huge amount. Because yes, he has the penny shaver, but he doesn't have any other form of tricky on.
Correctly guessing, getting that 3rd turtle counter.
Yeah, that's huge. Now, if Patrick has a doof in hand, the doof plays very live because he can run and get through the magnet and then boomerang whatever's on the outside.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Checking R&D instead.
I mean, this is still fine. Yeah, you see, and actually, I think Patrick knew what this was from Induced as Wild, so this is fine. Even with the
Right.
gatekeeper, you're fine letting a gatekeeper fire, especially at this point where only 2 points have been scored. It's fine if you let one or
Not
two
as
fire.
pivotal as late game. Absolutely.
Exactly. So yeah, the doof plays now, and the big thing as well that I've just noticed in this sports list is no copies of CDS, so you can't, set up these sort of blowout turns where you can wipe away all the Pyrus counters as they're trying to doof you.
Yeah, it does run the 1 Jeeves, which a lot of
Love it.
lists don't. It can give you a lot of flexibility, but I don't think we'll see it hitting the table because that's one more server you have to protect from just free turtle counters.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't see Jeeves getting. Again, Jeeves so powerful in this deck, but you don't want to give Rotom a way of fire. And you can see that that's what Mike is playing around. He doesn't want to give.
Okay, just another naked install. Yeah, there's something to be said though. Like the single accesses on single
this looks like
advance
an
audacity. There we go. That's probably another spin doctor. Gonna be able to chuck stuff back in.
This is really nice from Sport. They have the ability to run a really clean audacity here. Yeah, Rotom. Yeah, the kind of under pressure here. Kind of needs some multi-access here, or a doof. A doof would be very good.
Bring them down to 0 would be nice. Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's no subliminals in this sports deck, so there's none of those sort of trick play, audacity from 0 that you can do in say the Iceless version that used to play subliminal.
Yeah, I think one of the best accesses right now, in my opinion, would be a Vacheron. Steal it, get those counters on it, ticking away. Corp's going to be on game point very quickly, but if you can get it now, and get that black file in hand, just ready to slam it down. 419 might have a chance here, but with just like the single installs, I don't know.
Yeah, this isn't great for 4-9. Rotom really needs some multi-access here. He needs to start trying to find, even if he can start finding some of the 2-pointers, like the actual 2-pointers, like Vitruvius, it'll improve his chances an awful lot. But here, with only 2 Hyperloops, and also there's no Mega Prees. No Mega Prees have been scored or stolen either. Which means there's I think now at this point in the game, there's more 1-pointers than 2-pointers now available. Checking the remote, I think this is good.
Problem. Yeah, your turtle's at strength 6. You're not worried about anything.
Exactly.
The third Hyperloop. This one might have wanted to score out for that 7th point, right?
Yeah, that's one that you kind of would have liked to have scored. Even just scoring it manually from the remote so that you can Audacity for the win.
Yeah, you get your money back. You can get extra money from Sports Metal. I have a feeling that might have been his next turn plan.
Most likely, yeah.
But just gonna do a little check in HQ here. See what's been drawn up.
Yeah,
free break on the boomerang.
Free break on the boomerang. Get through this magnet for 1. Getting the single access, single arrow growth. Not a great access there, but what's important here now is that Rotom is now able to start applying economic pressure to sports.
Yeah, we're down to a critical amount of money. And it's tough, though, because if he does steal like a little agenda here, MJP can take that money with that lateral, just slam something down. Okay, the big purge coming down, stopping that turtle aggression. Although I feel like Archives is still just a free access.
Yeah, and I guess one thing that you do have is that Rotom's econ isn't great. Isn't great either. His only econ right now is a Penny Shaver.
No Rozeki's ticking.
Yeah, no Rozeki's. It's so, even though you might think, Rozeki's not going to be much use in a matchup that's only going to go, say, 10 turns, it's actually even in these matchups, not having to click for credits or click for econ just gives you more clicks that you can start getting access as well.
What wins here? If you steal a Vacheron and then you slam down the black file, is that enough time to win, or you have to wait a turn and then put it down? MJP looking up the card because they don't know either.
You probably do need to because the timing isn't great with black file. Vacheron 4 counters, black file is 3. So the timing is not great. You might need to wait a turn before you play the black file.
Building up a turtle counter. Okay, there we go. No more problems getting into R&D.
Yeah, this is good.
Still looking for that Vacheron.
Now the only ice that's really an issue for Rotom is a magnet.
And not for long.
Again,
not for long. We're going to see another run on that R&D. Looking for that Vacheron off the top of the deck. And then, hey, we could go HQ. We could probably get into the remote. Might be a gatekeeper waiting for us in the middle there.
It could be a gatekeeper. I think it's pretty likely that it's a gatekeeper. Which, again, you're fine. If gatekeeper drops MJP down to a small amount of credit, I think you're fine with that res. Because, again, he's dropping down to, say, 1 credit to res that gatekeeper.
Yeah. Again, boomerang will probably filter back up, and the gatekeeper will be made. Yeah. So there's some tricks the 419 can pull here. But what is the card in the remote? I could see something like the Tranquility Home Grid. Just start building that value off of that just to get to the end game. It's a lot less. You're a lot less vulnerable to the economic pressure of a doof. You could score off 0. Just by, slamming the agenda on that Tranquility Home Grid, advancing it once, audacitying it, Boom, another 2 points.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Mike would really like a Tranquility Home Grid here. Or I think if this is a Tranquility Home Grid, it'd be really good for Mike, just because it means it gives him some sort of consistent drip econ.
Yeah.
That he can start putting stuff into the remote.
And we'll see what it is. There it is.
And
Tranquility
it
Home
is
Grid.
good. So that's good. And again, Rodom's not in a position at the minute where he can actually contest that because his econ is just so poor at the minute.
Yeah.
He can't really get in and trash it.
Didn't get the money. Guessed wrong. Thought it was an asset. Thought it was a spin doctor.
Yeah.
But at least the turtle's up to 3. So cheap
Turtle's
breaks.
up to 3. So the only ice that he's not going to get through is those 2 remaining gatekeepers, which is pretty good. And again, you boomerangs. If you suspect there's one of these ices is gatekeeper, you can always boomerang it.
His econ is so sad for a criminal right now, though. It's so rare to be struggling this much.
Over nearly half your deck and not seeing a single Roseki, a single daily cast. I'm just going to have a quick look at Roden's list. But he's not even
Clicking
playing
for a
cast.
credit. Clicking for a credit.
Yeah, this isn't great.
MJP here. See if we can get to game point on this turn. No doubt slamming something onto that. Home grid just for the value. Slam it down for free with the red level clearance. We know it's not an agenda, though.
He's eager to draw a card, which is
interesting for sure. Let's
the
expose fire.
This could actually, this is an audacity. Yeah. Clicklessly installing the spin doctor so you can do another thing audacity.
And just the 1 point.
But now MJP has access to 1, 2, 4 3/2s now in the deck.
Easily put this game to bed. He'll need another audacity or a lot more money, though.
Yeah, we've seen 2 audacities go down.
Actually, one got shuffled back in. So with the amount of draw, especially with that spin doctor just hanging out on the board, I don't think it will be too much trouble for him to finish off this game, either in the next turn or the one after that, depending on the draw.
I think MJP is in a really comfortable position here. Yeah, I think what he would love right now is for Rodham to steal, another Mega Pre or even a Vacheron right now would actually be a really bad steal for Rodham.
Yeah, unless you can Vacheron and slap down that black file, but the black file costs 5.
Costs 5.
And there's no more money left in the bank.
Yeah. And I just checked here as well, like Rodham's list is surprisingly money light. There's no daily cast, which is so huge for runner econ. There's 3 dirty laundries, but I know 1 is already gone. Actually 2 have already gone. So yeah, his econ is the well
you're
is
just
fine.
banking on not playing something too glaciary. Which is maybe one of the reasons Will's big glacier deck there has been doing good. People aren't really tech for that. There's the Vacheron. Gonna get some counters on it. This is tough, though. This is tough. The extra card draw here. 1 audacity and 1 agenda.
Yeah,
and it's over. Okay, digging for some more cards, getting that click back.
I think this is game. He's getting the click back.
Absolutely.
I think he's going to install the agenda in the home grid, gain the 2 credits, and then audacity for the win.
Bin Doctor going up to the big remove from game area up in the sky.
the play area upstate.
Yeah. Being well taken care of. Don't worry about the Spin Doctor.
Don't worry about the Spin Doctor.
He's found a new family. What? Just clicking. Lateral growth. Is this a Rashida? We clearly don't have what we need in hand.
That's really bizarre. I was expecting that to be
I thought we had the win for sure.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
Rotom, no money. Do you go for big nasty doof here? Get rid of those 5 credits. Doesn't really buy you that much time though.
The problem is you don't have the money to do. You're starting your turn with 0 credits, 1 credit on Penny Shaver. You need 4 credits to land the doof here.
Oh yeah, you absolutely can't. Even clicking the penny shaver and clicking for 2 credits leaves you with just 1 click.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a
Doof
bad spot.
Doof is sadly not Siphon, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. I feel like people might not share that opinion, but you know.
Ah, well.
Did you play in the Eternal yesterday?
I
Did you get
didn't,
some siphons off?
unfortunately.
Ah.
I didn't. I was very sad. I was playing a lot of Eternal in the week, so I got to siphon a lot of people, which felt really. I also got to museum a lot of people, which is
Okay.
really nice. Really
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, a little bit of Gagger in action.
Little bit of museum gag.
Drawing here. What are we looking for in 419 right now?
Money.
Money? Yeah, maybe. I don't even know. I don't even know. Spending all the money on Drafter. Gonna get 1 penny shaver credit back.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a great play from Road. I guess at this point you just have to take all the acts. You know that whatever Mike it was whatever's in Mike's HQ, the win wasn't there. So I guess at this point you do want to kind of keep R&D a little bit honest.
Oh, just sneaking it out.
Oh, that's kid.
There we go. Yeah. Saw he couldn't get in and just
he knew he couldn't
snuck it
get
out
in.
there.
Yeah, and just jamming.
I think this eliminates Rotom.
Yeah, Rotom's now eliminated. Mike's still hanging on by the barest of threads.
Indeed, I confirmed that. Here we are then. This was quite the game. Well, really, I mean, chat has different opinions about what went on in this game. You had some opinions as well, and this is really good. But let's try and see if we can... Oh no, that was the only table. Never mind. Unfortunately, we will see Rotom being eliminated in this round. So let's take a very quick look at the scary, mighty bracket. And in this bracket of Outrun visuals.
See what else happened.
Exactly. Let's take a quick look. We have the big unit prevailing. We have Lost Geek prevailing. And the King as well. So they keep playing. Now we're going to have TF34 versus the King and Ranji Dodge versus MJP. And match 27, the big unit versus Lost Geek. I don't think we have any... We've seen Lost Geek in action. Maybe we should take a look at that. I don't know. I mean, the chat maybe is going to give us some ideas. Or you can, of course, pick and choose as well. Because you're going to be... You're going to be on for the next game as well, both of you?
Sure, yeah.
Perfect. That's great.
Yeah, huge games all around here. Big Unit 3000, just dominant in the Americas Continentals. Ranji Dog, they had won something recently as well. Did they do the Europeans?
No, so they came second at APAC, but I know they won the New York Store Championship.
Right.
And that was the weekend where we found out about Blame Changer Sports.
Right. That was a big tournament. TF34 second at Worlds last year, I think.
Yes, second at Worlds.
Heavy hitters here.
Yeah, we're deep into shark infested waters. But yeah, no, some incredible matches here and some incredible players still left playing.
Yeah, let's see what decks we have on offer here.
I'm gonna, in the meantime, remind people of how many lives we have, and this is all loading. That's interesting. I think I may have...
It's a dangerous game, Vesper.
I know. If I refresh things, there's gonna be explosions. Okay, this is still loading. I'm gonna refresh. Hold on, everybody. I'm gonna refresh. If we lose the internet, it's not my fault.
I wouldn't mind seeing TF34's Corp if they are going to be corping.
What are they on?
They're on a precision design.
Ooh, we haven't seen any PDs. Oh, that's true.
Are they the only PD today? Yeah, everyone else is on sports or some sort of NBN jam. Whether that be our
Where's my
plus
Wayland at?
controlling the message, Acme.
It's not easy being green. That's what this meta has shown me.
Oh,
Between Shaper and Wayland, it's not easy being green.
no, absolutely not. My two favorite factions.
I know. Well, maybe not Shaper, but certainly Wayland.
Oh, they'll be back. They'll be back, I'm sure.
They'll be back.
How is it determined who goes corp and who runs?
So at first, the seeds were basically randomly determined based on what I was discussing at the beginning of this segment or of this stream segment. But the higher seed gets to decide what they play, and then I believe it's just like any other cut. So you have to interchange every now and then, I guess. Yeah, I believe so.
They try to keep it sort of balanced, is my understanding.
Yeah. That's basically top cut balancing, more or less. And that's basically it. Oh, I think they're starting soon. Let's just jump over.
Oh yeah, I see a couple tables.
Yeah, I'm just. How can they start without this? Okay, let's hop into the King's Game then. TF34. I hope we get to see that PD, because precision design. I was kind of sports metal, to be honest. Being so relevant, so scary, and so good is great because I love sports metal. Everybody does, but PD. Oh no, it's gonna be sports metal. That's okay.
Sports metal.
That's more sports.
I've seen this before. Okay, well over to.
Yeah, we can change tables if you want.
No. For me, this is perfect, and everybody was expecting this anyway. It's over to you, and I'm gonna leave you to it again. Good luck.
All right. Well, back with Pedrick, an
Yeah.
Agro Mushroom, well-known, well-beloved community member.
Oh, thank you.
I feel like we've just seen this. What more can be said?
First verse or second verse, same as the first. Yeah, sports versus 409. I guess this is kind of the matchup in this meta.
Du jour.
The matchup du jour.
I favor the HB here. Sports metal, there's not a lot of disruption that 419 can bring.
No,
let's look at the very specific list. Maybe we'll see something good. Three doofs.
Oh, so I do see in the 419 a copy of Sneak Door Beta. And a copy of Doctrines Pass. So if TF34 can get, and again, your MU in this matchup, once you have your Rozekis, you actually only really need Rozeki, Bagalter, and Amakura. You don't really need your Unity. You don't really need Paperclip. So you've got a little bit of MU actually to play this copy of Sneak Door Beta, and still have a full rig. So if TF34 can get the Doctrines Pass and the Sneak Door Beta down, that's going to be really, really good.
Absolutely. Two turning wheels, so much more likely to slap down on the table earlier, get much more value out of it. Last game we saw, it was put down 3 turns before the end of the game. Didn't have the econ to even generate those runs, so it was basically did nothing.
Yeah, and he's still on the Penny Shaper as well. I know some people have kind of gone back to Paragon for their Crim console just because you don't have the time often enough to click the money off of Penny Shaper, and it's better just to get that credit now.
If you're just running once per turn anyways, you're just saving yourself a click. It is nice to get just a mountain of credits on that Penny Shaver though. Going for the immediate Docklands.
Yeah, this is good. And it's forcing the king here to spend money that at the minute he doesn't really have.
Yeah, absolutely. You're getting a nice payday on that Bravado anyways. You can go check those servers, clear out any Rashidas that might be lurking. Accidentally stealing a Hyperloop, why not?
Yeah.
That's going to stop him in the track.
Vanilla, that's pretty good.
That's probably the best piece of ice you could res right now, because a Gatekeeper right now, not that impactful. Drafter, you don't have anything in archives.
Oh, there's the Hyperloop. Are we going to see a second Hyperloop? We're going to see
Rashida, yeah. No, that would have been a good opener for Brandon here. But he's got a full mint of cards, and he's pretty crafty, so I think he'll be okay.
And the Rashida in these lists, Rashida obviously against in something, in most corps you want to protect Rashida and you want that Rashida to fire. Again, in the sports deck, you don't actually care too much about Rashida firing or not firing. It's
She
mainly
fires,
there.
yeah, great. But if she doesn't, just get him to steal a hyperloop. Same thing.
Exactly. Your ID has enough tempo built in that just by progressing the game plan, or by the runner trying to progress theirs, you're going to get that tempo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Regardless. And the Rashida is really just there to punish runners that don't check the remotes. So yeah, not a big deal that the Rashida is trash, but I'm sure Brandon wouldn't have said. I'm sure Brandon wouldn't have said no to a Rashida fire.
Yeah. So just building up here, getting some money from the hedge fund, icing up, preventing the expose, because you want those spicy surprises when it is a gatekeeper, right? The less information the 419 has, the less they can play around your board state.
Absolutely. People think, and I think this is something that I think a lot of maybe newer players to the standard format might look at, that when they see, they might, it's not all about the economic pressure per se, but the information that you gain, even if you let a piece of ice, if you reveal a piece of ice, that's so much information, and it's so powerful. Also, was it very powerful as a diversion of funds?
Yeah, it's good, but
it's good.
6 is still very threatening from sports meta. Like, it's not like you're coming them down to like 3 or 2 or 1 or 0. 6, you still have a lot of things you can do.
Plays.
Exactly.
You have lateral growth. You can use red level clearance to gain money and gain a click, so you're clicklessly gaining a credit.
Yeah.
So yeah, but again, Brandon was just going to take it a little bit easy, install a remote, put a piece of ice in front of it.
And it probably feels quite safe to do this. One of the 2 boomerangs has just been used. The chances of a second one coming down right away are almost non-existent.
I really like this with TF34 here. Just force.
I like it more. Res.
Yeah, but like that is, if that is a gatekeeper, even if it's a drafter, like drafter's not firing for anything super spectacular. Yeah. You're going to get back a Rashida or a hedge fund, and you're going to get to install a Rashida. But TF34 can just run and trash it. So yeah, this is, again, you want bravado, great for these face checks. If you can force the corp to spend money that they don't have, it's almost like getting a dude flop.
Luminal, just a Mega Pre.
Just a Mega Pre. Still good. It means your Mega Pre's are all now 3/2s.
Yeah.
Mega Pre is one of those ones you're fine, manually advancing.
But if they had wasted something like an inside job, wouldn't be sad, I think. Any shaver coming down, securing that long-term credit potential. TF34 just needs to find his breakers.
Yeah, just needs to get a turtle. If he finds a turtle, I think he's in a really good spot.
Oh yeah. Then he'll start getting those penny shaver credits. It's gonna be a good time. Just jamming the king, no worries.
I love it.
If an agenda gets stolen, you're sports medal. Who cares? Ooh, I love it.
Oh, here we go.
The sneak door beta. Rarely really seen these days, but Vacheron this early in the game, that's actually fantastic.
Yeah, this is great. Toby, or TF34 now, really good position here. The Vacheron is still worth 0, but to get it at this stage in the game, especially when Brandon still only has a single point scored, this is really good. And Sneak Door Beta, people may be familiar with Omar, which is only once per turn, but Sneak Door, you can Sneak Door 4 times if you've got the clicks.
This is one of the weaknesses of this go sports medal deck, is some of them, including Brandon's, has cut the sprint, which just leaves those Vacherons potentially stuck in your hand for that much longer while you can get the spin doctors out.
Yeah. I think the kind of trade-off there is that you do have a slightly higher amount of ice, so you can kind of build up your defenses kind of manually rather than just kind of control the flow of the game. But even still, without access to print, it's really, really sore if you do draw into a Vashron.
Yeah. Okay. On R&D here, but I see some typing. Yeah, a misclick. I think gonna defend archives from that sneak door.
Yeah, I think this is going on to archives. But even
But
so,
just fantastic pressure, even from just that one access, right? Like
mhm.
Vacheron, maybe the best time in the game to steal it. It's not right away. You're not giving them that immediate gas. They're not going to win within those 3 turns. Well, probably not. Still pressuring. He sees
Very
the 5
unlikely
credits. He
to.
says, what is the worst you could do? You're going to be down some credits. You're going to open up the rest of your servers. Putting on
Mhm.
that pressure.
Yeah, and this is really really nice from TF34. Even if this is a gatekeeper, it's you know it's
Get in
probably
2
working out better.
accesses. Getting
Yeah,
that.
getting to no steals, no trashes, but that's fine. Again, you're getting info.
Yeah, you're getting a turning wheel counter. You're getting a penny shaver credit. Absolutely fantastic. I could see him just going back for that, just for the sheer value.
You could go back. Oh, this is
Oh,
great.
your favorite. No, this is even better. Oh, the turtle. Gonna go check that remote. Why not?
Yeah, this remote looking real poor right now.
The king's got to get his fast advance on here. Okay, a home grid.
Hungry.
2 Miss Bones in the list. We'll see if those come into play. Clear out that home grid real cheap.
Yeah, Miss Bones, insane card. Just really incredible card.
What was Boggs
Um,
thinking? I don't know, but
what was
it's part
Bond
of the game.
thinking? Yeah, if TF34 can find that Miss Bones, it will do a lot of work clearing away these Tranquility home grids. Doesn't look like Brandon has an Audacity play here, just based on the
It's
fact that
not
he's
much.
pretty
Yeah, his
decent.
hand must be sort of an awkward mix of something. Like we did have that Vacheron there. Obviously, you don't want to dump that right into archives, especially against a Crim that might just start checking archives just for the turtle value.
Exactly.
Just a draw. Yeah, he's got no combo potential right now, which is a scary place with this 419 accelerating.
And with the Vacheron ticking down, like when the runner steals a Vacheron, you want to be scoring agendas during that
Yeah,
4 turn window. But right now, that Vacheron is ticking down, and Brandon is putting on no pressure whatsoever. He's
the
still only
race
on
is
1 point.
absolutely on.
Yeah, this is just a really good position for Toby here.
Yeah, I think
before.
if Brandon can get some ice resed, we might be seeing a little econ pressure on the runner once again.
Mhm.
But yeah, Toby Diggin, okay, sure gamble. Look, no more problems, tons of money. Only 2 counters left on that Vacheron.
Only 2 counters,
Just
exactly.
playing it cool.
Yeah, I don't think you have much real need to rush here as TF34.
Okay,
You have
gonna
a Vash.
snap. Something on that
Oh,
home grid.
we could be seeing a biotic play here.
Get some credits. It's gonna help with that 419 tax.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically the Tranquility home group does basically let you quote unquote freely pay the 419 tax.
Yeah. You get 2 credits, and then you get to decide, hey, do I wanna pay this guy? Do I really wanna?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's big think. Big think. This might indicate to me that it is an agenda, but he does want to keep the credits in hand to be able to biotic easier. But
Yeah,
giving the turtle an extra credit is still a huge liability.
yeah, I think you just pay the tax here. You want the turtle to stay off 3 counters for as long, because 3 is kind of the magic number
Yeah,
for turtle, and yeah, you just want to hold
does
off
pay.
on, which I think is correct. It does leave you a credit. It is 1 more credit, but you know you can use it again. You can use your sports trigger to get 2 credits back. So we see a Vitruvius.
Yeah.
This is good from Brandon getting back onto the board, getting some scoring going. again, that Vacheron is about to tick down into real 3 points.
Oh, you've given up on winning before that thing's okay. We're going to HQ.
Love this.
Just
Boomerang
daring
archive.
Therese with the boomerang on there. You know, if that was a gatekeeper, not a problem anymore.
Exactly. And this is actually, if TF34 wanted, he could spend the turning wheel, 2 turning wheel counters to get basically a legwork.
See the whole hand. Yep.
Which I think is probably correct here. Check the whole hand. Make sure that make sure it's nice and clean. Sweep through it. It's a magnet.
Yeah, just gonna clear that boomerang. The king down to a single credit though. Doesn't use the turning wheel counter.
Okay. I think now at this point you check R&D. There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing that they can that Brandon can
No,
res.
with the 1 credit, it's either gonna be a no res or the last vanilla, and it's a no res. So this is fantastic. Penny shaver credit, turtle counter, turning wheel counter,
yeah.
everything working together.
So it doesn't look like a steal here. It's a trash.
Trashes. So gives up that 3rd counter on the turtle, which is pretty huge because that was his ticket in to the archives and to Sneak Door.
Mm-hmm. Now you can run into the remote. You can run the remote and not trash the Tranquility Home Grid to get that 3rd counter. But it is an extra click. It is an extra click that's required to get up to that 3 counter threshold.
I'm wondering if we're going to see another score right here with an Audacity.
It could be we didn't see all of HQ, so there could be. Oh no, it's just a spin doctor.
And Turtle gets a 3rd counter though, so that feels good on Toby's end.
Yeah. Now, actually, let me just check. Yeah, so the king, once again, not on Cyberdeck Virus Suite, so the only way those counters are going off the turtle is through 3 clicks.
Just taking the whole turn. Yeah, and right now, at the amount of money he's at, it doesn't feel good.
No. Spending a whole turn to wipe a
Especially, when they can just run that remote. Get in for basically free with the penny shaver refund.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, clicking for a few credits. Oof.
Yeah,
hey, so the points are real.
Points are real. Who says Vacheron needs to be banned?
I've never heard that in my life.
Never. I don't know anybody who believes that, has that opinion.
Checking R&D.
Yeah,
betting it's not gatekeeper, but even if it is, maybe not the end of the world.
No, you're fine with letting them fire because they don't have the money to really score out here. They can Audacity, but they don't have a clean Audacity play. Yeah, I think at this point, I reckon you Sneak Door here.
You got a Sneak Door here, yeah, at least once. It's free.
It's free. It's free real estate.
Exactly. Okay, going back into R&D.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think here he's just done the turning wheel counters. And actually he can sweep the hand here now. He has enough counters on turning wheel that he can clear HQ.
Absolutely. Yes. And that will, if Brandon can't start comboing out here, that slows him down so much. Yes, he does get draw or money from the steal, but not having the actual agenda to score in hand, you can't score it, obviously. Exactly like you predicted, a sweep. Oh, what's the last one? Thinking about the Spin Doctor trash. Probably.
Luminal.
The Luminal! That would have been huge. Oh, it's looking bad for Brandon. Just a single agenda needed.
Yeah.
For TF34 to shut him out of the rest of the tournament.
And this just goes to show just how huge the early Vacheron steals are.
Oh yeah.
Because now TF34 is on 6 points. The Vacheron is no longer a liability. Yeah, Brandon has a really tough decision here because obviously he's R&D locked at the minute. TF34 knows what's on top of R&D.
Yeah. Even securing his HQ, he'll have to put another piece of ice on archives, leaving R&D that much more exposed. Like, oh, there's no good way to get out of this.
No, I think what you could do here is you could purge. You could maybe purge, and then you have enough money to res the ice on R&D. But again, it's not a strong play to have.
It's not. Yeah, you're wasting a turn, and TF34 gets 3 counters on that turtle in a turn anyways, easily with that remote.
Exactly. Checking archives may possibly be like a hyperloop in here.
Yeah. To me, the
free.
pivotal point in this game was the turn that Brandon just had to drop because he didn't have anything in hand to score. And just that one turn gave just enough leeway for TF34 to get in there, disrupt, and just build his board state to kind of this dominating position right now where he's getting these cheap runs in. Okay.
Going for the purge. And
Trying for a purge.
Something that's kind of awkward for Brandon here is 2 spin doctors are in archives. 1 is in the remote. Unless if he wants those extra spin doctors back, it means that he can't do these really nice clean audacities where you shuffle back any trash agendas. So
absolutely, yeah.
If he doesn't shuffle back either of those spin doctors are basically gone from the game. And he'll have no recursion left, which is really, really rough. If you can run the sports deck out of its recursion early, it can be very, very tough for them to pull off these really nice audacity plays or get back much needed biotics.
For sure. 419 here. You got to get that turtle back online.
100%, yeah. I think, yeah, obviously you can't get into art. You can't sneak door. Well, you can run the remote 3 times and then sneak door.
Yeah.
Actually, no, sorry.
Well, you don't have the econ right now. Okay, risking it on R&D.
Again, I think this is fine. You know that the biotic isn't. Oh, this is less good. You will get the turtle counter, but the corp will get a drafter fire, and drafter is. It's not quite.
Do you put a spin doctor back on the board, maybe? Just so you could pop the 1. So you could pop your spin doctor back right now. Put a spin doctor and I don't know, red level or lateral back in.
You probably put back in the red level and the lateral.
3 install. You get a trigger off Tranquility. Probably money, but maybe a card. I don't know. It's pretty good. And then you just get a lateral back in hand to install whatever you want next turn.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
It's like I've played this with Brandon before.
Yeah, I've never had the pleasure to Oracle for Brandon, but I've certainly played against the team of Phil and Brandon on JNet before. So
we've had good games. Yeah,
we've had some very good games.
One much like this, possibly. Okay, just redoing it. There's the approach window and the encounter window, and in this case, we jump the gun. Not a huge deal. When you're in person, it's less formal than it is here. But I think doing exactly what we're talking about, we're going to shuffle one of the spin doctors back in. We're going to get that free Tranquility home grid hit with the other one.
Yeah, so Brandon has access to one of his spin doctors back. So that's actually quite important now because he has that recursion online again.
Yeah, no, that feels good.
And getting the second one back, yeah. So this is a nice fire for Brandon. It's not, it's not game winning. Certain drafter fires can certainly feel like they're game winning for the corp, but this is.
This is crazy. What is happening here? So he's adding the spin doctor to hand. So maybe he'll install the Rashida on that Tranquility, even if TF34 goes and trashes it. Okay, I'm going to drag 1 into my hand. Okay, I think he messed that up. Rashida might have been a nice play as well because you do get the hit off there. You kind of force them to go in and trash it. Trashing it means they don't get the turtle counter. on that access on the remote, but I think just fixing it. Okay, maybe not. Maybe he just put something new in the remote from hand.
Yeah, I think what Brandon meant to do is, I'm just trying to see. I think he wanted to install the Spin Doctor from archive
Yeah.
and then pull something else back.
It's still dangerous here because one last agenda point and TF34
Yeah.
has this. So Brandon edging back from the brink, but in no way is this good, right?
Yeah, this is like, if you're Brandon, you're hoping for a Vacheron steal here because that's the only thing that doesn't lose you the game. So yeah, hoping for a Vacheron.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion here. I think they should run this click back.
Yeah, it might just be easy to redo this click, but we'll.
Okay,
Brandon's just
so
saying.
yeah, as I was originally saying, lateral growth to hand.
Yeah.
Been in the remote. I don't know. Oh, he paid the one not to expose it for turtle counters. Access is a card. Is this the game? It's not.
Close. It's very close. Any action?
Oh, interesting.
What could
I don't know. What kind of instant surprise could TF34 be hiding here?
it can't be Pollock, and even then there's no
There's
real
no
Pollock
pull-up.
targets.
Yeah.
I actually don't even know if TF34 has a Pollock in his list. He doesn't, so
I'm not sure what this is about, honestly.
Oh,
Oh,
this could be a
falsified.
Falsified. Yeah.
Yeah. Just showing his hand here, I think. But this is the risk, right? Like, if you do falsify, you get the turtle counter, you get some credits, which is very nice. If you don't, you res the Spin Doctor. That's fresh cards off the top of R&D. So tough to say here for Brandon.
And I guess it is a fresh card off R&D, but TF34 can't really run through a drafter again because that will, I think that would just be too much of a gain for Brandon. But yeah, he's going to run here and force the. Yeah, this is actually, I see now here. This is really
Spin Doctor
nice.
res, yeah. I could
he's
see him not trashing it just to be able to go see that last card on R&D and potentially, okay, he pops it anyways.
Pops it anyway. Yeah, I think you could have safely left that because if TF34 does trash it, he's down 2 credits, and also it means he can't see something fresh off of R&D. But now,
yeah, I feel like we're gonna go see R&D. Yeah, get a fresh card there.
And again, this could be game here.
So easily.
Is it?
Not yet. Oh. Brandon, surely he could fast advance something out this turn here. If he doesn't, I'm very worried for him.
Yeah, so he does have biotic plays here. He can install something into the home grid.
Yeah, again, the home grid showing its value. Just slamming an agenda down there, you get the 2 credits. It just
so
helps
good.
you fast advance it out.
So good in both this deck and in PD as well. Not a card I thought I would see played a bunch at the top levels of standard, but yeah, I guess when you're the meta is so fast and when
and plays that how it snuck up on us. Because when it was first revealed, it was an Uprising, I think. Middling is like, yeah, it's okay, but are you really gonna get the value out of it? Oh, we've been shown. Yes, yes, you do.
You get value out of it.
All right, Brandon, thinking here. I think there's not really a clear line.
It
Might
could
not
be that
have
he
a
has an
biotic.
audacity. It could be that he has an audacity in hand. That's his only
Yes.
fast advance.
But
But I
yeah,
think,
you can't put anything in archives, right? He doesn't have his last spin doctor.
yeah, if now he could do something like red level a spin doctor out.
Get the extra
Red level,
click. Yep.
yeah, get the extra click to clicklessly install the spin doctor, and then you could do an audacity. Um, but
It would put him in a
that does
great
require
position.
it will put him in a great position, but it does require you have four specific cards in hand. One of which is one of them is only a one of left in your deck.
Yeah,
So
a very precarious position because you dump your hand in archives. You either get money or you draw 2 cards. He can see both those cards for basically free with the Docklands pass. Okay, a red level to draw, which means we don't have our combo pieces. So we'll either see an install here or get the click back. Click back might
okay, this could be a
indicate some fast
score.
advance. Yeah.
If you have a lateral, you can do. Oh yeah, if you have a lateral, you can
Lateral,
do
yeah.
a biotic play.
All that money. All that money.
Yeah, bunch of money here. There's the Mega Pre, so that is a 2-pointer.
He's gonna choose his method of fast advance here. Okay, there we go, biotic.
And this is great now that he's scoring with this biotic because if he can get another 3-2, it means his audacity is alive and he can use that audacity then.
Yes.
Um, so it was looking rough for the king a while ago, but he's got himself into a position now where he could win here.
Oh,
Um,
this is so dangerous though. This is my prediction for TF34's turn. Check R&D. Check R&D again. Then go see as much of the hand as you can with that turning wheel and with that Docklands pass. Hope you
yeah,
grab that last agenda before he can score it out.
yeah. I think you need to take the money off Penny Shaker here and get two R&D or two turning wheel counters, and then just leave as much of that or access as much of HQ as you possibly can.
Absolutely. So it could go either way, but I'm liking TF34's odds here.
The other thing you could do as TF34, you could kick the penny shaver, get the money off that, run R&D. If you get a turtle counter, you probably want to actually run HQ manually,
Oh yeah,
um, because you want if you can force Brandon to spend because Brandon only has 3 credits now.
the last of his money. Yep.
In fairness, it's not he does have the Tranquility home grid, so he can actually audacity out even on 0.
We might see the opposite plan here of checking HQ twice, just sees ice, and
Interesting.
then
Okay.
going for the deep dig in R&D.
Yeah, that might be better.
Ah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, see a gatekeeper again. Oh boy,
Yeah, so yeah,
this is tough.
it looks like it's going to be a maker's eye on R&D, which is actually fine because it means that you can kind of, if you don't believe that Brandon has it in hand, which
Right.
based off the HQ accesses, it doesn't look like he does. If you
It
can keep
looks
R&D
pretty
on it,
safe, but
yeah,
there's maybe 3 cards we haven't seen, right?
a Vacheron steal here would be horrible.
Oh yeah, the worst of all worlds. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
There's the
there we go.
Vitruve.
Yeah, GG to both.
Yeah, that's Brandon out of the tournament.
Yeah, TF34 staying alive.
Maybe let's go back to the no agendas in hand, says the
No
king. So the
agendas.
correct move from
Yeah,
TF34. Probably why he's in the tournament and we're not.
and we're not.
Oh, please
All right,
don't
maybe
sell
let's-
yourself short, please. I see. I haven't spoken for a while, and now I'm losing words. Please don't sell yourself short because you're at the tournament one way or another. I'm gonna see you here next year playing. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh, high hopes. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see.
We have some winners. The bracket is still being updated, and I should be again every time I refresh because things are loading. It goes back to the original size, and then it gets hard for some people maybe on the stream to see. But here we are. We are right now going through the lower bracket simply because these are the people who are low on lives, and Lost Geek beat the big unit 3000 in match 27, which means Lost Geek versus Django. On the other side of things, we do have, the two winners of match 23 and 24 meeting in match 25. So we'll definitely see the pairings in a second. I really don't know who we're going to see next, which is the good part. I'm just checking in with both of you. Are you still okay for commentating another run? Because you're doing an awesome job and I'm enjoying this a lot.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm actually just going to double check that.
Yeah, sure. Take your time. You're doing the community a big service. Yeah.
Always would be running, as they say. And yeah, I got to get going here. But thanks so much for having me on the stream for these few games. I had a blast.
Thank you so much for sticking around and providing everyone with quality commentary and good jokes. Definitely good jokes. And hot takes. Or cold takes, depending on the weather.
Oh, hey, yeah. All right, have a good one.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck. And see you around. And in the meantime, what we're gonna do is, I think, we're gonna have people joining. So I have another guest because there's an ongoing rotation which is saving my voice. Our next guest, I'm going to absolutely ask for an introduction as well because I'm very bad at speaking about people. I love when people get to speak about themselves. So please identify yourself and do give us a bit of a hot scoop about yourself.
Hi, my name is Isaac, or you may know me as Swan. I am a longtime bandless complainer, and I am also the primary TO for the San Francisco Bay Area. I ran the U.S. National Championship here back in 2019, and I'm ready to see what the game looks like these days because I've been a little out of the loop. I've been catching up on the bracket. Not really a lot of surprises as far as who's still in this.
Yeah, that's well, first of all, welcome to the stream and thank you so much for jumping in and giving us a bit of your time to celebrate and share this extravaganza of hopefully good plays, interesting moments, and maybe not 419 in sports all the time. Although I'm just going to pull this up because there's a table which has an amazing name. It's basically sports. Well, whatever. It's that's it. But we're gonna wait for the matchups to pop up in a second, and we're gonna see. I don't know. I mean, what are the options here? Basically, sports in 419, unless not. Maybe we should watch match 29 if it's happening right now. I don't even actually know if it is. And I should be updating things as well. Jeez, I'm terrible at running things here.
Yeah, well, looks like there are still a couple of opportunities to see some NBN in play, but it looks like one PD, one Acme, one CTM, and everyone else is on sports.
Yeah, we have to make sure that we watch something maybe not sportsy and not for 190 for the benefit of everybody who wants to actually see other types of Netrunner. I mean, I don't know if you would agree, but there's probably gonna be sports and 419 of some sort in the top final games. And we're still waiting for the brackets to be bracketized. Finally, let's just see if the hearts got updated. No, they're still loading on my side. My browser's basically been loading for forever and ever since yesterday, which is a terrible thing. If you're running a live stream and you want people to enjoy things, refreshing stuff on stream is definitely not fun. Okay, I think we're back with the hearts. Let's take a look. So many people gone. They all started with 3. Now we only have Losgig on 2, Rongidog, TF34 and the big unit, sorry, 3000 on 1, Django on 2 as well, and Sokka still on 3. Sokka, you monster. Okay, so anyway, I think, if possible, Django versus Losgig. Would that be interesting to you?
Sounds good, yeah. I think last week is running actually, and he's on, I think, Hivemind Max, so...
Yeah, it's a bit of a change,
Yeah, it's not 419.
Thank you for not playing 419, people. Whoever, if you ever want to be on stream, just bring something out of the meta, okay? You know, or like slightly out of the meta, because of course Max is totally the meta. But yeah, this is gonna be cool. Max versus CTM. I'm gonna leave the two of you to it. Thank you so much for being here, and off we go. I think they're gonna be starting any minute now.
No worries.
Well, the other really exciting thing is this is the only Max that's left that isn't on APOC.
Oh yeah, I know, right? It's I think this is the only Hivemind Max that showed up today. Shouts to Last Geek for flying the Hivemind flag.
I mean, at a certain point, you just got to play cards that you won't be able to play next time a major comes around, and Hivemind is definitely one of them that won't ever be saved.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a shame it took so long for it to get its time in the sun, but yeah, I'm glad Pincel and the rest of NWE were able to find something groovy to do with it. It looks like this is starting.
Yeah, we're in it.
So CTM, this CTM list, I think, kind of surprised everybody when it won Euros. CTM never good for CTM when it's a meta full of APOC. But this CTM is, I think, kind of tech slightly to beat the APOC. It has Aries, it has Price X for the Centrals, it has Mumbat Virtual Tours. So I think the plan is to get you to go tag me when you do APOC, and then follow up with Boom. And then
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, seeing the Boom CTM as the winner was pretty exciting, because it was only a couple of years ago where Boom was kind of not the best CTM strategy, and I actually I think there has been a slight change between this list and the version of it that won Euros, because I actually put that one together when I ran a GNK last week.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think I can definitely see that there's one less Hydra. I think the original version that won Euros had 2 Hydra. This only has 1.
Yeah, and the Code Gates had a little rework as well. There's a fun house in place of one of the Enigmas.
Okay. Again, I think I think that's just more APOC protection. You stick the fun house on the central, and Boom's. The odds of them going into Boom territory very, very likely. This is a really good start for CTM here. Bankers, Daily Business Show, Mumba Temple. There's probably a Mumba Virtual Tour on that Bankers, so it's got that little bit extra protection. Yeah, this is a good position for CTM. Max, a little bit slower, but they have the cookbook there, Fermenter ticking away. They've milled over the combo Progenitor and Hive Mind, but this Max deck is able to recur its pieces with Simul Chips and Labor Right, so I don't expect them to be sitting in for too long.
Yeah, it's a deck that is so much more resilient than you initially think just looking at the cards.
So Django, just icing centrals here. Don't want to lose to sort of random accesses. You do the DBS, so your HQ is going to be a little bit clean, but you definitely want to keep R&D protected, in face of the deck that's running Conduit. And then just a single face down. Could be an agenda, could be trying to sneak out an Aries or tomorrow's headline. But no Amani on the board. I think you would prefer to be scoring your 3 1s and 3 2s with an Amani.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd expect people to let that just slide at this level, though. You can you can maybe sneak out the Ares at your local, but you can't expect that to work here. That kind of cheekiness. Granted, this list is on PriceX, and but given that we're max and we're already building in how to keep our pieces, that loose meat damage really isn't going to do as much in this matchup as it might do others.
Yeah, there's no critical pieces, that you're going to snipe. It's not like an 8 deck where you could snipe their 8 deck, or it's not like 419 where you could snipe their one of Amina or one of Regalter. Any sort of incidental meat damage, this max deck can just bounce back from with labor rights or simul chips, or it's just completely, it's there's a little bit of redundancy. It will just be a sure gamble or a useless group. Yeah, Losky just playing sure gamble, popping the fermenter, and then simul chipping back the fermenter. So yeah, money so important. I've played this matchup a good bit on both sides, and if the max deck can get their money in a really solid position, get their fermenters ticking frequently, they can put up with the tag threat, the hard hitting news threat that CTM puts forward.
Yeah, that early cookbook is really, really making it worth it right now. But we're definitely gonna have this build for a little bit and see if Losky can get the pieces to properly contest before Django gets an opportunity to try to score.
Yeah, Lost Geek isn't really contesting it, just looking to set up because again, your late game as max is just so close to unbeatable. You can breeze through ice with botulus and tranquilizers. And when you get the turtle up to 6 or 7 strength, it starts getting through hydras for no issue. And it becomes very hard for Django to score without access to like a Sansan. So yeah, I think Lost Geek happy to just take it easy, make careful runs, check when it's safe to do so. Here's an int though. This is an MDT on the bankers. This is going to be nice for Lost Geek, and it is.
Yeah, but I think Lost Geek has enough of a bank to survive hitting a MVT. So that and you definitely want to clear that out before they get an Ares scored.
I think we're going to see the fermenter popped here as well, so Lost Geek can get not quite out of hard hitting news range, but make it so that if Django wants the hard hitting news, he's going to need to spend a bunch of his econ.
Yeah, and right after having your bankers cleared, it's usually just sinking both ships like that isn't gonna do enough to get you in a good spot.
So yeah, Lost Geek also now no purge, so Lost Geek is going to get at least one more use out of that imp. We could see the DBS go down here. DBS so good in CTM, so good, such a priority trash if you can afford to trash it. But no, Lost Geek is just going to overdraw to get rid of some big breakers, not just money up.
Okay, so now we can contest a lot of things, and it's actually somehow slightly safer to run without the decoder because it's not as bad to face check a Funhouse as it is Enigma.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I think your sentries, the sentries are slightly more concerned for you. Obviously, the Hydra you're hoping to tranquilize, or botulus. But Turnpike, when you don't have a link, is a 6 credit tax if you wanna trace through it, which is not insignificant.
No, that's not happening. The ultimate that's worth more than 1 click and 2 credits, I'd say.
So this IP block on HQ getting res, Botchus gets through that for just one token. You don't need to break the end of run sub on that. Just break the trace.
This is one of the other use cases that makes me wish Botulus was an AI.
Yeah, you there's no punishment here. You get through this IP block and you don't get punished for it. You don't need to spend credits, just the install cost. It's yeah, Botulus wild card. So strong.
Yeah, it's possibly the best breaker from Gateway.
Oh yeah, I think easily, yeah. So Django still has a lot of money, not a lot of ice res though, so some of that money will get sunk into resing some of this ice. Losky going for the card lookup in JNet chat. Big power move.
Mm-hmm. No need to hide any of the oracle text you're trying to read.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Hydra is so big, so mean.
Mm-hmm. You do run the risk though with that Hydra that if it gets a tranquilizer on it, you just feel so bad.
Oh, you're I mean, you're just hoping to override it and then recur it if you see that tranquilizer on it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Or if you got your Hydra on one of the centrals, then it does eat up the tranquilizer so that if you've got Toll Booth on the remote, that's at least doing some work. But with 3 Botulus, it doesn't make me feel good about Toll Booth.
Yeah, Toll Booth versus Botulus. I played a lot of Startup and I played a lot of GameNet in Startup. Yeah, when your Toll Booth gets Botulus, it's not a fun feeling.
Okay, so we got quite a lot in the bin right now. All 3 Cybele chips are gone, so that and 2 labor rights.
Yeah, this is not a. It's funny. I was talking to Lost Geek today on Slack, and I mentioned how the Hivemind Max deck is very susceptible to getting some rough, some kind of unlucky max mills because you have so many key pieces. And it's funny, he was saying that no, it's not too bad. You don't get super wrecked, but this isn't exactly a max mill that makes you happy seeing 3 Simul chips and 2 labor rights gone. And your Nocturi and your Progenitor Hive Mind combo. So hopefully Lost Geek has a labor rights in hand so he can kind of fix his mills.
Yeah, that last copy of labor rights, whether or not Lost Geek draws that or mills that, is going to be one of the most important elements to how this game actually ends.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if Lost Geek ends up milling over that final labor rights, this game is gonna look very, very tough. Getting an Nocturi is good. It means you have the infinite imp now, which even if you do lose that labor rights, infinite imp does go a long way in this matchup. But yeah, you do kind of need some of your Simul chips, that conduit as well. Your Amakua as well is going to be really important to get those back.
Meanwhile, Django's just been able to filter all the things that he doesn't want to get, that want seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it means you can keep HQ nice and clean, so there's no worry, there's no fear of getting an agenda sniped.
Yeah.
And also he can find those agendas whenever he wants to jam. So such as last turn, now he's up to 4 points. He was able to jam behind those 2 pieces of ice, knowing pretty confidently that it's unlikely Lost Geek is going to be able to get into this remote. So I'd say one of these is either the Toll Booth or the Hydra.
Yeah, no, that yeah, we're definitely gonna have access to the nice ice, and I believe that DVS went down turn 2, so we've had seven cards bottomed so far.
Mhm.
Okay, we
Interesting.
got the hive mind. That's
It's
important.
got the hive mind, but not on a progenitor. So one is up to MU, but also if Django wants to purge, that hive mind is going to go to zero, zero virus counters. So I imagine what Lost League is looking for here is a way to do kind of a simul chip reset play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we have enough usages, but it's hard because you've got 2 cards left in the stack and you only have 2 clicks left. But you'd really love to have an extra click to pop that fermenter, because this is a good spot to purge in.
Yeah.
So we'll see if maybe. Okay, we did take the fermenter. Are we gonna use that last click to draw to save one of these last 2 cards, or is that gonna be it?
I think I'm just checking the heat. There's 1, 2. So Lofty could have an I've had worse in hand, which he can use to get those last 2 cards safely out of the stack and into his grip.
Oh, okay.
No, that is if he does have an I've had worse. Okay, so that 1 card left in the stack now could be the labor rights.
If that's the labor rights, that's gonna be real sad times for Max.
Yeah. And I imagine at this point, Lostic he has full knowledge of what's left, so he knows what that last card is.
Yeah, but because we'd have no indications if there was relief or soft cursing at the end of that computer.
Yeah, I think both these players are on voice. Okay, wow, Django going for a very very aggressive play here, going for the jam. Lostic does have plenty of money, so he could contest this remote if he wants to.
Yeah, and the last card in the stack was Dirty Laundry, which is completely fine to miss
Yeah.
out on.
So so the third labor rights is now in the grip, which is great for Lost Speed because now he can get back some of the simul chips, get back the rebirth, which is going to be huge. Maybe get back a progenitor as well, so that you can get you can get that hive mind onto progenitor, and from there you're kind of off to the races. We're seeing Chisel go down here, so Chisel cookbook means that any 1 strength dice, it gets trashed immediately. But also with the hive mind, it means that this chisel actually deals with 4 strength dice, because that hive mind or that chisel is seeing hive mind counters and adding them to its own.
Oh, that's filthy. And so what's gonna be safe from that? Is it really just Toll Booth and Hydra?
Yeah, I think that's it. Even I know the Funhouse got trashed off an HQ access. Um, I'm just checking the list here. Yeah, I think it is literally just Toll Booth and Hydra.
Yeah,
One
anything
sec.
else just dies on the spot.
1 second. I'm just going to quickly go AFK.
Oh, and there's the Hydra. Well, we've got enough credits to pay for that. So we're gonna see just how much money is spent to get past this thing.
I think it's is it 9 or 12 credits to fully break a Hydra?
I haven't thought about it for a long, long time. because the guy that played Acme in my meta moved away, and so I haven't had to think about it. But yeah, $12, 2 more for the install. That was half the bank. And we do have the Bologna.
Yeah, so that's a really significant steal for Lost Week. It is a lot of money between the Hydra break. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, my daughter is just my daughter.
Yeah, that
run
was 19 credits plus another 2 to put down the chisel to invalidate that first piece of ice. And in this, and then you have to let the Sansan go in that spot.
Yeah, this is a very nasty remote that Lost Week has run into, the MVT, the Sansan as well, that you want to trash, but don't really have an economic position to.
Yeah, if you had seen something else instead of that Hydra, you might have had a chance, but it's you're a little bit safe from HHN at this point.
I think so, yeah.
I believe we saw Tranquilizer in the bin. I missed the use of labor rights. I don't know if that was saved.
I think he got 2 labor rights and a rebirth.
That makes a lot of sense. That's pretty good.
I'm gonna also. I hate to leave in the middle of a game, but I'm gonna have to bounce.
Needs must be met.
Okay, my daughter is demanding my attention, so I'm gonna bounce. But I think there's gonna be a surprise guest to fill in. So yeah, enjoy the rest of the game. Enjoy the rest of the Intercontinental.
All right. Well, we'll be here having fun with the Nets.
Yep, sure thing. Thank you so much for joining us. This was an absolute pleasure to have you on stream. Thank you so much, and good luck out there.
Problem.
And yeah, talk to you soon. We're gonna have more surprise guests jumping in later on. But Swan, we're here in the middle of the game, and it's not looking good for the runner, is it?
It's not looking good, but at least Lost Geek was able to save, was able to get that last copy of labor rights, and that is what was necessary to put this game in a winnable position. Now we can see just how resilient this Hive Mind Max deck is, which is going to be a nice last hurrah, because the last rumor I heard was that we are going to be losing this big box as soon as the next set comes out.
Yeah, rotation is somewhere in the wings, so to speak, and it all depends, of course, on what exactly is going to get rotated out. But yeah, there will be some cool new things hopping into the meta, hopefully for everybody to be excited about. Speaking of excitement, there's a ping with a tag, which is not necessarily the greatest thing, but you already have 4 tags, so a 5th one is not going to break you.
Yeah, you're full tag me, so you're just trying to get things done before that boom comes around, and this nice conduit one is gonna keep us a little bit safe from the boom.
Yep, Conduit, definitely a very cool combo here with Hive Mind, just to get in and see quite a few cards. Oh, there's an Ares, that's good. They'll need some more points, but better than nothing.
Well, also now you know that those 3 cards on top of that Ares weren't boom.
Yep.
And so you got a little bit of clock left.
Yep. Jumping into HQ just to poke there to see that single card. Oh, it's a spin though.
All right, not trying to accumulate more tags. So that extra or sometime I know I'm not the only person that's maybe broken a sub that they haven't had to just because I'm trying to not
Yeah.
go through those extra clicks.
Okay, so we know that Django for sure doesn't have a boom in hand right now. There's some extra stuff somewhere in there. Wondering what he can pull off here with 4 points and 5 credits to your name. And that remote is there. And there is a Sansan, we know of it. Of course, it stayed there. Lost Geek didn't trash it. But a Sansan is still 6 credits to res. And then you need more credits and more clicks to do anything with it. So definitely not the fastest of advances here possible. Okay, we're drawing into more cards. And it's going to be over to Lost Geek unless...
I mean, you have to draw through because I believe you only got to see one fresh card off of that.
Yep.
This is also turn 12, and so the 10 cards on the bottom of R&D are ones that have been DBS'd there.
Yep.
Yeah, but unless you can get that shuffle or draw that boom, there's not anything you're doing to get back into this. But there with Bologna in the bin.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, we're just gonna walk through.
Yep. Well done, Lost Geek.
And Lost Geek keeping the last Hive Mind Max with a little room to spare, sending Django down to that lowest bracket.
Yep, this was a very, very good game. Loads of excitement and tension. And for once, it was not Sports and 419. So let's see if there's any other game on. No, I believe that was it. Let's check the bracket information. Guess what? Guess who has to refresh the browser again? Yeah, me.
Well, I have it. I'm seeing it on my end. Looks like TF34 took down Ronnie Dodge, and we'll get to play against the big unit. And a Lost Geek gets to see if he can take any of Sokka's lives away.
Yep, here we are. So this is going to be 29. Sokka versus Lost Geek. And then we're going to have the big unit versus TF34 indeed. And then the winner of that, of match 28, will be facing off with Django. And there's just so much matching up going on here. I have no idea what's going on, but whoever's going to be coming out of that bracket hell at the bottom, so to speak, of the spreadsheet of awesomeness, because this is the spreadsheet of awesomeness, will be going straight to whoever's going to be alive after match 30-31, which is a double feature. And let's just see the lives. Maybe they loaded. Yep. So this is the situation. Did Lost Geek just get alive? He was on 2. What's going on here?
Oh, I think the reason it's showing him with a life is because the pipe has him go up to that top bracket.
All right.
So that might just be a display bug.
Yeah, chances are. But whatever it is, we're getting very close to more or less
top 5.
Yeah, this is top 5. This is where the fun starts. And because the fun starts, I'm going to be introducing another guest. I don't know if he's here already. Is he already? Is he here already? He also has the judge tag, but I don't think he's judging today. Percomas, if you're with us, could you please make yourself visible, available, or jump inable into the stream comms if you're listening to this? I can also summon you using the magic of awesome things. And yeah, he's going to be introducing himself when he is here. And yeah, Swan, I have a question too. Are you going to the OTG? Because I keep asking folks from North America about it, because it seems to be the next big in-person event. So I'm super excited for that happening. Any chance you're going? You're going to be there?
Yes, I am going to be there. The second fastest Netrunner player on the West Coast is going to be making an appearance. And awesome. I will give a small spoiler that I am going to be playing either Sunya or Apex.
Oh, this is cool. This is great. That's a cool thing. I hope there's going to be some streams. I do really hope that people are going to be streaming, because honestly, There have been some streams with people playing in-person Netrunner, but they were kind of, in small GNK settings or something. And if there's a big event, I would love just to see the variety, the diversity, and the people just enjoying as much as they can. It's been a while since we've been allowed in any way, shape, or form to meet up and just do stuff together. So it's going to be good. And yeah, more Netrunner content is always good. I think they're setting the table up for TF30 already. Percomas, are you with us?
I am.
Ooh, he is. Well,
Hello.
Yeah, keep talking while I make you actually go quieter because your booming voice. Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
To anybody who doesn't know you, because there's probably 5 billion people on this planet at least who don't know you, please introduce yourself.
My nickname is Percomas, also known as Peter Dinya. I'm originally from Hungary, but now in Barcelona. I've been playing Netrunner for quite a few years, and I'm in the NWE group.
Okay, so now you know everything, and yeah, he's an import. Like I'm an import in Barcelona. This is the Barcelona team representing. Yes. But anyway, yeah, like, some of us are good players. Not the person saying this right now, the other ones. But anyway, we have some selections, some choices to make. There's the big unit versus TF34. I think we're just going to see this game because there doesn't seem to be anything else, or I don't know. Like I'm just scrolling. Yeah, this is going to be match 28, so I think that's happening right now. Only this.
Yeah, maybe they're down already to 1 game per round.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Well, I would imagine you'd still want to do the Saka Lost Geek game simultaneously.
I don't know.
I don't know. All the brackets I've been watching recently have been for Melee, and they definitely do it one at a time.
Very good point. Very good point. I believe.
I assume this will be sorted out, but yeah, this is a very complex bracket.
It's a lovely bracket. You built the spreadsheet. How many years did it take you to master spreadsheets to this level where you can actually make them look cool?
I didn't make the spreadsheet.
Who made the spreadsheet? Lost Geek. Okay.
It was Geek, and he used JavaScript in Google Sheets to make it. So that's like proper science right there.
That would also explain. Why he's getting extra lives. Because he made the spreadsheet, right? Okay, so yeah, go on. Sorry.
I still expect his name just to pop up in the finals, whatever happens.
Yeah, it's like I lost, but this is my spreadsheet, my rules, people. Okay, so Sokka and Lost Geek is on right now as well. I don't know, so this is a double feature. Then we have TF34 versus the big unit. I have a case of analysis paralysis here. Please help me choose a table.
And I will always go for Quiche. Because I know him, but what are the matchups that we would have options? Like, I don't know what the matchups are.
Yeah, the matchups really matter for this choice.
Yeah.
So what are the matchups?
I have no bleeping idea whatsoever.
Sokka is Corping, and TF34 is Corping. So Sokka's Corp is Acme.
Okay.
God, that sounds interesting.
Ooh, yeah. Let's.
Yeah, Sports Metal Max versus Acme Max. Okay.
Oh, the other game, TF34 is Corping, if I saw correctly, right? So that means that it's
Precision Design 419.
Precision Design against Max.
Oh, isn't it 419? I'm a bit lost. But okay, I think the Sokka Lost Geek double feature is slightly more.
I think we all want to see the Acme, right? Yeah, the chat says Acme. It's the spice.
Acme. Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't it Hit Me in the meme? Why is it Acme? I'm not gonna anybody.
Memes don't Acme, right?
Don't Acme, exactly. Okay, so we're waiting for folks to set the tables up. I'm getting messages here from the lovely OP team that Gish is just asking for a minute, so we're just going to wait for Lost Geek to, hack the spreadsheet a bit more. How many things does this do? Like he's developing JNet, he's organizing Eternal tournaments, he's organizing the whole Eternal meta with all the points, he's running tournaments yesterday, he's playing big tournaments today and making spreadsheets. Does he sleep? I don't think so.
No, but he also researches particles, so it's a full plate.
With which particles? Is he researching my particles? Because I keep my particles in a fridge, so I don't want anybody researching anything in my fridge. Okay.
I usually sneak off your particles then.
Dude!
Mail.
Okay. Rude.
So it's always an interesting discussion at the post office.
Absolutely. Swan, where do you keep your particles? If you have any, of course. I mean...
Spread over a 5-mile radius.
That's safe.
You can't get them all if you can't find them.
Very true. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Lost Geek has a spreadsheet with JavaScript that can find a lot, but in a 5-mile radius, that's a lot of miles and particles spread over them. So, yeah, good luck.
Sounds like anti-Wayland tech.
Yeah, you need a lot of multi-access or multi-research or whatever. We have people in the chat saying I should split screen this game. Yeah, right. I mean, can you imagine 2 games happening on the screen at the same... No. Just not gonna happen. Just nope.
I mean, there were instances of people playing 2 games at the same time, and I just to talk Lost Geek more up. I think he did that as in a GNK once, that he played 2 games at the same time. So
yeah,
if that can happen. It's possible to stream 2 games, but we shouldn't. We should not. I don't want to.
I actually
no. We if we were gonna do that, we would need to find a way to put one of our audio in left channel, the other right channel, and then just be doing 1 game each.
Can you imagine that cacophony?
Yeah, that would be good. That cacophony would be quite cool. I actually haven't asked any of you, and we have the time to do it. Seeing which IDs are still left. Swan, what do you think is gonna be in the final? Like, which 2 IDs are gonna prevail? That's it. Not the player, just the IDs.
I mean, it's. I think we're actually gonna see some yellow win out. So I'm cheating and picking 2 IDs, but I think yellow has a chance here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. And on the runner side,
I would go with.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I would say the pure based on numbers, like Sokka has 3 lives, Geek has 2 lives, everyone else has 1 life. Whatever Sokka has, I think will make it to the final. It's like in poker when you have big stacks of chips,
So what about runners? Anarchs or criminals? Because I haven't seen any shapers ever around here. What happened to shapers?
Shaper just comes out of nowhere. Shaper along.
Yeah, we have the table called Lost Geek on, so I would like to invite you over to the Lost Geek table, and they're settling in, we're settling in, everybody's settling in. In case you just tuned in, this is the nth round, I don't even know which one, but this is the Intercontinental Championship 2021, as ran by Nisei with an amazing bracket of bracketness. I am joined by Swan from the San Francisco meta and Percomis from the Barcelona meta, but also generally the Central European meta of awesomeness. And both of these amazing folks are going to take over the microphones right now because we are jumping into this game stats. So over to the 2 of you, and good luck having fun with Acme and Max.
Thank you.
All right, here we are in round 8 with the upper bracket semifinal.
I don't know how semi and quarter and whatever work in the triple bracket.
So this would be the upper bracket semifinal if Lost Geek is able to win this first game. Otherwise, it will retroactively become the upper bracket final.
And I think an interesting thing is that this same matchup has been played at Euros, where Lost Geek was also on Max, but was up against Bridgman on Acme. I think it's very similar with builds, if not identical. There we saw the Tranquilizer do a lot of heavy lifting on data wards, so I'm curious to see how this one plays out.
Absolutely, yeah. Tranquilizer is going to be a very critical card if very critical card to get past these big nasty pieces of ice. I was certainly glad when my Acme player left my meta. Not actually, but it was always a different sort of challenge.
Yeah, like big MBN ice, like MBN in general, like, can throw a wrench in your plans a lot of times, and you really need to get used to. Like, for example, what we've talked a lot of times is that, when you're unused to playing against CTM or you forgot how to play CTM, that gives a lot of, I'm not going to say free wins, but easier wins for CTM.
Mm-hmm.
You see the classic move of trying to get whatever is in. The server 1 is most likely Rashida. The Lost Geek identifying that, trying to go for it. The kind of risky move if he doesn't have some kind of ferment or econ backup, because this can be hit by a heart in use. So not sure what the rest of the
Yeah,
hand is.
there's definitely you're making a big bet that it's gonna be worthwhile to get in there.
I'm sorry, this deck does not have hard news. On the very ambient decks that so there's no punishment for running actually. So yeah, so it's free to run.
Oh, are we really just playing EOIs off of incidental tags? That's actually kind of amazing.
Yeah. I mean, you have big eyes that tag, your Acme. So like, there's only so many data word credits you can pay. That's a spin doctor being rezzed. Yeah, and then there's a fermenter. Trying to spin doctor, yeah, because I'm not sure if you have good credits for it. So that bottle kind of makes that server invalid.
Yeah, that piece of ice is just a sacrifice. Oh no.
We have a second piece of ice, which, yeah, probably was not meant there. So Sokka doesn't have, like, he has a couple of small ice, IP blocks, Timberlicks. That's about it, and one free to pay.
Yeah.
So,
Thimble Rig is the greatest gift FFG gave any fan of positional ice.
yes, Timberleg is so good. We used it a lot in Jinteki decks, and was also like interesting little questions with Code Replicator back in the day. Yeah, Sokka just pushing things in the remote. So that server ice is either big enough to not care about Botulus or just doesn't care about the run.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's anything that's really meant to bait a run it past that.
Okay, so Geesh is gonna bite. Okay, so just making waste a click, I guess there.
Yeah, just baiting the run.
Do you think this kind of signals something from HQ? Like if you put Crisium in the remote, does it say, I don't know, that you have agendas in hand and you're just trying to bait the run? Does it say, oh, that's a nice combo. Crisium protecting the daily quest.
Okay, that is a use case for Crisium that has never occurred to me.
I mean, that's not my go-to for Crisium in this matchup. But if you're light on ice and you really want your econ to get going, I could see this happening. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it's makes them actually have to pay for that trash.
Yeah,
and what separates the top players from good players is being able to do the slightly suboptimal plays to get you through the rough spots.
Yeah. I mean, this definitely looks like a weird draw for Sokka. So you have to do what you have to do, and if it works out, it will help you in the long run. He does play gigantic ice, so if the econ gets rolling, and this definitely will get the econ rolling, then those ice will be rezzed.
Yeah, now we definitely have enough credits to get that outer ice. So even though that Botulus can now take down anything that inner ice is. Oh, there's another Botulus.
Yes. There's no tranquilizer in the bin yet, so that's not fair. That's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Free to play. Not
free
that
to play.
That fattening.
I mean,
I guess. Yeah.
I think you probably want to use free to play to break one of the subs, just so you have both broken, since this is last click.
Yeah.
Because if you have to break that first sub, otherwise your inner Botulus is gonna get bounced.
Yes, definitely. So yeah, probably a one line is just to pay to the tag. So breaking the ones.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, that gets the hive mind on the board.
Yeah, but an empty hive mind.
That can be remedied in the future.
Yes, it certainly can. But yeah, we're now making the bet that you're not going to be able to pay for whatever that is. A losing
Yeah,
bet.
and it's Timberg, yeah. So they cost keep on going. Soka did pay a bit of money on that exchange, but the daily quest is safe. Yeah, as you mentioned, the hive mind is empty, so unless like conduit is full up, or maybe Lost Geek has multiple hive minds. Has
Yeah,
more.
I think Glosky does have multiple. Yeah, there are 2 hive minds in the deck. I mean, it's such an important piece to.
Also, this is cute. The subliminal comes back. Doesn't come off. It was from HQ because I thought there was no successful run.
Yeah, the subliminal is a card that I really thought we'd see more of in this new meta from it getting saved.
Well, the meta is very heavy on sports metal, and then in sports metal, you can use it once to gain a credit for an audacity score, but it will never come back. So probably doesn't work on the slots. In this deck, however, the way there's tons of big eyes everywhere, runner kind of has to build up. That incidental credit can really add up during the game.
Yeah. And then, if some maniac managed to make Mirrormorph work, I definitely think we're going to see a lot more subliminal.
Yes.
Because
Subliminal is one of those incidental combo cards that just leans nicely into. For example, in the Eternal meta, there's a NEH deck that uses Jeeves, Subliminal, and Shipment from Sensan to score out P2 agendas. So Subliminal is always there to kind of give an edge to your combos.
absolutely filthy. Well, Knob is on the board, so Max is really starting to come along quite nicely.
Yeah,
But this
both.
server 1, it's going to be not going to get in there soon enough.
Yeah, that sort of one is off. I mean, Timberg is not that scary with 0 strength, and you have counters for F2P in the middle, but something's on the outermost server. Also, the corp is building up the centrals. Although 10 credits is not a lot, so that means 1 ice can be rezzed. And the good thing about Data Ward is that you can just pay 3 credits and bounce, or even take the credit and bounce, right? And then you have probably 2 open servers. So this might be a window for Lost Geek to do something while only one of the big eyes can be rezzed. And that's not a big one, it's just an IP block. So we cannot break IP block with paperclip. So I do wonder if we're using symbol chip magic to make paperclip cheaper, or if we're just putting on a Botulos. Botulos doesn't get you in. Well, you can use the hive mind counter actually. So
yeah, you can use the hive mind counter, or you could just let them trace you for the tag and only just break the ETR sub. But we are in fact.
I think Lost Geek says that the counter on hive mind is more valuable because this way you can collect Fermenter for 8 credits.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah. Okay, so both players are just kind of building up. Like Sokka doesn't really need to make a move until he's well in the credits to res all the big eyes. And Lost Geek is trying to figure out where the big eyes are, trying to find openings to do something relevant.
Yeah, let's see what Sokka's got up his sleeve.
Drawing. What are we drawing for? I guess maybe more ice.
Either ice or I would love to jam an NGO in this board state.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, maybe he's just looking for something to put in the remote. 20 credits is enough to res 2 big pieces of ice, so now like the centrals and the remote are both kind of safe, but like there's no reason to run the remote until there's nothing else in there. So that's kind of nice. Also, maybe Sokka is looking for the void to may have like a very safe score.
Mm-hmm. And so here,
yeah, we're chiseling the IP block. Ooh, Silence Hospitality. That's more used for the APOC matchup, I imagine, but can be interesting here if you name labor rights and can snap a few.
Yeah, or I mean, ideally, yeah. So we're about to hit the point where we're gonna want to start hitting some labor rights, and that's gonna give Saka a really good idea of what's in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, but like if Sokka sees, for example, the second labor rights hit the max trashes, then maybe oh, okay. So Last Geek also sees what could happen and plays labor rights, get it out of the hand, and I guess to put back the other labor rights in the deck, hoping not to draw it. They were actually there were 2 labor rights in the heap.
Well, as we saw in the previous game, if you lose too many tools, there is that lockout potential, but just resilient enough to avoid it.
Yeah, sadly, Last Geek shuffled Dive Headverse instead of I guess Similar Chip, but only drew a card, so that's new information gained. It's sometimes finicky to like click multiple cards in the heap, and sometimes that happens. It's the downside of playing digitally. But at least we don't have to shuffle physically. So yeah, so HQ is wide open. And if the assumption was correct that Sokka was drawing for ice, maybe it's going to be lightly protected, but there is an ice and there's an upgrade in R&D.
Do you think that's another Crisium?
Yeah, the deck is on 3 Christians and 2 Voids, and I don't think you would spend a Void on R&D. I mean, if you have nothing else, you could put it there. But I would imagine it's a Crisium to stop Conduit and upgrade runs.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit too early in the game to want to put Void on R&D, especially with only 1 piece of ice.
Yeah, and so, you're not that desperate. Like, you usually do put down the Void if Conduit is full force. Although if Conduit hits the board, it will automatically get the counters from Hive Mind. So Alki could do an access for 5 if R&D was not protected with an upgrade, but of course Crisium stops that as well. It's like a tough spot for Alki.
Yeah, we haven't seen a cookbook hit the board yet, but we know that there's at least one. There are 2 in hand, or 1 or 2 in hand.
Yeah, and Alki is giving a lot of respect to the Salem's Hospitality, just using the labor rights before the deck is empty, and now he's just gonna mail the 2 cards he put back in, right?
Yeah, sometimes you really just need to recycle that 1 card because that's better than getting nothing after they Salem's you.
Yeah, I think he wanted to take the chance on the 1 in the 3 rebirth on the labor rights, but didn't get it probably, so that's why he played the gamble. Yeah, I think the Acme deck is doing what it's meant to do: draw out the game, gain money. Max burns through the deck very, very fast, so getting limited on resources. Labor rights have been already played, so no points are on either side. I think favors the corp very much.
Yeah, we might. Yeah, it's looking a little bit more likely that Sokka is going to retain this unblemished record, but with no agenda score, that might be a little bit premature for us to say.
Yeah. So Sokka, renamed labor rights. Rightfully so. So there's no more labor rights left, and I think a Simo chip and rebirth in the deck. It's gonna be milled. So yeah.
So we know everything. We know all the tools Lost Cake still has: Fermenter, Imp, Sammeltiff, and Tranquilizer, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what you have to work with, and stealing 7 points from a deck that runs Ballonas is not gonna be easy with those tools. The deck has 3 Ballonas, 3 Send a Message, one quantum predictive model in 115 minutes, so that's gonna be a grind to steal.
And there's the Hydra. Yeah, definitely not an enviable position to be in here.
Not sure if that Hello is testing the internet, that Hello is saying hi to a Hydra.
Oh yeah, no, Hydra is one scary critter.
Here's being fun. Hydra has 5 heads, so it says hello, 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 hello 5 times. Nice.
I mean, all 5 are polite. It's nice to know that there isn't a standoffish head.
Yeah. So I do wonder how we handle this Hydra. Because, you know, if you've tranquilized it, it will get re-resed in the next run. Can't really chisel it. Autolus gets you through once and then maybe gets you through next turn, but that's not very ideal. You could always... Oh, you can't bounce because you're gonna get 3 net damage and you'll die.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like in the board state Max is in right now, your chances of survival are very, very low.
Okay, so it's a playing chisel, so you can break it cheaper.
Okay, yeah, that saves quite a bit of credits.
But also, you know, is a more long-term solution for Hydra as well, because like shows is kind of temporary. Tranquilizer only works a couple of turns, and you will still have to face it. This way, if you go back multiple times, maybe you can kill it. But I would imagine Acrisium getting res right now.
Well, in either case, I don't know why you wouldn't just purge Sokka here. And that's really gonna...
Yeah, that's good. I mean, if you're Geesh, if you get a Knob Curry counter now, well, no, when it goes to 0, strength 0 or less. So yeah. So if you get the Hive Mind counter now from the Acrisium, okay, no res on the Acrisium.
Yeah, so we are gonna be able to kill that on that last click.
Are we though? I'm trying to figure this out. So
Um,
the counter is already on the Hive Mind, right? So it's strength 6. And I think how Chisel works is whenever if it's either reduces the strength, or you know, if it's 0 or less, it dies. So if Lost Geesh just runs back, I think it just goes to 0.
Oh right, it does just go to 0. Yeah, Chisel doesn't have all the oomph that Parasite once did.
Yes. So yeah, this doesn't look ideal. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. Like if we get to Sokka's turn, he'll probably just spur it because there's no need to do anything else, to be quite honest. There's no Laborize left. I think you said correctly there's Tranquilizer left, probably in the hand.
Yeah, we saw the full hand. So yeah, so there's the Fermenter, and then Tranquilizer is that last thing, and there's the Purge.
Yeah. Absolutely correct, Purge. I mean, Daily Quest is kicking on, so you know the turn still gives you value even though you Purge. And could even have this, and even play the Subliminal. Tough spot.
You know that, like, one of the things about Netrunner is that it kind of is hard to concede because you always feel like you're into it. I think that in this board state you can take that concession and, you know, not feel bad about that. That's completely reasonable.
I mean, you know, well, yeah, now double ice is happening because I was saying that, you know, if you're Lost Geek, you just take credits every turn. You still have Beam Breakers, so you can still make reasonable runs somewhere. You know, the server one is Acrisium, although I would not imagine that any score will happen before a Void hits that remote as well. So you can credit up as Lost Geek and then, okay, Tranquilizing the outermost ice.
Yeah, that's because that outermost ice is the only thing that's actually going to be able to stop you.
Yeah. Subliminals coming back to HQ.
Yeah, we're gonna get all the incidental drip. So we're getting 4 credits a turn and your full 3 clicks, Asaka.
I would imagine server freeze a spin doctor. Not much else you would want to. Going for a second daily cost remote would be absurd.
I mean that would be kind to be rubbing it in.
Yeah,
because
that was.
this.
I mean, sorry.
Oh, it's just Lost Geek needs a miraculous sequence because this is what I like to call a sub 5% game, where it's like even if you roll that natural 20, you might still fail anyways.
Yeah, and the sad thing is there's so few agendas to steal, and like we said, 3 of them are Bellonas, so that's 15 credits right there. And I think we see us push for a score. I mean that or maybe an NGO. Deck list have NGOs. Deck list has NGOs, so
yeah, I wouldn't want to jam the NGO there just because 12 credits isn't quite enough.
Yeah,
but let's see. Maybe it's the drought of no drought of agendas.
Oh, it's a 2 p.m.
Okay.
So that might mean the middle ice is a Thought, for example, a Funhouse. Single advance. Can you single advance?
It could be the 15 minutes. And then sometimes you just go for the weird advance patterns.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, if it's the Bologna, it's very unlikely to be stolen, and then next turn you can just advance 2 times and put down a Anetic Void, and then afterwards you can advance twice, score, install the next agenda in the remote, and it will be pretty safe there. Not as if HQ wasn't totally safe, as we see right now.
Yeah, well, but it cost over 2 turns worth of clicking for credits to get past that Hydra with a tag.
Yeah. So we will soon find out what server 1 is. Could be also just an NGO, to be honest, just like, get some kind of econ. Because if you see, like, Sokka did spend quite a few credits raising those 2 pieces of ice. 16 credits is still a lot, especially when big eyes are rezzed.
And that could be an NGO there.
Yeah. To advance 1 more. It's still a piece of ice.
Yeah, it could still be it could still be the NGO, but that is the play pattern you do for a 5-3 right there. Because given that HQ poke, may reasonable for Osaka to say that server 1 was safer, but it is in fact
that was
an NGO.
Yeah, I think it makes sense with a single advance because you're saying, even if they run it, which is very unlikely, you still get credits and they still spend a lot of credits. So I think that makes perfect sense. You see the toll booth on the outermost ice.
Mm-hmm.
And the cool thing is, like, with the Thimbulig is that, even because it's 0 strength, you still don't trash because it costs 3 credits to break with Black Orchestra. So it does the job very well.
All right.
Bonus board.
Yeah, Saka just needs to find 1 more 5-3 to go to grand finals with all 3 lives.
Yeah. So let's map out like how much it actually costs to get in. So whatever the 4th piece of ice is, it will be active. Like when they res, Tranquilizer won't immediately de-res. So Geesh will have to break it. So Toll Booth is 9. Timberlake is 12. Free to play. I guess you can ignore free to play if you want to. It's not ideal, but you can do that.
Yeah, you're getting something's getting bounced if you're dealing with free to play.
Yeah, but it's the innermost ice, so like at that point maybe you don't care that much about it. It will be forked when you have to go back eventually, but if you're very desperate on the excess, 12 credits plus whatever the Tranquilizer ice was, or is, then it's your money.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a hair's breadth here, and we've got Sokka with the cocking gun, just trying to seal up every last gap in this game here.
Yeah. And you still see the difference, like, you know, that since that daily quest is not ticking. But in the meantime, how many credits worth of ice has been res? Data war like this 16 32 credits worth of ice has been res since, I think.
Yeah, no, that daily that Crisium play to like get that daily quest safe, even when there was only that, you know, one piece of botchless ice. Absolutely masterful game here from Sokka.
Yeah, it was very well played, and yeah, and this actually this is what the ice does. Like this game, this deck does with like a lot of big ice, just grinding you out because it knows it will probably win the long game.
Yeah, filth. Pure filth.
Yeah, it's kind of funny though. Like Tollbooth was the outermost ice, and Acme would say, "Oh, that's not ideal," but these servers were huge.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, Tollbooth has really suffered over the last couple of years. It used to be the premier big ice, but when the only tool they have to deal with it is Black Orchestra, it actually feels pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, we're past the times where ice is easily invalidated. Sure, you have Simo Chip Tranquilizer, and you know you can pull off those tricks a limited amount of times. But if it sticks, plus for example against criminals as well, even if they boomerang it, that's 5 credits with the boomerang. So that's not nothing.
Yeah, but getting that Salem's to trash that last copy of Labor Rights was so very huge.
But also just the threat of Salem's making, you know, Lost Geek use Labor Rights to not very ideal results. I think there's also a big plus. It's not a card for this matchup, I would imagine, but it had very strong effects here as well.
Well, it's if Max is having a bad game, then that'll finish the job and end all the Max things.
Hey, I'm gonna cut in here because the second game is still going on. So if you don't mind jumping into the big unit / TF34 table, we can still have a bit of an action packed thing there. There is an attack on a server there right now with 4 points on the corp side, and there's an Anoetic Void protecting it. So I'm just gonna leave you to it. But yeah, this game was rough for the runner. Tough, but there's gonna be a rematch, of course. I think there's gonna be a break after this round, so we will see the rematch after the break. Yeah. So over to you for this game. This is looking interesting.
Yeah, this is interesting because like, the corp has more points. The runner is broke, but the runner has 4 rig, and most of the ice have 0 strength.
Yeah, doesn't cost a lot to get in. You know, having the pop that
this might have been the last turn as well. To be honest, that's a food. Yeah, that's a food.
There's the food.
Oh,
so we had just enough time to see TF34 feed all the people and send the big unit home.
Yeah.
Oof.
That was corp wins.
Yeah, corps win left and right here, which is terrible. I mean, it was a 4-1-9, so not gonna complain. No, I'm kidding, of course. That probably means that this was the other game of the round, and we'll be able soon to take a look at the refreshed and updated bracket.
Yeah, so we've got Django and TF34. Winner of that will play Lost Geek, and then winner of that has to beat Sokka 3 times in a row to be champion.
Easy, right? Let's just take a look at the situation here. We have Sokka on all the lives, and we only have Django and TF34 and Lost Geek on 2 lives, and that means I think we might be going for a break. I'm just going to take a quick look and confirm.
I believe Lost Geek lost a second life there.
Yeah. It just got updated. You're absolutely correct. And I was just reading the old school version of the sheet. Now there's a refreshed and absolutely modern version, up to date with only 1 heart. I don't know
Yes.
if the hearts are a good symbol for this. It's kind of romantic. I mean, it's all beautiful and everything. Could we have something more cyberpunky next time? I'm kidding, of course. I don't know, like robot heads or. Sorry,
I
that's
mean,
Yeah, it's hard.
pixelated
Yeah,
hearts are very.
yeah. The hearts are very
very
Legend of Zelda.
yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
maybe it works. I don't know. What would be a different agenda symbols? I don't know.
That could be or brain damage.
Oh,
But then-
I like that.
Oh, so you'd be gaining brain damage, like, and 3 brain damage knocks you out, I guess, right? That would be the other way around. Because if you're losing brain damage, then it's better for you.
Yeah,
brains?
instead of lives, it would be losses.
Oh, okay.
But this is on you. Like you're complaining about the hearts. We're just trying to give you alternatives.
I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to elaborate on the theme and so on. Like brains would be quite cool. Like I think we had it for next time, brains. And then people were like,
Yeah.
"Oh, is this a game about zombies?" Yes, you lose brains.
You could also have clicks, to be honest, and then when you run out of
Hmm.
clicks.
Sure, that's
Yeah.
also an option. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, so
Yeah, I
knowing
don't
that,
know how much work it is to import that glyph.
yeah, me neither. I'm not good with what is the name again? Java and other things. But hopefully somebody can figure it out. Seeing Sokka not losing a single. What is this? Like, can somebody beat Sokka just once? I'm not saying. I mean, just do it. Like maybe. We still have 3 other players in the running here who are in the bracket, and like you were mentioning earlier on, things are dropping. Now it's going to be Django versus TF34, the winner of that playing against Lost Geek, and the winner of that playing against Sokka, hopefully 3 times, possibly 1 time, who knows.
Yeah, our grand finals can be extremely short, or that could be, an hour and a half. We genuinely have no idea how long those grand finals are going to go for.
Indeed, they're going to be also not limited in time. Oh, sorry, go on.
And the Acme deck doesn't play fast games, so
Nope. This is kind of risky, right? You're playing a deck in 40-minute kind of single-sided rounds. That's a bit risky, but apparently it paid off because then you have half the day free, just waiting for your opponents to duke it out, and then you're just waiting there with all your lives.
I
And-
mean, at a certain point, if you're playing against Sokka, you're just hoping that the time between matches, he's just forgotten how to play the game.
yeah. Although
Oh, did we just lose Peter? Gomez, I think we lost you.
Tragic.
No, I mean, this is what's going on here. Well, whatever's gonna happen here.
Live.
Yeah, whatever's gonna happen here. First of all, there's gonna be a bit of a break. So the break, I'm going to check the official timer right now. Let me just use the bot thing. We have around 25 minutes of a break still. So we're going to be taking a short break just to rest our bones, as it was said in the Discord. But I'm going to just quote what Princess Space Kitten wrote in the Discord. I'll take this time to thank everyone who made it to the super exclusive invite-only tournament of tournaments. This has been super smooth, and you all have been more than excellent to each other. Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely it. 12 players, a lot of good Netrunner, a lot of Sports Metal, and 419 as well. We will forgive you. Will the meta forgive you? Will history forgive you, people? I don't know. But
Well, we're
Yep.
down to only 1 sports medal here.
yeah, but that's, have you seen how long it took to get to that stage? Actually, this is a very good point to take a look, and maybe wait a second. Remaining live standings. Yeah, so there's a separate tab. I totally didn't see it, but we have the standings. We can be updating this here as well. Thank you to whoever put this together in the meantime. It wasn't there when I checked earlier this morning, so thank you. So look at all this. Yeah, oh, she's the best. So look at all the sports metals getting metaled out. There's still 1 sports metal in the field, but that's it. HB just having a field day, but getting just... Well, I mean, let's be honest. It's also the runners losing their games against the corpse and then taking the corpse with them. Reality Plus out, unfortunately. The one Hoshiko There is as well, just unfortunately out. All the Shapers are out, and all the Wayland is out, of course. Jinteki is out as well. They're below 12th spot.
How many Jintekis did we have over all 3 Continentals? I swear it was less than 10 total.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jinteki not very popular right now. There's no, like, all the good cards are in purple, to be honest, and then you play yellow because you have big eyes and annoy people with tags. I think that's basically the meta.
So I think,
but also,
yeah, go on.
The reason I think, you see sports medals falling, because sports medal is the deck, and like it's probably the best corp in the field, but it's also a very well-known quantity. So everyone who came here was probably prepared to beat sports medal. Like, they had to have a plan. You couldn't come in and say, well, I'm just going to lose to sports medal. And that could also be why you see that the sports medals are dropping by the large numbers.
Yeah.
So I was taking a look at just the decks of the 4 players that remain, and we have 4 completely different corporations, which is a nice little bit of diversity. And then the 2 maxes that remain are 1 APOC and 1 Hive Mind. And the differences between these 2 419s that remain are very, very subtle.
Yeah. If anybody wants to pull up the deck list on their screen, you can observe it. I'm not going to be playing at pulling the deck list up because they're public and everybody can access them. But we do indeed have a 419 on a bunch of kind of traditional cards that you would expect to be ready for any type of meta in a way. And the other one is basically the same, but with 3 diesels. And what else is lost there?
So so instead of a pair of deuces, you've got the 3rd diesel and a 2nd inside job.
Yeah.
And you also have the 3rd boomerang in Django's list, but TF34 with the sneak door. And the big difference is that there's Citadel Sanctuary in Django's. But, that makes sense given that he's also the one packing boom.
Yeah, that's very funny, because that Citadel Sanctuary would come in handy against his own CTM, but not any of the other lists.
Yeah.
So that's quite amusing.
Yeah. But that Citadel Sanctuary, if Django can get to grand finals, would help against Sokka's incidental tags if he can somehow build a credit lead.
You can just not pay the 3 credits for the data words and then maybe remove it in the other turn. Yeah, that is something it can just help with.
Yeah, but Django has to get past these purple decks before Citadel Sanctuary is a live card again.
Yep. Okay, so let's just take a quick break then. We're going to reconvene in around 15 minutes, if you don't mind. And I'm just going to put the timer on, put the kettle on, put some music on, and we can rest our voices for a while.
That sounds great.
Will I see you in 15 minutes, both of you?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. Thank you so much. And yeah, off we go for a little break, because let's be honest, this has been a full day of net running, so why wouldn't we take a break? We are totally going to take a break here. And I'm just going to roll some sweet beats. Here come the beats. Enjoy the beats, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Well, hello there. If you're just joining us, we're in the last 4 players left from the 12 players that started around 6 hours ago. Of course, there were breaks, there were some time extensions and so on, but it's been a long day of quality Netrunner in the current 2021 meta, and this is the final top 4 of the Intercontinental Championships for 2021 in the Nisei standard format. This is gonna be Runner versus Evil Corp. As people say in the chat. Hello chat, how are you doing? I hope you still have energy. Before I get back to my absolutely awesome co-hosts who are going to be commentating, so Swan and Percomus, I decided to make an experiment myself because I'm a bit of a scientist myself. So while there's recruiting going on in the chat, and welcome to the game if you just joined the stream by chance, thank you so much for joining. We're eager to tell you, all of the people in there, what's played, why it's played, and so on. But before we go into the really fun territory of people fighting for the chance to maybe beat Sokka234, the current well-positioned person to probably win this whole thing, I'm going to do science. Look at this, we're back to random.org, back where it all started earlier today, and I took the liberty of putting the 12 player names that took part today, of course, in the tournament, and I'm just going to press the randomize button to see the order in which the machine, which uses the randomness generated by atmospheric noise, it's a card, which for many purposes is better than the pseudo-random number algorithms typically used in computer programs. What? Mind blown. Basically, I'm going to press the randomize button and we'll see what the machine thinks, okay? You may remember there used to be this octopus that was guessing like soccer or football team scores, or not scores, but like who's gonna come out on top, right? And apparently that octopus was quite good. I don't believe in octopi, they're cool and intelligent and so on. But code is where it's at. So let's press the randomize button. Let's see what's gonna happen here now. Are you ready? Well, okay. So the machine actually has a bit different idea to what is happening right now. Please do note that the machine has no idea of the Netrunner meta and of what each player has been using today. So that's what the machine says. Well, okay. We will forgive the algorithm. It doesn't have to be infallible. I'm gonna be jumping back into my commentating booth together with Swan and Percomus joining me today from San Francisco and Barcelona. This is cool as heck, I can only say. Welcome back. I hope you're both back there. If you're not there, oh, I have to check my comms.
Well, I am in fact here.
Okay, you're here. Yeah, the thing is...
Hello.
Yeah, you're here. Okay, did the streamer start? Yes, it did restart. The timer's up. Everything is up. Are we missing something? Are there already games on? Am I missing something? No.
No, the only thing we're missing is that game going up.
Yeah, well said. Agreed.
Yeah, so I was taking another look at the lists while we're out. Something that I really enjoy about the metagame diversity here is that between the 2 yellow decks, the only agenda that is shared is that 3 copies of Bologna, and between the 2 purple decks, it's just that 1 copy of Luminal Transubstantiation that is similarity in those 2 builds.
That's a great analysis. Thank you for taking the time. And this means that we're gonna see a varied game on the Corpse side. On the Runner side, we have 2 Maxes and 2 419s. So not much of diversity there. Yeah, go on.
The 2 Maxes are different.
That is true. We have a Hive Mind Max and we have an Apoc Max, right? Yeah, that was...
Yes.
Yeah, so we have 7 different builds in our top 8 decks. You love to see that type of diversity. And there are just subtle differences between the 419s that give them better odds against one set of thing or the other. I really do think that it's actually Django's 419 that maybe has the best shot against Sokka. I was just thinking about that 1 copy of Citadel Sanctuary and how if you can get that out early, you can save so many clicks on dropping tags. But it does depend on you being able to have a credit lead to safely let Citadel get rid of those tags.
Yep. Indeed. Can we just jump into the table because they're setting up? I think they're not starting just yet, but just to be there, just to make sure we're there. Oh yeah, no, the table is starting up. So okay, I'm gonna go quiet. So it's over to Swan and Percomis for the analysis and live commentary of this game. Here we go.
Alrighty then. So we have Precision Design up against the 419 that Django has. There's, we're not going to see that Citadel Sanctuary do any good in this matchup.
Yeah, but this is one of the matchups you play 419-4. Although purging Kurtz and Mokua with Cyberdex, I'm not sure if TF34 has macrophages at all. But usually, because they try to jam things into a remote, and you're very good at doofing and getting access to servers, I think it would be ideal for 419. But let's see how they start.
Yeah, there's only one copy of Macrophage in this deck, but there are 3 copies of Sandbox, so that Macrophage can be a problem if it gets out there.
Yeah, although 419, I think here's like the purge can be problematic because it counterweights the econ denier they're trying to do as 419. Yeah. Both players mulliganed, and then we see the classic install 2 cards, no Ice Ace Q against Criminal is not always the most ideal start. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the doof comes out.
What could the servers be? So this is not like sports models, so you won't see in Hyperloops and Megapres in the servers. Might be Rashidas or Spin Doctors trying to get something going.
Yeah, could be an advanced assembly line and a Spin Doctor. I think that would be a really nice combo to have. I think that you might have just a CVS thrown out there just to eat one of those clicks. And I think Tranquility Home Grid is not unlikely.
Yeah, you're right. Could be just 2 Tranquility Home Grids to see which one sticks, and then just using that one next turn. One of them was a Rishida, which definitely signals a rough start. Let's see what server 2 is. Would have been ideal to have a Mistbones, because that would just be so crushing to get a Mistbones and then get both of them.
We would have seen that drop down click 1 if it was in hand
though. Oh, that's
double Rashida and the doof. This is definitely not a fun position to be in.
Yeah, we see advanced assembly lines being revealed and used, and I hope for not used, just okay.
Merely rezzed.
So that means, you would definitely install Piece of Ice Weight on your turn, right? To get around the 419 ability. So I assume that means there's 0 ice in HQ. So if I'm in Django's spot, I would just hammer HQ in this. Yes.
Absolutely. There's one of the GFIs.
There's a hedge fund, which is a bit far off still.
And let's not give TF34 any free clicks.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely true. Draw card is probably still not a Piece of Ice. Tranquility Home Grid in the remote. You see what the follow up is. And TF44 found a Piece of Ice finally. That was down deep.
Yeah, taking a look at the ice, there's not a lot you could actually afford with 3 credits out of this deck.
Yeah, Drafter and Gatekeeper and Magnet all resable. Magnet is the least scary. Drafter res could be troublesome getting back that advanced sublines or Rashida, or if you have it doesn't run vanilla.
Oh, but there's the boomerang.
Yeah.
This is a pretty rough go here, and it was in fact the Drafter. So we're gonna get it once here, and then HQ will be safe for a time.
Yeah, I think that's the the res going down to 0. That's what it indicates that TF34 doesn't want more HQ runs this turn, and he recognizes that you will have to rest that. Like, even though he has a hedge fund in the hand and there's a Tranquility in the remote, you don't want multiple accesses. HQ might have been worth it, to be honest, to just be able to get on credits this turn and play the hedge and maybe res it after.
It really depends on how many agendas are sitting in HQ because
Yeah.
there could easily be another one right now, and that would be the reason why you would snap res. Whereas if that off-world office was the only one, then maybe you let it slide.
Oh, and there's the Miss Bones. I was wondering if, the Penny Shaver use means that we're going after the Tranquility Home Grid to not even get that minimal econ advantage to TF34, and then there's the Miss Bones. Spin Doctor reveals. So yeah, although Django stole 4 points, has Penny Shaver and Miss Bones going, not much else on the board. So once TF34 somehow finds back the econ and starts icing, then maybe something will happen. See an upgrade on HQ, most probably a Crisium, I would imagine. Doesn't do much now, but of course, if you just need to get cards out of your hand, then it's
you'd rather have that on the table. You'd rather be able to stuff a doof, or at least make them go deal first.
Yeah, definitely. We see Almaco hit the board. Almaco is very useful in these situations where the corp is poor, cannot res much ice. Those are usually lower strength, aside Gatekeeper, for example. So we're just going to see runs. With Penny Shaver, just running for Almaco counters actually gives you money. So, it's that almost good old Desperado feeling. So, yeah. And then goes after the Spin Doctor. Probably will be used. I mean, there's no reason not to use it in this situation.
I mean, you definitely also just want to thin out R&D in order to, not get ripped upon. But
yeah,
I'm actually surprised running Spin Doctor was click 4 because Django had run R&D earlier in the turn, and you could have gone back for the fresh access.
Yeah, you could have done that, but I'm not sure what else the sequencing in the turn was, but I still think it's worth running it last click because if the F34 still has agenda, the HQ wants to get rid of them. If the Spin Doctor is on the board, they can just draw up, ditch cards, and then get rid of the agendas, right? So I think that's still worth running after the Spin Doctor, especially because you have Miss Bones, so it's not really any real credits that you will spend on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we see TF34 building a bit back up. So there's server, there's 4 credits. Not sure what you can do on 4 credits. You could actually red level for 2 credits and a click and then play a hedge. There's no red level, sorry, that's the other. That's the sports metal deck. I'm getting confused by this point.
Yeah, let's taking a peek. Yeah, the only operations are hedge and seamless
Launch
here, so not as many funky tricks.
Okay, so something is in the remote. The question is, it's not exposed. The question is what it could be. Could be Rashida. Could be an agenda trying to get out to seamless launch. Could be also Tranquility Home Grid. Question is if Django can run in. Like you mentioned, 3 credits is not a lot. So if he runs R&D twice, gets up to 3 counters, can safely probably run remote. And the worst case, it's a Gatekeeper.
Yeah, Gatekeeper would give TF34 a chance to get back in this game, but down 4 agenda points before being able to stabilize, it's looking a little grim.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot because we know TF34 has a hedge fund in hand, right? So he definitely wants to just go credit hedge next turn. We might see deuces. Yeah, it's a magnet, so you can just run R&D if you want to, and then you can actually run the magnet remote.
Yeah, you're gonna get to see that. It's pretty.
Not the one off phage.
Yeah.
Although I guess the purge and the trash hurts from the macrophage. Like, ooh, that's unfortunate. So the magnet remote is safe. Yeah, it's a one-off cyber decks in the deck, so kind of unfortunate, but it's nothing backbreaking, right? It's you get rid of it now, you put it in archives. That will kind of turn off archives from Dirty Laundry runs and similar, but this way that there's not going to be any surprise Hagen cyber decks reses later on, unless TF34 uses the PD ability to get it back. And then money up, and I think you can safely just run R&D again, right? You can maybe get a counter because This board looks very much like you want turtle counters to be able to contest.
And there could always be another agenda on the top of there. I think it's an easy, you go and poke that again. You've
Yeah,
got
absolutely.
really good odds.
Oh, bravado. We know it's a magnet, so it's a safe poke. It's very clever because TF34 is, if it's anything of value, TF44 has the res, but then goes down to 0 credits again. So unless that's a Rashida, that hedge fund gets again a turn farther away, which makes scoring harder.
Yeah, Django's just really doing well at this credit denial game.
Yes.
Just not letting PD get off to the races.
Yes, definitely has this, kind of, I'm going to say old school criminal, but this is what criminal always did, right? Like, keep the corp low on econ, get your accesses, and win. Try to win early. And there was a tranquility home grid, but of course Miss Bones helps to take care of that.
Yeah,
So-
really the least, the least bad thing it could have been, but still not very fun for TF34.
Yeah, and I think how many? There's been one shuffle back, I think, but there's other tranquility grids being crashed before, I think. But yeah, he can go now credit hedge fund if he wants to get something going.
You
Yes,
you
okay.
have to. You absolutely have to in this spot, especially since the threat of getting doofed right here is probably the lowest it's gonna be for a while.
Yeah, mostly because of the Crisium as well. So I mean, we assume it's a Crisium, could be a Void, could be a Skunkworks, I guess. We saw the Cyberdex, so it can be a Cyberdex, but I think it's most likely a Crisium. Yeah, we'll see. So Django collecting some credits, collecting some tokens, which is always useful. Yeah, 34 has a breathing room to maybe push something. I mean, you could just put down a skunk. Like that magnet is, I guess one more Omakua counter. So you probably need like a second piece of ice and something in your modes.
Yeah, TF34 just needs more credits and just hasn't been able to really get up and running. Like, you're looking at this board state and you think that it was turn 4.
Yeah. But I guess, if for example he has a gatekeeper and a seamless launch and like a cyberdeck sandbox in hand, then that's a turn that you could easily do. And if Django doesn't have boomerang where I can answer for the gatekeeper on the outside, that could definitely be a scoring window right now. So there's outs and options, and I think that's what TF34 is pondering, like how to best sequence this turn.
Yeah, but Django
Another
is
hedge
on
fund.
the three boomerangs. So
Yeah.
I think we're going for that gambit, and you just gotta hope that all 3 of those boomerangs are in the stack.
Yeah. And playing the second hedge also gives you a bit of a padding, so that's pretty good because this way, if you res the Crisium HQ, you're still on 8 credits, which is easy resing 2 ice, so that's quite useful.
All right, are we gonna see the exposure of the outer ice?
I think that will make sense because if it turns out that it's something you can break with the free token Amakua, the magnet that's behind it is broken, so you can just go for the server if you want with all your credits intact. So I could say Brand 1.0. Okay, so it's one of the big ones. So we
The
still
big boy
need
brand.
yes. So you still need free tokens, so I don't think that's gonna happen unless you want to click through it because you still have free clicks left, right? So you could in theory run it and click through it
Yeah,
and then
you can get in right now, but maybe a little bit more value in getting an HQ
Yeah.
poke. The other line is if you do have a boomerang in hand, you can plop that down, mark Bran, and then you click through. You only have to click through one sub.
Yeah. Or if you have a doof, for example, this smells like a doof coming up. If you're going for the Crisium.
I mean, it really just says a lot about the board state when we have 8 different ideas about what Django can do in the spot.
Yes. Playing a gamble first. Might be not the doof play then. We're just trying to figure out what else to do. Like we don't see the players. Ooh, inside job is nice.
Yeah, just
Ooh, and just get it's just yeah. I mean you have to, but still hurts.
no, that's absolute
And we know there's a seamless launch in hand, so I think that's valuable information, right? Because now Django knows that I mean, you always assume, when you're up against PD that they have seamless launch in hand because they're free of. But now you know that there's at least one seamless launch in HQ.
Yeah, but it's not safe to put any more agendas into the remote until you get another piece of ice and enough money to res all of it.
Yeah, so the problem now is that you need to ice R&D, and then you need to purge. You don't have a Cyberdex anymore. Purge doesn't give you credits because you haven't scored a sandbox, so it's not an easy road, and you still need to dodge siphons in the meantime. So advanced assembly lines, okay, that's a start. But yeah, you definitely, like, if you want to kind of get back into this game, you probably have to shore up centrals and then try to score out.
Okay, so it's an AAL. Are we gonna? Yeah, we're gonna have that popped immediately. Probably another Crisium there.
Yeah, still could be any of the other upgrades, but like for TF34, probably the best option is a Crisium grid. But still could be a Void or could be a Skunkworks. Both could be annoying on HQ. Yeah, aside Brand, Brand and Drafter are still one more token to break with Omakua, so R&D could be a threat. Luckily, Hagen is not really a threat anymore.
And
also, I guess Macrophage, yeah.
And at the very least, Archives is safe from turtle runs, but yeah, we're definitely going in there.
Yeah, so one of the good things that Omakua decks and CVS is like now you don't have to care about Archives because the best they can do is one counter. We see Crisium in the route again, where I wonder if it will get trashed. Probably Django has 8 credits on the Penny Shaver, so can easily click back up to after trashing the Crisium.
Yeah, that's definitely the math I saw.
But you can't. The problem is that you can't doof now in the same turn, which is kind of unfortunate. But good if you want to drive the access to the max, you could click for credit on HQ again, and then pop Penny Shaver next turn.
Yeah, you could also just go back into you go back into HQ.
Yeah, one card, the Seamless Launch. Maybe there's 2 of them because you keep seeing Seamless Launch in HQ.
Yeah, but anyone that's played a good chunk of games knows that you could have 4 agendas in hand and they could just keep seeing your same operation over and over and over.
Yeah. Also, but let's not forget that Django had many X's or single X's though. But I think he has a lot of information on what TF44 has on hand. So Django X for Hagen strength. So Hagen has variable strength. Right now Hagen is strength 5 because of Amakua. So yes, this is like a safe on our. Well, not safe. Gatekeeper and Bran still
yeah you I don't feel like you can just run R&D because Gatekeeper would potentially give TF34 enough gas to get back into it.
Yeah, and we see what we talked about. So one reason to run R&D is that if it turns out to be a Gatekeeper, then you set it to 0, which opens up a Senator server you can farm Omakua tokens on. But yeah, this is what I've said before. That TF34 shores up centrals, CVS protects archives, and now you're on 0 tokens. And now as for now, you need to get breakers. But Django is on 6 points. TF34 has 0 points. So Django has a time
for one token and the mutual.
So good.
This is gonna be backbreaking. If TF34 can come back from this position, I would be thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, the main problem is that, as Django, you just need one agenda, and there's no Vacheron, so whatever agenda he accesses, So that means you cannot make the classical risky moves of, I've put an agenda in the remote because, I'll put like a Skunkworks on it or a Void and make them spend money, and if they steal it, at least they're broke enough to give me a scoring window, because any agenda just wins the game, and then you have to be concerned with like the number of agendas left in the deck if you have anything on HQ, because just one access on an agenda in a random central wins the game. It's not even close. Like Django can easily ignore the remotes if he wants to, because your worst case Cyberdeck sandbox gets scored. Although that's kind of awkward because then the archive runs make money for TF34.
Yeah, but now that Begalter's on the board, you don't ever need to run archives ever again because it only
is true.
costs you 2 net credits to get past drafter.
That is absolutely true.
All right, so we are on the board. We do have the Cyberdeck sandbox. We do get that complete rebate. These neutral agendas and just how tempo positive they are, or at least tempo neutral, is really changed a lot of some of the dynamics around scoring.
Yeah, definitely. And also, like, one thing we always talk about is that how strong the neutral agenda suit is, like food and the tempo positive agendas that you mentioned, they're all neutral. Like if you look at the precision design deck, usually the only HB agenda it runs is luminal transubstantiation. So I think it says a lot about these agendas that are better than anything you have in your faction.
Absolutely. Well, when's the last time you saw HB play an in-faction 4-2? Not since CNC rotated.
No, I mean FCON was definitely a one in the past. We saw Sports Hopper, Advanced Sports Hopper, what I think it was called, the one that gives your character a card.
Oh yeah, on the run. But that
We-
that really felt like a filler agenda.
Yeah, but also successful field test was very big in the Moons era. So
Yes, but none of those are a factor in this current metagame.
no, and they had very specific purposes. Like they were scored because because they complemented your plan very, very well. So yeah, we see something going to the remote. TF34 is on 6 credits. We know the remote is a brand and a magnet.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing right now that can break both. But I guess I'm not sure how many inside jobs Django has.
Oh, that was the only inside job.
That's only one.
Yeah, because Django has the 2 deuces and only 2 diesels. And so we've already seen both deuces get played.
Yeah, because I was thinking like inside job would be perfect on that remote, but that's not possible.
Yeah, so we're past that early stage of the game, which did drag on a bit longer than it normally does, and now Django doesn't need much, but TF34 found the breathing room and does have a path to victory. It's not a very well lit path, but it does exist.
Yeah, I was just thinking one interesting thing. Yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking. The jungle can boomerang the magnet, which means that, and we're doing bravado, and he still has 2 clicks left in case that the skunk works. So this puts TF34 in an interesting position because if he reses the brand, that he can't res the magnet, right? And then Django can click through the brand and doesn't have to care about the install because TF34 wins 0 credits.
Mm-hmm.
But now he can break the magnet. A skunk works. Oh, it's a void. Okay.
Okay.
He cannot use. Did he already use the void? He probably already used the void. Just think about the credits. Oh, sorry, the cards that he's discarding because he's on 1 credit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a nice move. But the thing now is, so this was not a successful run. Boomerang got lost, so you can't use mutual favor again to find yourself a breaker. If Django has Unity, doesn't. Okay, but now R&D is wide open. And yeah, so we're not just back to like farming tokens, turning the tokens. And as I mentioned before, any access on a single agenda can just win the game on spot.
Yeah, TF34 really has to walk along the knife's edge. This is what I like to call as I said in the previous game, a sub 5% game here.
Yeah, there's 50 minutes on the clock. I'm not sure if the game will be dragged out that long. Also, server 6 is not a Rashida. Do you think it's an agenda?
I think it's likely enough to be an agenda. However, it's the question is, what is that outer ice on HQ? Oh no, not an agenda.
It's the track with Okay, so that's interesting. So that means TF34 value the Tranquility Grid and the Void itself, of course, enough to use the Void and go down to 1 credit.
I mean,
Uh,
yeah, you have to protect the void in that spot. If you just let 419 clear out your remote, I don't know what you're going to be able to do in that spot.
Yeah.
Ideally for TF34, that is the Skunk Works as that new card.
Yeah. So now the interesting thing is that, we know the Outer Ice is a brand on Super Stick, so that cannot be rezzed. So again, Boomerang can come into play, or Unity can come into play and just get around on that remote. And although TF34 can keep Jungle out for a while, it won't last long.
Yeah, and I'm
I
actually
thought-
really impressed by the usage of Unity. That card maybe didn't excite everyone when it came out, but
Yeah, it's one of those cards that doesn't look like that much exciting because it's a decoder. But once you have it in play with multiple breakers, you realize how strong it is. Ooh, Hagen Res. Do we have Paperclip in the heap? There's no Paperclip in the heap, so that means Omokura is probably gone.
But is it better to kill the Amakua in the spot, or is it better to kill the Rozeki in the spot?
Apparently, TF34 thinks the Rozeki is better. I don't know. It's because you have hard end runs on all servers. I guess this makes HQ a bit vulnerable, but you can still get Omoku tokens. But yeah, maybe maybe if you're saying this game will go longer, maybe the Rozeki has more value.
Yeah, well, especially since you have cyber decks on the board and you have big enough ice on the centrals and the CBS in the bin. Yeah, the turtle is not a huge problem right now.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because again, we know the remote is a brand. So if the turtle gets some free counters, it can attack the remote, and then it's again on TF34 to keep the runner out of there. The advanced assembly lines can give you some interesting lines, but yeah, we just see a purge for 4 credits. That's like the real strength of Cyberdeck Sandbox. I think that you can just purge and still advance your game plan.
Yeah, Cyberdeck Sandbox is just such a good way to keep the turtle from making you sad.
Yeah, it's one of the best agendas I think recently released, to be honest.
Oh,
yeah.
It's an insane card.
So Jungle plays Gamble. So yeah, so like you mentioned, these are these like classical parts of the game that early on, runner has a lot of accesses and actually found 6 points. And that, as you mentioned, that are dragged on because the runner kept putting the core back onto low credits. And now we're in this middle part where there's res dice. The runner can't break all of them, so now they need to find their breakers, and that gives the corp some scoring windows before the actual rig is assembled, and then probably the servers will be attacked
and there's
again.
the mutual favor. So we're getting together right now.
Yeah, and he's getting Unity, so I wonder. And Unity's not coming down this ground. And paper. Oh yeah, so we have the whole rig assembled. There's 5 credits on the Penny Shaver. So
yeah, it's really just a matter of money now.
Yeah.
And Penny Shaver is going to do so much to keep the sustained attack coming from 419.
Yeah, but TF44 is still not out of this, right? So there's Void on the remote. Void is a very, very strong upgrade. There's assembly lines that can put down a Skunkworks to get you 2 credits with Tranquility Kit if you want to. You can still put a agenda in there and like another piece of ice, or if you have enough credits to rest the brand. Brand is a big ice. So breaking brand with paperclip costs you 10 credits and then 9 credits and then 5 after. So that's actual cost of running that remote.
Yeah, no, it's not trivial, but I'm thinking we're gonna see a lot of it come down to, if can one more agenda be found in centrals before probably 3 scores. I don't know if we're gonna see TF34 try to go for that that second copy of food that's in the deck. Obviously, that's what TF34 would want, but
Okay, so we see another purge and money up, and yeah, you're exactly right. So we see that the usual problem Glacier decks have is that you're building this very strong remote, right, with a bunch of upgrades and big ice, but R&D is just the Hagen, which costs 3 credits for Paperclip to break. And there's turning wheel tokens. So if at any point Jungle feels that it's getting too close for him to lose, and do a probably big access on R&D. He could even just do like a pseudo makers right now if he wants to, and then just access a couple of cards.
Well, as soon as Paperclip hits the board, it's only going to be 2 credits for
That's true.
to walk through. So it's and you're incidentally going to be breaking that first sub. But I think in this board state, you don't care if Amakua gets trashed. If you install that Unity, you might only pay the 1 credit and let them kill Amakua.
Okay, so we're accessing 2 cards. None of them were agendas. I think that's one of the other things that you can do is just keep R&D in check, because the agendas will have to flow through there, right? So unless the necessary points are already in HQ, eventually we'll see some of them R&D. And you're right, and I think that's the same math Jungle did according to the log, that just 2 credits are enough to break the Hagen, which makes the Dirty Laundry exactly enough.
Yeah, it's if Django can maintain this R&D lock, I don't know what TF34 can do in this board state. It's again, there's the tiniest crack of light, and Django's coming up with the cock gun to shut out all the daylight.
Yeah, and again, I think it boils down to like how many points are in HQ. Is the line here is to jam agendas in the remote, have Skunkworks, have Void, keep the runner out, have enough money to sustain, and like you mentioned, the agendas are tempo positive. So if you can score on the cyber decks, sandbox, or an off-world, you're in better position than you were before the score. And then you just need a food. And then if the meantime the runner doesn't find the win on R&D, that can be a line to do. So we see advanced assembly lines installing something. Could be a spin doctor, could be a upgrade. Probably figure out soon enough.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the burning question on my mind here is, what is the outer ice on HQ? And the exact identity of that one piece of ice is really where all the questions still are as to whether or not TF34 is going to be able to deal, because that Unity is in hand and is going to come down any moment, and then we're just going to rip HQ open and see what juicy bits are left inside.
Exactly, and there's still one more diversion of funds in play as well. So yeah, if that Unity comes down, if there's enough credits to get a doof in, that will also give a big credit swing that will also again slow down TF44's plan, giving Jungle a window to find the last points that he needs. But also there's a Docklands Pass in Jungle's deck, so that could also help with the HQ access.
It's beginning to look kind of grim here, and I know I've said that before, but it keeps getting more and more true.
Okay, there's 6 minutes on the clock. That's also be something that 34 has to think about, because he is down on points. There's a doof.
All right, time to find out what this outer ice is. It is the Ansel. So
I think that means Jungle does not have enough credits to break both, does he?
Well, he gets the 2 credit rebate off the first one, so it's a net. Oh yeah, you're 1 credit short, but the question is, which Ansel sub is fine to let fire?
Well, the question is, if you don't get the resub on Ansel, and you probably can't even start to break Drafter, right? So it costs, I guess, 3 to pump
and 3 to break. And then you get 2 back. Yeah, so you're not going to be able to walk through all of this. Literally, so I think a single credit.
Yeah, so I think the best line here is probably let the Drafter 1 fire that gives them back a card, and then steal 4 credits.
Oh wait, you can click one of the subs.
But then you don't get the credits.
Oh well, it's the first time that you break all subroutines Oh, using only
Yeah.
this program, only this program. Yeah.
So this is a very tricky situation how to manage, because also you could just say, hey, I won't get this to through, right? You could say that, cut the losses.
You could also decide that, hey, it's go ahead and grab a card back.
Yeah, I
Because
think that's the
honestly,
most
what's the worst thing that can be pulled back? Granted, there are a couple of face downs, but
Yeah, not sure. Maybe seamless launch, maybe AAL hedge fund. Like there's a lot of options, but yeah, it's probably the least worst of the options.
I think you just let him take a card back. Yep, and that is the choice that Django made. So
I mean, that's an unfortunate, right? I says this is like the one weakness of Bogater is that when you stack centuries, it can become quite expensive.
yeah, one is a small number.
Yes.
That's actually gonna be something to keep in mind whenever you play Netrunner at any level. Is one is a small number.
TF for asking if you can change back the card taken back. Yeah, players here are very polite, and of course they can change the trigger. Yeah, so this sets back TF for again a little bit.
Yeah,
Not sure what they can do.
Yeah, the landed doof definitely worth letting him have a card back.
Yeah, and the thing is that again, time is starting to be a factor. So as we're moving forward, Django is on 6 credits. Sorry, 6 points, and TF34 is on 2. So he needs to be able to move the game forward and score. Skunkwork is being grassed. Okay, that's a good thing because
help
Django.
Yeah, help duck some of those credits.
Now we can guess that the remote itself might be an agenda then. There is something in that remote.
Very, very possibly. But yeah, we're gonna get past Hagen for just those 2 bucks.
And then we're gonna see 2 cards on our Indy. Which is not the game. Okay. And yeah, purging for
keep
4
the lock
credits.
going.
Yeah,
and
purging for 4 credits is always a good thing to do. Problem is Django is also getting credits. So you're trading 4 credits to 5, which of course is temporary. Question is, would you go for the remote actually? Because I think you can kind of deduce that the win is in the remote. It's not an easy server to penetrate because there's Void and Skunk spam.
I don't know if it's. Oh yeah, I guess since they don't have enough money to res brand, that this is a reasonable spot.
Yeah, and I think Jungle might not expect to get in, but it's 2 credits to try the magnet, right? And then you can pay 2 clicks for the Skunkworks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they weren't didn't stack the triggers correctly.
Yeah, probably. Which is unfortunate.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but I think it makes me feel like maybe TF34 isn't expecting this to work out.
Yeah, but again, could be just an honest mistake. I mean,
yeah, but yeah, and TF34, like taking a look at the bracket, has played many games today.
Yeah. So
hasn't gotten any breaks at all during the tournament, and this is what, round 9. So
yeah, we're deep into the game, and not sure. Do you know where TF34 is from?
I believe TF34 is North America.
Because that means that they started at 4 a.m. today. So
yeah,
it's probably not a long day.
I genuinely only remember I wasn't able to follow all the Continentals, so I genuinely only remember that that TF34 got CTM into top 4 at Worlds.
Yeah, and this is a clever play by Django because he can spend 2 clicks and 2 credits on that run. And then TF44 is forced to use his cards. And now R&D has 2 credits to access if he wants to. He can also just check archives, but I would imagine there was no agenda discarded. Or maybe if there were, because, at this point, you have to do what you have to do.
It's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I mean, there's a chance that, Jungle won't check archives, but if the run is successful, then whatever it's then their will get stolen.
Yeah, but the only thing that can be scored out of that you don't run it because you don't want them to be able to score a luminal if that's what's sitting in there.
Okay, so this is a very interesting scenario though. Time is called, so I think Jungle wins no matter what.
Yeah, you just click for 4 credits and you're done.
Yeah. We could also just probably get into remote, right? Because Brand can be res, but can be clicked through, and then he can pay for Magnet and Skunk Works and doesn't have to worry about the Void anyhow.
Yeah. But it's completely reasonable for TF34 to concede.
Yeah, I think that. Again, you can get into the server. If you want to finish this game as Lucas intended back in the day, you can just run in the server.
Well, again, because of the structured Netrunner, that's it was a rough spot to be in.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think this was a very good example of how Crims, like you mentioned, keep the early game going as long as possible, get the core back to a low credit total continuously, and then just get those early accesses that you can, and then just have to steal one agenda. Because afterwards, once Jungle was on those 6 points early on, not a lot of agendas were found, right? And the remotes kept being bigger, and then there were multiple turns where you tried to get into the remote but couldn't, right? So it was close.
Yeah, and even if you do score the off-world office, you still have to be able to get another agenda and try to score that. Yes. It would have been so hard to turn that around. And when you're playing at this high of a level, it's really hard to see those reversals.
Okay, that was a rough game on the Corp side, but guess what? That means that we are 1 PD out of the game more, or actually the only PD in the game out, and we have 3 players left. And the 3 players we're talking about are on the screen right now, of course. So we still have Sokka undefeated, Django and Lost Geek, and Django and Lost Geek are going to be the next matchup. I think there might be a bit of a break. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. In which case, I'd just like to share a little bit of analysis of the bracket before having to take my leave. Do we know which sides are the next match is gonna be?
Not yet. So before that happens, because we're just gonna very quickly figure out who plays what in a second. But I'm just going to very quickly advertise that we have a raffle going on for Alexis Spicer's 2 game nets. So there's basically 2 copies being raffled away right now in the chat. You can enter the raffle, and these are the beautiful game nets lasered by hand, I hear, using traditional lasering techniques from the 13th century. And that's it when it comes to me advertising stuff. And now, Swan, over to you. And I think we see that this is going to be round 10. Yeah.
We know the sides. So Django is going to be running, and Lost Geek is going to be on Corp.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
So that's going to be a really interesting match. But I want to think about who here is going to have a better chance against Sokka, because we saw Hive Mind Max get picked apart by the Acme, and I just really want to know, I could find out in just one moment, if, let's see, so if Sokka in match 20, in that round 4, was on runner, so we haven't seen Django try to beat, go against the Acme yet, and I think if you have to beat Sokka 3 times, you're gonna need to win a runner game, and I just think that if you can get that early Citadel Sanctuary, that's gonna have a better chances than than a game out of this this Hive Mind Max here. So
I think it's one of those classic situations where, if both players have an average draw, then the Acme probably pulls ahead because you have daily quests going, you have money. But Criminal has sometimes those very, very strong draws where they just run away with the early game, steal a couple of big points, and then just need to find something as well. But the same thing can be said for Max. I mean, we saw Lost Geek beat Bridgman back at the Euro African tournament on Acme. So, it's also possible. Needs tight play. I'm not sure. I know what you said, like with the Citadel, and Boomerang can also probably help in a lot of situations. And Criminal has a bigger econ pressure, and I think if you're up against big ice, keeping down the econ can be a very key tool for that matchup. I don't know if the Criminal is favored though compared to the Max.
Yeah, it's more so like there are some chances that the Hive Mind Max isn't going to have, but it's gonna be a really difficult road. I currently heavily would bet heavily on Sokka at this point in the tournament. Especially in triple elimination, because you have to reset twice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But in an actual plot twist here, I think Sokka just dropped. No, I'm kidding. This is me joking. Excuse me. But there are some scoops dropping indeed, and people in the chat are already scooping. This is totally out of the left field. If you go to nisei.net, there's some new news. Quite exciting new news for some people. I think the number thrown around is 65 cards. There is a word in there that says new.
Oh, we have the real name of Bashes. It is Borealis.
Indeed, it's going to be very boring. It's going to bore everybody, especially Alice. So if your name is Alice and you're playing Netrunner, you're going to be really bored by this set of cards. Oh, Sokka in the chat just going, did I drop? No, you didn't drop. Everybody go to nisei.net while the other people are getting ready to duke it out.
Sokka didn't drop scoops.
No.
And then Parhelion is going to be the second half of Bashes.
Yep.
And we knew this, but we do have confirmation that Order and Chaos and Mumbad will be leaving us as soon as Borealis drops.
Yeah, that's gonna be quite something. Shaking the meta up, and who knows what else is gonna happen before Worlds? I mean, who knows? If people are
because Worlds is only about 2 months away.
Correct.
So I would be because I don't see any sort of timeline announced in the article.
Yeah.
So we might have one last hurrah for these for what's probably the most controversial cycle in the history of the game before it leaves us completely.
Probably, but also, Order and Chaos had Hive Mind, Max, so Progenitor.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're starting the game. Woohoo! Okay, I heard this, I've seen this. It's time to go to the table. Let's jump into the table. We have Django on the 419 versus the one and only Lost Geek on the Sports Metal. So this is it. This is the hope for Sports Metal to go big and not go home.
It's also the hope for non-NBN.
Exactly. Over to you, my two lovely co-commentators. Take it away, and good luck.
Good luck to both players. So we'll see how the game plays out.
Both of them proving that they understand this game at an extremely high level and can keep that decision-making sharp enough even through, 10 rounds of this game. I mean, granted, these are single-sided rounds, but, given the level of competition, these people are burning a lot of brain power to get all these wins.
And Netrunner is not an easy game, so even if it's single-sided, they've been doing it for the past, 7 hours or so. So that's a lot of thinking to be had. So we see Geek not install ice on HQ.
Well, with
Never
only
have
11
seen.
pieces of ice, I bet he was really hoping to see one off the sprint. They did both take a mulligan.
Like, yeah. I always assume when, the runners keep, like when a 419 keeps their hand, I assume they have doof.
Mm-hmm.
Mulligan, you never know, but apparently Jungle did have doof.
He probably drew it off of the deuces.
Most likely. But 8 credits is plenty. It's good enough for a biotic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we see the middle.
There we go.
If you want to score something on on a biotic without ice anywhere, it's probably Luminol because you can follow up with so many good things. We take the draw from the sports trigger. We see if Lost Geek has ice for HQ.
Yeah, it would be. I think the spiciest play is if an Audacity came off the back of this and just being up four credits with nothing left, but not the spicy path taken.
Well, also you can Audacity. Or you're saying not to use the biotic, but just like score Luminol.
Yeah, I was saying that. Oh, right. I'm. Reading the card explains the card.
Yeah, if Luminol allowed you to score again afterwards, it would be crazy.
Yeah, I was definitely in my every time I play sports, I'm playing ridiculous Dragon Lady combos.
That's how it's meant to be. Not sure if you took part or watched Eternal. None of the sports decks that we tried out actually made it, but combo sports is a thing in Eternal if you want to try it out.
Oh, I will be trying that out and off the grid. I just need to do some research this week to crib some notes.
So we see Lost Geek on 3 credits, put something in the remote. Django has money, has Turning Wheel, has a Penny Shaver, no Breakers or Amokui out yet though, so the ice can be keeping on. And not unlike we saw in the Precision Design deck, there's Vanillas here and small ice as well.
Yeah. Three copies of Boomerang, but only 1 inside job, so there's only 4 cards that do the job.
Yeah, and we see a Vitruvius being stolen. That shows like the power of sports metal, that even if you lose points, you get value off of it. And Lost Geek is really just looking for agendas and methods to score them. See, okay, Tranquility Home Grid, and Tranquility Home Grid gives so much value in this deck.
Oh, it absolutely. It gives you a lot of really nice lines. And yeah, so the question is, what might that be? If I were Lost Geek, I wouldn't mind it being a mega pre.
So he actually revealed that it's a Hyperloop extension.
Oh, okay. It's not Hyperloop. Yeah, and
which is fair. Like it's one of those things that you will have to score 1 point eventually, right? So if they take it, you're happy because you get draw, you get money, however you wish to sequence it. If you can score it, it still nets you 2 credits, and or like draws you cards and is tempo neutral. But now we see the Doof and the Boomerang combination,
and looks like he wants to keep those credits.
Yeah, Lost Geek just says, come on through, steal my 5 credits. He's probably more worried about accesses, although that Turning Wheel is getting counters, and that big digs against Sports Metal is always interesting because the Sports Metal trigger doing the accesses and make things a bit interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But we can get that fake makers.
Yeah. I do wonder what Jungle would do with the last click. Like, do you think that you try to steal? I mean, you can't really. Depends on what dice is I guess.
I think it's a risk I would make at the GNK. It's not the risk I'm gonna take at the Intercontinental.
That is true. And of course, instead you can just steal 2 points of R&D.
Yeah.
So that's
a better way of doing this.
Yeah, like running remote on last click is probably a very bad idea because even if it's a drafter, then Lasky can just install something from HQ or get back our sheet and then have a huge tempo. So yeah, R&D being not kind to Lasky in that sense, that's giving 2 pointers to jungle. There's a lot of 1 pointers in the deck, there's backgrounds in the deck, which all don't do much. And they are stolen, to be honest.
But yeah, you're really hoping to find some more ice as Lasky, because this is not a fun spot right here.
Yeah, I think that what he might be pondering is if he just wants to score the Hyperloop, or what kind of ice to put on R&D. Because I assume you would, like, the thing with single ice and stealing points in R&D is, right, at one point it would just stop, right? So that they can't always just steal your 2 pointers. So maybe you don't need to worry about R&D. It's something you'll have to figure out.
I mean, with that fat turning wheel play pattern, I could think that Django could do is, run HQ since you got the boomerang, maybe see the top card of R&D. It could be a trashable. And if not, you could see 4 cards off the top of R&D.
We see Hyperloop being trashed in remote by a Rishida.
Ooh, that's a line.
That's super interesting line. So that's Lasky saying that Hyperloop doesn't give you much value. This also gets rid of 1 turtle token if for some reason Jungle installs Omoku and runs archives. Saying the Hyperloop won't give.
Oh yeah, that is protection against that. And there is
minimal.
only 1 2-pointer left in the deck. It's just that last copy of Vitruvius.
That is true. So if Lasky can score Vitruvius, then it's Mega Prees and Macarons left and the Hyperloops. Although what I've had a couple of times happen to me is, I discard Hyperloop, and then you're either in a position where you just need 1 point and you wish you have still had the Hyperloop to fast the events out, or if they steal a Macaron early on, then even 1 point in the Arcas can be a liability. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah.
So there's a biotic in HQ, so if there's anything to score, I would imagine that can be scored right now. There's no Amoku tokens to be worried about. It's just go ham.
You got it at a certain point, and it's really nice having that tranquility to.
Yeah. And there's the Vitruvius, and
okay.
I mean, and if Geek haven't scored anything this round, I would imagine that that's a sign that there's nothing in HQ. That to be scored, but yeah, clearly scoring Vitruvius with the biotic that Django know about. But HQ is still boomeranged, so
Django was gonna go take another peek, I think. So, and you can't just have that Vitruvius sitting there because it would be easy game.
Yeah, definitely. You see Bravado on HQ, very good line because HQ is basically free. Ooh, Rakaron stolen.
And now we've got a clock on Lost Geek.
Definitely. So looking at Django's deck list, he doesn't have the black file, which some of the UK runners have omitted to put into 419, which is a very nice deck with Rakaron. He does not have it, so the game. So Geek has 4 turns to win the game, which is not realistic. Like he has 4 points, just needs to score 2 more agendas.
Yeah.
No other has been used yet.
No, we're not. This isn't the last 2 games where we were looking at like 5% for the player behind. I'd say this is about a 70-30. Maybe I'm wrong. It could even be 65-35 right now in terms of outcomes.
I think this is still everyone's game. Depends on the ice, depends on the breakers, depends on a lot of the accesses. We don't know what's in Lost Geek hand. If he has all the fast advanced tools, I could ever imagine. Just drawing agendas can win him the game. Django also can at any time can probably access all of HQ if he just so wishes. So there's a lot of lines, and I think it kind of depends on what ice is there, what breakers are available, and then what the players wish to do with those.
Yeah, but if I had to choose a chair to sit down in right now, it would definitely be Django's spot, 100%.
Interesting. Yeah, again, I think it's anyone's. I mean, it kind of looks more favorable for Django, especially with the turning wheel and Penny Shaver and 4 points. Again, okay, so we're going for not the whole hand? Well, yeah, as much as he can access from the hand. Audacity is in HQ, Sprint is also in there's 1 unknown card left in HQ though, sadly. maybe he could have just gone for a single peak now and then check all of it afterwards, or
Mm-hmm.
or something else. Not sure. I'm also pondering if there was a reason to check like R&D, for example, for a peak, because Gatekeeper is kind of scary, but nothing else really. So
Yeah.
that
Well,
might have been worth.
yeah, Gatekeeper would let him bring back that
Yeah.
the Hyperloop that's in the bin.
Oh yeah,
But
Hyperloop.
yeah, we're just gonna draw up, see if we could find the paperclip and put that in the bin for later, because Lost Geek isn't running Arc Lockdown.
Definitely, yeah.
No hazard to that particular line.
No,
I'm sorry, there is one.
Yeah, there's one on
Arc
lockdown.
There's one Arc
Yeah.
Lockdown, so that line would be risky.
Yeah, that's something to always keep in mind. And the deck lists are open, so they are very, very good players, so they know that the Arc Lockdown is a play. So definitely not discarding Arc Lockdown, I would imagine. Discarding Gamble is saying I have all the money I need for this game.
Absolutely. Well, Penny Shaver, up to 10 now. And yeah, you have to go for the sprint. You have to find the cards that are going to win you this game, because you only have 10 more clicks.
So with drawing a card, are we paying for it expose, I wonder? Yes, okay. Depending on what the ISO on server 2 is, whatever is in that remote might be safe. I imagine... I'm not sure if you would keep that. Would you keep the agenda in HQ? Like, let's say you drew an agenda with sprint. Would you put it in the server or keep it in HQ?
I think it's reasonable to put it in the server, just because Django doesn't have all the agenda, or doesn't have the full breaker suite yet. So that little nugget of information, what is that face down vanilla? If there's no turtle and there's no Clippy, does the job perfectly fine.
That is definitely true.
Yeah, but there's a lot of information that Lost Geek has to make these choices that we're completely in the dark about.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Jungle just needs to wait 3 more turns, and then he just wins. So, it's one of those interesting spots where your plan is not necessarily to win, just not lose for a couple of turns, right? And it kind of skews your perspective, which makes more focused on like closing down the scoring options, maybe.
There's the Gatekeeper.
A Gatekeeper is kind of rough in that situation. Definitely will end the run now. We'll probably shuffle back, as you mentioned, Hyperloop. I would imagine.
Yeah. Oh, didn't shuffle back the Hyperloop.
No, he did shuffle back. It's in the log. Let's get used.
There it is. There it is. Okay.
Even though Vacheron is still on 3 counters, Django does have 4 points. So 1 point can matter, and I don't think there's a reason not to shuffle it back.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the reason you might want to not shuffle it back is because you need to draw. You're probably looking to draw another Mega Pre, and if you can get that, and so you have 2 turns to get a Mega Pre. And we know you've got the Audacity already. So if you can just draw that Mega Pre, you're home free.
Yeah. But yeah, it's it's an interesting question if you shuffle back or not, right? Because Django knows about it, so it's on their side to manage when they will steal it and not, and they can steal it in an unfortunate moment, and they probably won't steal it when you actually want it. But if you shuffle back to R&D, like maybe a random access on R&D gives you the cards and the credits. But you're right. This is definitely Oski trying to find a Mega Pre, and I think that's why we saw him draw a substantial amount of cards last time. He went up to 10 cards after the score.
Yeah,
there's a lot of face downs.
Because that's the out. The out is Audacity out that Mega Pre.
Definitely. So yeah, he needs 2 cards, and he needs those cards not to be any of those to be stolen. Good thing is that there's still 2 Mega Pre's left in the deck. One can be stolen. Just needs 1 more. You see Turning will use both 2 Audacitys in HQ. That Jungle has any way to trash him. There's no embezzle or imp in this
No
list.
embezzle, no cheeky wonton, which is going to be the card I'm gonna miss most from Order and Chaos.
So yeah, so now it's on Jungle to find those Mega Pre's. Because if I'm not wrong, if he just steals those Mega Pre's, then I mean, Lost Geek to Audacity out 2 hype loops is a very stretch, like strong ask, especially. Ooh, there's one of the Mega Pre's.
That was clutch.
That's a very clutch top. I mean, that would be a top deck.
Yeah, that
Oop, red level.
Trying to draw for that final Mega Pre.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, one credit is not for Audacity, and we know there's 2 Audacity, so we're basically just looking for that
Yeah,
can't gain 2 credits install.
Okay. Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor's good. You can shuffle back. So I guess it depends on. I would imagine server free is it'd be a Hyperloop. I mean, Hyperloop is excellent.
It could also. Or wait, no. I think Lost Geek only has one. No. Okay, Lost Geek does have 3 Spin Doctors. It could be another Spin Doctor to just draw more.
Mm-hmm. And whatever happens, like Geek has one more turn because that background is getting close to its end.
Yeah.
So Jungle just needs to not lose next turn. Where would you prioritize accesses?
So I wouldn't even shuffle things back in just because I need to draw that Mega Pre.
Yeah.
So I think you poke HQ. There's a chance that the last Mega Pre's in hand, but I think you want to. Yeah, it's the game is. Where's Mega Pre?
Yes.
Where is Mega Pre?
And I think it's it still can be anyone's game, right? Because if both servers are Spin Doctors, that's a lot of draw.
Absolutely.
If Geek wants to, he can shuffle after Jungle had accesses. So I think that's what Jungle is going for. He's running R&D. Ice, not sure what it is. On 5 credits, you can probably raise anything you want in the deck and still have money enough to score Mega Pre. Ooh, it's not a Gatekeeper. That's very rough. That's
some draw. That is serious draw. I think I'm Lost Geek is finding the path.
Yeah, and it's interesting because he draws 3 cards, but HQ is way easier accessible. But you definitely draw the cards because you're looking for the Mega Pre. But if he actually drew the Mega Pre now, it kind of opens up a very slim window for Jungle to steal it from HQ. And Jungle, if he wants, he can get one more counter somewhere, probably on HQ, and then go back and steal off cards. I do wonder, do you think server free is a very cheeky agenda? Probably not.
I mean that would be too spicy.
Veccheron? Okay, Veccheron probably draws cards because what else would you
do? Yeah, you just draw. And if you don't draw, well, you have to draw if you do have the Mega Pre to
Okay. So Lost Geek doesn't draw. So I think that means that the Mega Pre is still in the deck.
Huh.
And was that the last access card though?
No, well there's still one more click left. That's
interesting.
That's interesting. I feel like in either case I would rather draw. I guess
I know one reason maybe is because there's no reason not to draw because having more credits allows you to do something with Biotic, but then that would probably just allow you a redraw, which is basically the same as drawing 2 more cards.
You have the Audacity though, and you do have Tranquility Home Grid. Like you can go down to no dollars.
Yeah. So maybe the credit means that I don't know what the credit means.
There we go. We got it.
And there it is. Yeah.
That was a thoroughly impressive comeback from Lost Geek. Absolutely fantastic play there.
And that was as close as it gets, I think. Yes.
That was the last click. the Vatron gave exactly the number of clicks that Lost Geek needed to close out that game. Absolutely thrilling stuff. And now Lost Geek gets another crack at Sokka. Maybe try get a chance to show me up and make me look like a fool for what I was saying about that sad game that that Hive Mind Max had against Acme.
Yeah, but this game was, I think, very well played. Both players did what they had to. They took correct lines, and it was down to the knife's edge.
Yeah, the only thing that would have like really helped Django is either getting the unity or getting the mutual favor to get unity. That would have been the tool to really help.
Yeah, but that's one thing Sportsmail does, right? As much as it did with Titan and what's it with Fast, right? It puts such pressure on you that, if you take time to set up, it just flies away with the game, scores as they want to, they finds the tools it wants to. So it puts an immense pressure on 419. And to be honest, the reason they're importing Diesel into 419 DAX is they have to click for draw otherwise, which is very, very slow against a fast deck like Sportsmetal.
I mean, that's the traditional weakness of Krim is just the draw engine requires that you do some importing. Yeah, you had 2 Deuces, 2 Diesels, and 1 Earthrise to try to help, and you weren't able to find the unity, weren't able to find either the 2 mutual favors, and those gatekeeper reses, were able to save Lost Geek.
Yeah, definitely. A gatekeeper is so strong when it gets res. It gets substantially weaker afterwards, but like on the res, it's 6 strength for 3 cutouts.
Yeah, it really, and so on the res, you don't really mind Turtle as much, and it really has to be unity there to do the job, and subtypes are serious business.
Indeed, they indeed are. Okay, so grand finals, right?
Yep, I'm here to announce the finals indeed. I mean, after a while of going back and forth between a lot of people, let's just jump for the last time, probably for the last time, into the spreadsheet to rule all spreadsheets, just refreshing things. And here is the situation before the last game. This is going to be a climactic showdown. These players have played before, I believe, right?
Yes, we saw Hive Mind Max lose to this filthy Acme. So Lost Geek is going to have to win at least 1 game against that Acme, in addition to 2 other games, if he wants to try to steal this title away from Sokka.
Indeed.
However, that is all the time that I have.
Oh, you're going to be leaving us.
Yeah, unfortunately, I need to go to the local game store and tell people how to spend their spare time and spare money.
That's a beautiful calling. Thank you so much, Isaac, for staying with us. I wish you a great Sunday then. And I really do appreciate your time and energy and your analysis and your lovely commentary. I do hope we're going to meet again soon on the streams, and who knows, maybe in the flesh at some point. Looking forward to, I don't know, Worlds, who knows. But thank you so much, and have a good one. Thank you so much.
All right, and stay safe and run the nets.
Cheers. Okay, so we're gonna be staying with Peter here. That means there's gonna be Mura and Peter, and we're gonna be going into the finals soon. Are you ready for this? Are you?
Are you ready to rumble?
Are you ready to rumble? They're setting the table up, I hear. And I was going to do some cool things with the Borealis logo, but no, that's gonna wait. You can just read the article and whatnot. So no visualization of this. Before the last game kicks off, do we want to do anything whatsoever regarding this tournament, Peter? Do you want to have like some hot takes? Cool statements. Are we betting on Lost Geek? We should, right? I mean, like, be cool to have the underdog.
Lost Geek is definitely one person I'm rooting for. He's a friend. He's a teammate, and I would love to see him take this down, but I want to say the odds are stacked against. Sokka is on 3 lives, so Lost Geek would need to win 3 games. Acme deck is a very hard not to crack, and it's I think a very good meta choice. From what we see in previous Continentals as well, right? Like the Acme deck is very well in European African Continentals as well. So it's probably a very good meta choice.
Yep. Jump into the table if you can. I think they're ready to go. We're shouting for judges and whatnot. Wait a second. There's judges and... Ooh, a 3-4-1. I think this is... That's a good call. I mean, it's the final, right?
Leave it to NWE to,
to
bring tryharding to the next level.
This is the first 3-4-1 in the history of Netrunner competitive. The 3-4-1. Do I get to be Intercontinental champ for the next 3 years? If I honestly, fair thing, fair thing to ask. It's
a
like
fair question.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, everyone ready?
So which matchup are we starting with? Do you know, Vesper?
I have no idea because I'm underinformed and I'm always under the impression, but I never am in the know, so to speak.
I think, from the comments, I think Lost Geek might be getting a bit tired.
Oh, I think he's had a heck of a, I don't know, last month, I would say, or at least the weekend is kind of full for him of Netrunner.
Just weekend, like he turned a tournament yesterday, organized, grand.
Yeah.
He made the bracket for this wonderful tournament.
Yeah.
He was, and as engineers do, he was working on the bracket. Well, he was also working on the bracket when it was breaking during the tournament. So. Okay, so we see Sports against Max, and I think Sokka is on APOC Max. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, we can totally look at the decks right now and be super smart about it, even though we should have learned those decks by heart by now.
Yeah, so it's APOC Max, kind of standard, has Out of the Ashes and DJ Fenris to be out of standard stuff. Also has 1 Fermenter, and opted not to go above 45 cards, which many people do with Max.
Indeed. One final funny thing I wanted to say, even though Sokka might be declining the 3-4-1, he has a 2-3-4 in his username, so what kind of a game is that? You play 2-3-4... Oh, well, anyway, never. But puns aside, here they go. Lost Geek on the Sports Metal that just beat... that just knocked out, excuse me, the one and only Django 84, and here we are with a Stargate. It's gonna be fast. This looks fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Hyperloop there, but you probably trashed the red level. Trash the Hyperloop. Okay, that's... Oh, well, yeah, this is APOC, so you might get points at one point. I don't know. Maybe Sokka's plan is just get as many points into the bin as possible, as fast as possible, and then can get done with it. Yeah. Also, I got totally confused for a couple of seconds there by your numbers, Magic Vesper, with the 3-4-1s and the 2-4-3s, 2-3-4s.
Just in case anybody...
Yeah, we see...
Oh yeah, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, in case anybody's wondering what was the funny thing about the 3-4-1, in competitive Netrunner there is a concept of 2-4-1, which means you can offer your opponent, if they agree and there's a judge present and so on and so forth, to play only 1 game. And that would be the double, because usually you play 2 games against the player, 2 different sides alternating. But if they go for the 2-4-1, then you just play 1 game to save the time and energy, and you win both if you only win. A 3-4-1 would be basically, yeah, I win 1 game and I win all 3, which means the 3 lives that Sokka has would be gone in an instant. But that's not happening, of course, because that would be a bit... Okay, back to the...
Yeah, but players I think are more likely taking this for fun as well. Like it's been a long game, and they did very well on various continental events as well. So I could have definitely seen Sokka take up on that just to make the final more exciting. You see Lost Geek building a double ice server and then going a bit horizontal. Both I think Sports Mode not usually does, but I can imagine that those are, for example, spin doctors or agendas. I imagine once we see an APOC happening, that out of ashes will be used. So Sokka is probably just trying to figure out what the ice on R&D is right now to know, if APOC is viable or not. Because this board is something that you can definitely APOC.
Yeah. This
See
board
hedge
is
fund
going
back.
horizontal, indeed. There's a hedge fund that's probably gonna go. No, what would you? The biotic labor, right?
Well, you could. So if you're gonna APOC, you couldn't take the Hagen, and that makes it harder to rebuild. But the biotic is a very juicy target because Lost Geek has a lot of credits right now,
Yep.
and he's probably just looking for tools to fast advance. And usually, how these plays game out is that if the sports medal deck can get a couple of points before APOC happens, they can just fast advance the rest very easily afterwards when the runner is trying to build back up. So I think take away the fast advance tools is good. Oh, the Luminol got scored. Most important agenda in the deck.
Yep, that is very important. The 2 points in, the extra clicks in as well. And this is going to help Lost Geek gain some tempo against the impending apocalypse because it is happening there. It's basically Ragnarok. It's not even apocalypse. And we have 2 out of the 3 breakers in the bin. So Sokka almost ready to pull it off whatever is protecting R&D, even though we didn't see Lost Geek defending against the Stargate runs. Probably doesn't really make sense right now. And Lost Geek just using as much as possible of the speed gained through the Transluminal to defend things. Oh, here we have an archive. Okay, this is a bit more defensive.
Yeah, I was about to say it. He's probably using that level to get ice on the centrals because yes, this is like an impending APOC waiting to happen. If there was only 1 ice left on the central, as Sokka has both Paperclip and Black Orchestra, there was nothing really stopping him because Drafter gets back your card and installs something, but that's gonna be blown up anyhow. So he could have just left the R&D run for the last. But now this makes it way more difficult. And Lost Geek is smart about recognizing that icing archives takes higher priority than HQ because rebirthing into Omar is a play that APOC runners tend to do. The Out of Ashes on HQ, so this might mean that we're still trying to go for the APOC. There's an arc lockdown.
There are 3 paper clips in the bin.
Yes, definitely. So the fun thing about Arc Lockdown is that it's actually in the deck for Cloth, but in these matchups, it can slow down the APOC runner. And like you said, there's 3 paperclips in the bin. So question is, will Geek res any barriers right now because that gets out one of the paperclips and then maybe APOC won't happen.
Yeah.
Also, we should not forget that there's only 11 pieces of ice in Lost Geek's deck, and there's 5 of them out. So if this APOC happens, then there's only 6 ice left in the deck, which is not many. But yeah, definitely like ice are in the arc lockdown the paper clips, and then just score out behind the single vanilla you have.
Yeah.
Something that you can definitely do.
The Hagen as well. I mean, there is a Hagen in this.
This triple Hagen,
yeah.
and if it turns out that if you can. Like if this board flips, and there's a Hagen archives, actually broken, and that's a dirty laundry run. So I think we're gonna see the APOC this turn because getting rid of that Hagen is a good deal. Well, that's a good question because if you APOC, you lose your paperclip, and then
you cannot really unflip it in this deck. Indeed, it's going to be unflippable. There are no ASOPs to sell it to the bin, so that's gonna be it basically.
Yes. We'll see what the other ice is, and I do wonder what ice Lost Geek installed because maybe he didn't prepare for all the paper clips to be trashed, right? Maybe he's not. He installed a lot of his barriers. He has 4 barriers in total, so it's not a lot to work with. There's a drafter that's definitely going to fire. If I remember correctly, there's no MK Ultra in that heap. So we're getting back to Biotic, and we're installing Rashida in the server. Although that's
controversial, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's most likely going to happen. Also, he trashed something from that server, so it might have been a hyperloop, I guess, saying that it's gonna see what happens.
Action, okay.
Yeah. Oh, what could actually? Oh, Spin Doctor. Just using the Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought Advanced Assembly Lines, but of course the deck doesn't run Advanced Assembly Lines.
Here comes the APOC, cards in the bin. Sokka ending the turn with 11 credits and cards flipped. And now, if you were to play the Arc Lockdown on those paper clips in the bin, that would be quite spicy.
I mean, definitely, like Arc Lockdown, ISR in the ICHQ, definitely a play that Lost Geek can do, but he just opts to score, which is fair enough. He's he's now on 4 points. Just
Yep.
needs to score 2 more agendas. There's no Stargate out. Sokka runs, of course, 3 pieces of Stargate. So if he has more in hand, it can definitely come out. We'll see how this plays out. I mean,
Yep.
the second Stargate.
Mega Pre?
Probably going to go for the Mega Pre, I would imagine, because red level is kind of nice to get out of a lock. But otherwise, you just kind of want the points, because the real big thing for you here is if you find the Vacheron and get a lot of points. And the incidental points you get up to that point can just win you the game on spot. So yeah, we do see him go for the Mega Pre.
And that's the question. Archives are a bit, well, it's basically 50% unknown cards, more or less. We do know that some of this is nice, obviously, but there's a bunch of other cards that could be anything. Let's see if Sokka goes there right now, or just going to try and hunt down. Okay, yeah, going for the money.
I think money up is respectable because Last Geek might ISR in the end. That's your way of winning. We do know that there was a Rashida reinstalled to the board, so one of the face down cards is a Rashida. We know that Rashida trashed something in that remote, which could have been probably an agenda. And there was also, I think, something outside the remote. Not sure if that was the Spin Doctor. It was probably the Spin Doctor. Last Geek sprinting, probably looking for ice, to be quite honest. Making money and then we're icing R&D. If that's a hog, oh no, that's a hog, and we probably won't res because
yeah, this is what Sokka is trying to see. Now this is a drafter, fair enough. We do have an MK Ultra jumping in, so no problem getting in. Oh, it's a bit. Ooh, this is problematic.
It's rough,
but it's
so there's a couple of things you can do, because the Spin Doctor can smudge trouble because it kind of negates the Vacheron steals. You can charge the Spin Doctor if you go back for the Hyperloop. Players having good humor, but yeah, if you trash the Hyperloop, you can go back still at the Vitruvius, and then they will probably draw the Spin Doctor. So most likely just for the Vitruvius and maybe go for the Archives this turn, because there's a Spin Doctor coming on 2 cards. So I don't think it's unlikely for Last Geek. Yeah, you're going for the agendas.
Yep.
We'll see what the face down card was. So there's 3 points in Archives at least.
Yep, that's 4 points. 4 actual points. Oh, sorry, 5. This is right.
Yeah, so Last Geek is on. Sokka is on 6 points right now.
Yeah. If I ran R&D, I would win. Kicking myself, yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. The card sequencing could have been just run R&D first, because of course Last Geek can draw a top card. Yeah, it's still a rough spot because Last Geek loses one of the Vitruviuses, loses 2 of the Mega Pre's, so there's one more Vitruvius, one more Mega Pre left that he can score. But he can score both if he needs to and wants to. But sadly, R&D is bleeding hard with that Stargate MK Ultra combo.
Yeah, we're also seeing that there's only the 1 Hagen in the bin, which means that the 3 other barriers with this potential arc lockdown, I'm still holding my fingers crossed for the arc lockdown. Maybe that's going to be the saving grace here against that Stargate and anything else. I mean, that would be awesome. Do it for the stream.
Yeah, so I think for the stream, because we know there's 1 point in HQ, most definitely. So Sokka can go try to get it.
Here we go. Uh-oh. Oof.
Oh, Vanilla.
Yeah,
so we know of the arc lockdown.
Yeah.
We know of Vanilla. So if there's any more barrier, Gish can just install barrier archives, in HQ and R&D, and then pay arc lockdown, and that would shore the centrals.
That's the game.
If you don't have any other barriers, though, it's a very interesting question where you put the Vanilla.
No, I think there was
probably.
I hope there's a Hagen.
I would love to see a Hagen
in
the arc lockdown. I think that would be the great play. And I think Last Geek would make that play quite fast.
No, the question is, of course, wait, this is a rebirth max, right? Does it have a rebirth in there?
Yes, you could rebirth into quad, so that's definitely a thing you could do. And I think for that consideration, figuring out where to put which barrier, if you have the barriers, of course. And I think the pondering makes me kind of feel that he might not have it, or maybe he's a lot of card agendas in queue, and then things might just gonna go for a biotic score and then score next turn because he just needs 2 scores as well.
Oh yeah, the chat absolutely right. 2 Biotics Audacity, that's a Vacheron from hand. And
That is
what's in the
absolutely
bin?
true.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bin.
There's 1 biotic in the bin,
Ah.
so that's definitely an option that could happen.
Is deck running 3 Biotics again?
Of course it is.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a slower kind of sports metal. No, it actually has 7 Biotics. Sorry, no, 3 of course.
Yes, we're going for the paperclip play.
The paperclip play. We are seeing this. This is amazing.
This is great.
This is awesome.
But now, of course, as you mentioned, it's a Rebirth deck, so if Rebirth is anywhere around,
Yeah.
this is one of the rare scenarios where Rebirth into Quetzal could pay off. Of course, Rebirth into Omar, Archives is wide open. You could have your single access.
Yep.
But the tricky thing is, if you Rebirth into Quetzal and the R in the ice is Hagen, then you're losing your Stargate. But you still get that single Stargate access, right? So it's... The previous game was also very on the knife's edge, and this could be also possibly depending on what is on both players' hands. Yeah, this is as exciting as it gets, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is brilliant.
We see a Deuces Wild being milled, and this game is indeed wild. Just wanted to make that pun. So there's 1 APOC left in the deck, and I'm not sure if you Omar, you can break barriers, so you cannot pull off an APOC with Omar or Quetzal. So APOC is definitely off the game. Now the deck also has DJ Fenris. Is there obscure cards better than I do Vesper? Is there anything you can DJ Fenris into that helps in this scenario?
For Max, DJ Fenris, odds, I don't know. Well, no, I have no idea.
So
Chat, help us out, chat.
Chat, tell us, is there anything you can DJ Fenris into that will save the day? But also, yeah, Soka saying, hey, I don't think you have 2 barriers. I think you're bluffing.
Lost Geek has left the game. No! What happened?
Happened?
Oh, no. Yeah, indeed. I think we have some server trouble. Lost Geek, rejoin the game.
And maybe sometimes technical difficulties you can solve by this.
No, I think this was basically the server saying everything fine. Okay, we're pretty sure that. Yeah, go on.
There's a person who knows how to fix JNet. It's Lost Geek, because aside all the things we already mentioned he's doing, he's also developing. One of the developers working on JNet. Oh snap! It's not a barrier.
Whoops! Is this a barrier? Whoops! Excellent. Whoops! Please don't be an agenda. No!
Oh, the snipe! So I hope someone makes it's a barrier meme out of the butterfly meme. That would be glorious.
I'm kind of what would I say? I'm kind of devastated. But this was a great game. I mean, so cool.
Yeah, this is a very cool game to go out on, and I think this was the pondering that Lost Geek was pondering about, is that he only had 1 barrier. He needed to bluff 2 of the barriers, and where do you put the bluff? And I'm not sure what the rest of the HQ was. Maybe there was less than, maybe there were more agendas. I don't know.
Yeah, hard to say, but. Whew.
But very well played. Like Sokka just calling the bluff, saying, "I don't believe you," and it off.
Yeah, absolutely. This was absolutely brilliant. Oof, what a game! Chat, what do you think about this? I mean, my favorite moment of the game was, of course, Arc Lockdown, 2 paperclips, and then just going, yeah, I have ice to protect after the APOC, I don't care. It's such a shame that the RNG didn't help here, and we just didn't have actually 2 barriers. That would be so cool.
Yeah, that would have made it more interesting. More interesting, but that would make very, very good position for Lost Geek as well, because you have the Quetzal lines, but then this was great. This was amazing play, and then Sokka lost no lives, right, during the whole
Intercontinental. Yeah, we just had people in the chat pointing out that Sokka lost 1 game in all of Continental and Intercontinental run through, so to speak. So that's actually a very good record, like kind of Angel Arena worth like record, like a ton of games and just lose 1. How does he do it?
I love how you say very good record. It's an amazing record.
It's just mind blowing. I'm just gonna leave this game behind. We're gonna flip to flip the switch for the screen with the screen that has things on it. Chat, you can totally unload now your emotions and everything else. We're gonna be, I don't know if we're gonna try and get the winners. Oh yeah, so Saka is gonna be screaming. They're gonna join us. Okay, they're on their way. But I think we have an announcement as well to make, and I think for this special announcement we have PSK in the house, and she's gonna say things, and I think this is gonna be it's gonna be semi-scoops because everybody knows what's going to be happening, but this is gonna be like extra information for everybody to know a bit more.
Finally.
Huh?
Hello, hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Wait a second. Hello. I'm gonna make you a bit louder. Okay.
Thank you.
So what's?
Okay, first of all, congratulations, Sokka, on winning Intercontinentals with astonishing record of 3 lives, none lost.
Yeah. That's just skills, I guess. Well done. Well, congrats to you for running a very tight ship over the last month with the Continentals happening without any glitches and whatnot, or without any major glitches. And here we are.
I've had tons of help of amazing people that have volunteered their time, and also you, Mike, and all the commentators have. It's been amazing. It's been a great month, but I'm also very happy to be taking a break, and that's actually related to the scoops I'm here to give. I just wanted to keep my promise. I said I would spoil the world's dates during Intercontinentals, and since we still have a couple of things to die, I can only say that it's going to be happening during the weekend of the 20th of November. And we'll be giving you more details during the week, as prizes and all the structure and everything.
Ooh,
that was all.
that is a big scoop indeed, and thank you so much for this. So yeah, spoiler alert, everybody. We have the Worlds coming on the 20th of November, thereabouts. You're gonna read more about it on the site and whatnot, and in different places. Phew. Okay, but no, that means this is good, because that means that you have like 2 months and a bit of a break from organizing anything, which is good. You have to rest, relax, and whatnot, and let other people organize.
Okay, and now I'm gonna let you with Soccer and Lost Geek that did an amazing tournament all day.
Oh,
Congratulations, you both, and thank you everyone again, and good night. Or
Thank
good
you
morning.
so much. Good night, good morning. Take it easy. Rest assured, we're gonna be definitely interviewing. And thank you so much for organizing. This was amazing.
Thank you.
Cheers. Cheers. You deserve a big cold beverage of your choice. Bye bye.
Bye.
And now we're gonna have the people in the house who are the people in the house. So I don't have any questions. I'm just gonna say the chat can unload their questions, or well, I don't know what else you're gonna ask for. But yeah, Sokka and Lost Geek joining us right now live and direct from wherever they are. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good day.
Good evening from me.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so good evening. I'm just making people louder here, quieter here, because there's a lot of stuff that has to be juggled around for the sounds to work, but I think we're fine now. So, would you like to play a game or something?
For today, maybe not. Ask me tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow there's another tournament set up. We're gonna be playing basically 419 versus Sports Metal all day. Get ready. Okay, but anyway, I'm just very quickly saying, people on the chat, if you have questions, comments, or anything like that, this is your time. We're gonna be keeping an eye on it. We have a question for Sokka straight away. What meme will you design your card around?
Man, what meme will I design my card around? My 2 cards. I can design my meme around my 2 cards around the same meme, even. Man, I think I have no idea. I haven't thought about it at all. I have a lot of people who I think will be able to tell me what memes that I should put on my cards. So I'll let other people influence that. So it's up for debate.
Could also do like callbacks as, you know, deja vu, and I think the twins have it referencing the other card ones.
Yeah, or just make something like Exodia where you like have to assemble more cards, and when you win another tournament, you can put a third card into the combination and stuff like that.
Yeah, questions in chat, Soka, about your deck choices, and I think that's what's on everyone's mind. Like, you played the Acme deck, I think very similar to what Bridgman played in Europe Africa tournament as well.
Yeah, so yeah, shout outs to Bridgman. I worked with him in Euro Africa's leading up to that with the Acme. So I was like there with this deck from like, I don't know, like 2 months ago. And originally I was testing an Acme deck like I think a month and a half, 2 months ago even. And it was like a similar idea. I had like Seamless Launch and like Void and Hansi Review in it. And I felt that it was just, there was a lot of APOC running around. And at the time, my first version just wasn't cutting it against APOC. And then Bridgman came around, was like, hey, like, Crisium Grid's a good card. So we kind of put that in there, loved it. And then it was, we still found in our own testing, we still found that there was, if Hivemind Max, or sorry, not Hivemind Max, if APOC Max had like good play and they still, like they didn't make any mistakes in the game, then they're still kind of favored. Which is why I went to the Glacier agenda suite of only 5/3s, and I put in 3 Crisium Grids. So my game plan was to basically, against almost any deck, I guess like unless you're playing like Sunny, my game plan is to sit back on my daily quest, and the agendas will come into HQ, they'll get spin doctored back, and I'm not going to score them until I have like fully defended all my servers, and then I'll score at the end of the game. So like that worked out really well. I saw a question in the chat about what I think about the meta, and I think this is like all related, so I'll talk about that too. I think that there are a lot of people who think that like the meta is very like there's certain decks that are like dominating the meta, and I totally agree with that train of thought. Like it's true that I just won with a non-sports metal, non-PD ID. But I think the core of the problem with what you're seeing in deck diversity is that 419 is just too good, which is why like all these other decks are coming up. Because they all, like, my Acme has to beat 419, Sports Metal has to beat 419, and PD is not even favored against 419. And I think like 419 is just like a generally too good of a deck, and it kind of like pushes down the other like not top tier decks, and it basically makes like every deck below it unviable, which is, I guess it's true for any top deck, but it's like not to the extent that 419 is. And like if you look at the deck diversity in this tournament, there was 6 Max and 5 419 and 1 Hushiko. And aside from Lost Geek, who was playing Hivemind Max, and aside from NB Kelly, who was playing Hushiko, everybody was basically on Reg 419 and APOC Max. And there's differences in between the lists, but they're all really doing the same thing. And I think that's like what's driving the problem with deck diversity, is that it goes from the runner and then into the corpse. Like I think like again, I don't think 419 beats PD most of the time, so I was like, PD's not good. Sports Metal is like the only other deck really that we've seen. So going into this, I was thinking, okay, well, we're all expecting a lot of sports. We're all expecting people to tech against sports, and everybody's going to have a game plan against sports. So it'd actually be really beneficial if I can find a different corp deck that does something completely different. And even if it's not optimal per se, it might catch some people off guard, and they don't know what to do against it. And I saw some of that in my games, is that like when you have 3 Hydras and 2 Tolbus and 3 Data Wards in your deck, and you're playing against an Anarch who's trying to use Conspiracy Breakers to APOC you, if they make the wrong decision, like maybe they're scared that you're going to find a Crisium Grid, or they're scared that you're going to find a Void, and they decide to try to APOC too early, and they make 2 runs, and then they realize they don't have enough money because their 60 credits just disappeared, then they just lose the game. So like honestly, in testing, APOC Max kind of like beat the Acme quite a bit, but my theory that it was because it was like with perfect play, with perfect deck knowledge, kind of held true here.
Yeah, and I think also your choice of agenda suite that is mostly consistent of 3-pointers or cards that you can easily score or cards that actually get randomly placed in your score area because the runner was not paying attention. Makes it that, like, in our game, I knew that even if I get a conduit dig down, and that was a big if. I don't know if that game. I think that game also was streamed. With Salem's Hospitality around, I knew that, like, even if I get one conduit dig down, I won't probably win the game with that unless I'm really lucky. So I think the deck is really good in taking away choices from the runner and taking away the opportunities. So even if an APOC deck gets down once, they're not winning the game instantly. So you do have time to build up again.
Yeah, and I'll give a shout out to TF34 there on that one, because I think TF34 was the first person that I saw that put Salem's Hospitality in an NBN deck for the purposes of hitting labor rights, and that was great. And I originally, the original versions of this Acme, and you saw Bridgman play it in Euros, was with Sandbox, and the idea was, well, you've got Anarchs, either your Hive Mind or your APOC, and like some of the APOCs have viruses in it, although mine doesn't. Like if you score a Sandbox and if you have CVS, those are all, and you like can put a Macrophage in your deck as a result. All of that's really good. And we actually, in testing Acme, Hive Mind Max was actually very favored. And I know that, like, I don't know who in the commentators, you guys were talking about how like the Acme completely destroyed the Hive Mind Max. I think that was like, I think if you played many games, it would be about 50-50. I don't think Acme rolls over it every time, because if the Hive Mind Max gets set up and they get the Hive Mind down, and then especially if they hit the daily quest, then the Tranquilizer becomes a really big problem. But I do love...
In our game, definitely the daily quest was a pivotal point because I couldn't get to it. I thought I could, and then missed it, and that was like game over because the daily quest then ticked for 3 credits every single turn. And I think that, together with the Salems, makes this, at least, I think Max might still find its way around everything, and at least if you keep it at 1 Salems, it's all fine and possible. But there's a lot of knowledge that needs to be accrued, and I have never tested against Acme before, so I think.
So that was part of it. That was part of it, right? Like I mentioned, like in my testing, knowing both lists, knowing how we play, and like testing with Hive Mind Max against Acme, Hive Mind Max was favored, but like as you just said, like you haven't played against Acme before, so like that was like a big factor in bringing like a new deck. And I will say this, like you're out there at the end. There really wasn't any, because the conduit gets blocked by the Christian Grid on R&D.
That is true, but I think I had enough economy to do like 2 runs and then trash the Christian Grid with an imp and then get 1 run in. But then I'm seeing like 5 cards, which are typically 3 points and not 7. So
yeah.
I think Go ahead.
And that game I also find interesting, like the Salem's Hospitality. There was like a pivotal point where you realize that Doka has it, and then that could ruin your labor rights. So that kind of forced you to use your labor rights preemptively, which should put you in this very awkward spot.
Yeah. And looking back, I think that the whole scramble around Salem's Hospitality was not worth it. I should have just let you do the thing and try to play to my outs, because I spent like 1.5 turns or something just juggling the labor rights that I had and some simul chips and some rebirths and hoping to hit stuff. And all of that could have just been you paying 2 credits and a click to play Salem's Hospitality, and me then still having some pieces of deck left to try to find a win there. So there's a lot to be learned there.
Yeah, totally. Like the Salem's, and like one big thing about this, although you accessed it out of HQ, so that's different. But one big thing about this format specifically is that it's an open decklist format. So my thoughts going into the games was that anybody who's playing Max with labor rights, they're just you don't even need to see that I have it. You just need to see that it's in my deck, and then you're gonna like psych yourself up playing cards to try to play around it because you're scared that I'm gonna have it at any point.
I think there's a very interesting question in chat to both of you. What happened to Shapers?
I mean, what do you mean what happened to Shapers? Haven't you seen Hive Mind Max?
Yeah. I agree. Honestly, I agree. I'm a Shaper player at heart. If there's a good Shaper deck, I would play it. And yeah, like Hive Mind Max is great. Like I have a lot of fun playing my Hive Mind Max, and it's really really fun. The reason I didn't play it at Continentals and in Intercontinentals was because I think once Fairchild 3 got banned, PD had to find different ice, and PD found Magnet. So now every PD has like 2 or 3 magnets in their deck, and they've got 3 Sandbox, and they've got CVS, and they've got Macrophage. So like PD's like really teched for the Hive Mind Max matchup, which is why I avoided playing it.
Yeah, and I do think like Hypermax still has a lot of power in it, but it lost that initial edge where even with the vital level clearance, PD was scrambling to get something going because Max could get in everywhere. And now with the magnets, the Botuluses don't do their job anymore, and it has really gotten a lot harder to get going. And I think you definitely lose a lot of games because you just didn't know what to do in certain points, and looking back, then realize, oh, I should have ran here, I should have drawn here, something like that. So I think there's still a lot to be learned from Hive Mind Max, and I think I'm also still not there yet. I really hope that people don't pick up Salem's too much, just because I think that's a big question mark that we'll need to find out and research in the next time whether and how bad Salem's is in the deck. So I think like in the case of 3 Salem's, it's definitely bad for Max, but in that case we probably also are giving up some of the other matchups. I don't know if playing around 1 Salem's is possible, or whether that actually makes Hive Mind Max not favored anymore. That is really the big question in my mind right now.
Okay, I do wonder, like about that Salem's Hospital. Is it mostly for APOC, or is it something that has a benefit in every matchup that you might face?
So actually, it's not at all for APOC. It's just for labor rights. It's just for labor rights. So it's making so that the runner against in the APOC matchup, they cannot recur their liberateds over and over again. And in the Hive Mind Max matchup, it's so that they can't recur their tranquilizer over and over again. It's not at all for APOC because with 3 Hydra, 2 Tollbooth, 3 Data Wards, and 3 Chrysium grids, you usually don't have a problem against APOC as long as they don't click 10 Liberateds over the course of the game and don't make any runs. There's I'm just gonna throw this in there. There's something interesting that I was gonna say. Oh right, okay. So there was this is just like a statement about the meta right now. And I think, as you said, I hope people don't pick up Salem's, and I like by putting it in my deck and doing well with it, I might have caused that. I'm hoping I didn't cause that to happen because, and here's why I say that. Outside of Hive Mind Max and APOC Max, so let's say everybody starts playing Salem's, it kind of kills those 2 decks. Okay. So if there's no Hive Mind Max and there's no APOC Max, then there's only 419.
Yes.
And that's it. That's it. There's no other runner. There's no other viable runner right now. In my mind, and it's not like I'm not saying the problem is you should just ban 419, because if you do that and these 3 decks are not there, then corps are just going to run away.
Yep.
So I think, yeah. Go ahead.
I do think also, like, as a member of the Standard Balance team who thinks about these things, yes, that's really true, because right now there's a rather big divide between tier 1 and tier 2 decks, and taking away some of the tier 1 decks doesn't really help the others flourish, but just like limits the number of decks that are even viable. Like right now, I think we have a somewhat diverse meta, and I think that would definitely become worse with Salem's getting or seeing much more play. But then again, adding too many Salem's to your deck makes a 4-9 matchup worse. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's a meta decision that we'll have to see.
That was yeah. No, I totally agree. And that was part of the reason why I still stuck with APOC Max, because I think like I said, this is what I said about Corp. I said that a lot of people are going to expect Sports Metal, and that you're going to have a game plan against Sports Metal. Well, I think on the flip side, everybody's going to have a game plan against Max, because that was the runner deck that was really doing well. Was either like, honestly, I think looking at the lineup of 12 players, It was you are going to play Hive Mind Max, and then everybody else that plays Max is going to play APOC Max. And that was correct. But like either way, it's still Max, and the problem with teching against Max, as you just said, was that everything you do to tech against Max, it hurts your 419 matchup.
Yeah.
So like Salem's isn't good against 419. Man, I don't know what else is there.
Yeah, the Ike composition also sometimes is really dependent, because especially in the Hive Mind max, you have Tranquilizer to worry about. In the other maxes, you have APOC to worry about. So the cost and the type of your ice probably changes with the meta also.
Yeah.
Also, maybe one question that arose during while we were looking at your lists, is the one of DJ Fenris attack against your own Salem's Hospitality, so you can use Steve to get back your labor rights?
So, no, but that's certainly something it can do. We found that DJ Fenris was just really, really good value. Because you're milling so many cards with Max that it'll be active. The thing is, you don't use it when there's ice, so it's like it's an HQ threat, and that's like what it serves, is that it's an HQ threat when it's not installed. But like at the end of the game, like after you land an APOC, after you land maybe 2 APOCs, the corp usually ices a remote, and they usually to score behind, and they usually ice R&D to protect against Stargate. And then you can like install your Fenris if you have it in your hand, and then like pick up, you can pick up overclocks, pick up gambles, pick up liberateds, because everything's just in the bin. So that was like really good in I think like specifically like the CTM matchups, where CTM only has like single digit number of ice. So you just like get rid of the ice and then get value out of DJ, and you get money that way. The other thing that it does is that you can pick up an APOC if they get milled. So you can install it, and you can like run R&D, run Archives, and then run HQ, and then pick up the Apocalypse on the third run. So if for some reason you're playing against like a snare deck, you can, or like Prisec on R&D, for example, you can go around that.
Yeah, I did play Apoc Steve for a long while, and that was a really good trick against net damage decks or Kakuos or anything. You just pick up the Apoc when you need it, and that's perfect.
Yeah, and the other thing that I like about it is that it's a safety blanket for when you mill your labor rights, because I think that sometimes comes up if you're just like going through your deck, clicking your liberades, and you lose track of how many labor rights get milled, and then they all get milled. You can DJ it back. Honestly, though, it usually doesn't get labor rights back. So if DJ Fenris gets milled, you usually don't pick it up anymore, because usually a liberated is just better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see that. Like recurring recursion is never good unless you're recurring further labor rights that actually do something in your game plan.
Yeah,
I do agree with that.
And the other change in my list was that I wanted to, I thought there would be a lot of tag decks coming about, because that was the other way to potentially counter APOC Max, was to play like what Django played, where you have like Mumbug Virtual Tour, Ares, Prisec, Ping, Funhouse, and you have Boom. So I wanted to play 2 Deuces Wilds, so I cut my Out of the Ashes for 2 Deuces Wilds, and then NB Kelly was on the Reality Plus, and then I think we all expected TF34 to be on CTM, and
yes, we did.
threw us in a loop.
But I do think like for this tournament, especially cutting one out of the Ashes was a good choice, because there was not that much border control or even MCA austerity policy around, so I think that was a good choice. Maybe to circle back to the actual question that I kind of rudely turned into a Max question, what happened to Shapers? I do actually think that Shapers, when like maybe around beginning of 2020 or something, there were these Haley decks. I think Heinzel did well in German nets with the boring Haley deck, which was just Aesop's Proco and the typical Haley cards. And I think like losing Haley really hurt Shapers. And I think in general, the Shaper game plan of I will sit back for 3 or 4 rounds and then start interacting with you just doesn't work in this current meta, because Corps have threats that they can deploy that really need to be answered right there and then. So a Shaper just can't afford to sit back, but needs to have some proactive game plan, needs to be able to use SMCs early for something that is not set up. And I think at least nobody has found something like that. I think Greg is the closest to finding a list that is viable, but it's just currently Shaper is just in a bad position, and other factions do what they do just better.
I'll actually. There's one specific question about like what happened. There, Chad here is talking about Shapehawk. And I actually have some interesting things to say about that because I actually tested Shapehawk for Asia Pacific Continentals. And first of all, I'll start by saying this: if you have APOC Shaper and you have APOC Crim and you have APOC Anarch, I don't call that deck diversity.
Yes.
Okay, so like if there's like a viable Shapehawk deck, that's not a Shaper deck.
That's the APOC mini faction. I do fully agree.
Yeah,
maybe you can count them to Apex, then Apex at least has some representation.
Yeah, it's just another APOC deck. But so I tested a lot of APOC Lat going into Asia Pacific Continentals because I think at that time I was expecting a lot of PD, and I was looking around and was like, okay, well, what beats PD? And it's like I think it's an APOC deck that beats it the best. And like I think in theory we were all thinking that APOC Lat specifically was really good because you have like really efficient like Harbinger, Aesop's Econ engine with decent breakers, and you have like telework contracts which are pretty good, and you have like creative commission and stuff. So you like Shaper's whole economy engine of getting money, drawing cards got a lot better in the last set. Like it got a lot better. But when we were playing against PD, we kind of went into it thinking, okay, like this should just beat PD. We should be good. We should play 2 games. It'll destroy PD, and then we will probably play it at Continentals. And what we actually found was that it doesn't, because we found that Shapehawk's econ was a little bit slower than Anarch's econ, and a lot of the times, like you have to pay 5 to install Ngolo, and you have to pay like 2 if you're SMCing it, and then you have to pay like a lot of money to break ice. And Shapehawk, it's like difficult for Shapehawk to play 3 APOCs, because you also want to play like Harbingers. But like even putting in the 3 APOCs in the deck, we just found like that the speed wasn't good enough to beat PD, which is why my testing group kind of moved towards finding something else. And again, like I played, like I tested a lot. Another shout out to Bridgman who like came up with the APOC Max for me was that I kind of stole his deck. I worked with him on it, but I kind of stole his APOC Max, and then I took it to both events that I played in pretty much.
Did you try Shaper against the Acme? Because or at least the Shaper faction, because I could actually see the Shaper faction being good against this Acme because they have this economic power that is Aesop's plus programs that, or like Aesop's plus Harbinger, I think generally, plus all of the sure gambles that they now have access to with Creative Commission.
Yeah, that's interesting. The answer is no. I didn't actually test it because I think the 2 decks kind of came at different times. So yes. by the time we took another look at Acme, like I was playing Acme seriously back then, but with no Crisium grids, and I put that down. And by the time we started looking at Acme again, we had already decided that we're not going to play Shapehawk anymore, and that APOC Max is just better. So yeah, that's interesting. I think one of the problems though is I think it's still like what you're still paying the same amount of money to break Data Ward. Toll Booth is 3 credits better with Ngolo versus Black Orchestra, and then Hydra you're either playing Ika or MK Ultra, which are both not great. I mean, Ika's okay. What is that?
Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 6. Ika's 6 credits to break. Versus MK Ultra's 9 or 12. So yeah, like it is better, and like Shaper has like a better ability to sit back, hit pawn shop, hit their telework contracts, and as you said, like play more sure gambles. So yeah, that's interesting. That might be something to test, but that's not something that I actually looked into.
Yeah, and I think nobody expected. I think first of all, nobody expected this Acme deck. We were more looking at like stuff like CTM. And second of all, I think nobody at the current moment was thinking about Shaper at all.
Yeah, I mean, like one thing about this, the players that played today, of the 12 players, like there's one Hushiko, there's 6 Max, and there's 549, and I wasn't surprised.
Yeah,
I think most of our testing was done against sports metal and precision design. Speaking about testing, I'm going to segue into a question chat had for both players. How much time did you spend testing for this event?
I don't think you want to know the answer because I think it's way. I mean, especially for this tournament, I don't know if I played any games between last week and this week. But generally for the Continental season, we did some testing like a weeks prior to the European Continental, especially. I'd say something like in total 15 hours or something like that, I'd say.
Nice. Soka, you sounded like you put more effort
Yeah.
into Intercontinental.
So I tested a lot for Asia Pacific Continentals, and that was just because of like the time that I had. Like I finished writing my LSAT in mid-June, and then basically from like the end of June until like mid-August when Asia Pacific Continentals was, I really didn't do much aside from like hang out and play games and that kind of stuff. So I played a lot of my first version of Acme, which is significantly different. My first version of Acme had like hard hitting and psycho and market forces and seamless launch in it. So it's a significantly different deck. No daily quest either. So I played a lot of games with Acme with the ID, but not with this list. And then I also played a lot of games with sports when I turned around and started looking at sports. So I'd say like a lot of time. And then after Asia Pacific Continentals, I kind of spent all my time testing with other people. And it wasn't any games for me. So I was just playing games with Bridgman, with the King, with like people in House Hippos who wanted to practice. And I'd basically be the guinea pig on like, you want to test this deck, what do you want to play against? And they'll tell me what they want to play against, and I'll pilot like some random deck. So that's what I did on the side, I think, from like after Asia Pacific into Euros and then Euros into Americas. And then it was only after Americas where I thought to myself like, oh, like Intercontinentals is like 6 days away. I actually need to think about what I'm doing. So yeah, so that's when I like really started practicing. I don't know how much time, but I can tell you how many games I played. With my Acme, I played around 12 games, 13 games. With my Acme, I played 13 games, and then with the new version of Max, I actually only played it once, which was because like I had practiced Max a lot and I was very comfortable with it. And the only difference between the list I played today and the list I played at Asia is like I cut a day job and I cut out of the ashes for an extra Deuces Wild and a DJ Fenris. So it wasn't anything that I thought I needed to practice for my Max. I'll say this as well. I'm stay firm on my belief that my version of Max, Bridgman's version of Max, which is the one that I'm playing, with no Botulus, no Simulchip, and no Clot, is better than the version of APOC Max that has Simulchip and Clot in it.
I think I might even agree on that. And I also do think there is a big factor of just playing decks that you're comfortable with, which was also the reason why I chose the decks that I played and only slightly adjusted the sports metal for the slightly different meta that I expected in this tournament, because I think there's a huge thing to be said for knowing what lines you actually should be playing and not being too experimental especially in this like high level pool, because even if you have a slightly worse deck, I think there's a lot to be gained by simply piloting it better. Yeah, and maybe also to answer a question that was overlooked, I think before, HBAR Squared was asking me what was my biggest big brain play with Hivemind in this tournament, and I actually don't know. I know that my smallest brain play, if you want to say it like that, was trying to scramble for that labor rights in the game against Soccer in the semifinals or wherever that was. I think generally for me, one of the plays that I'm most happy about was one game where I realized that I drew into 2 of my fermenters and 2 of my daily casts, which meant that I could just focus on setting up and have enough money for everything. So it's like these tiny little bits of information that your deck gives you by the cards that you're milling and the cards that you're drawing that tell you in what direction you should be playing the game. And I think it takes some experience to realize early on what will be your options in a few turns down the line. So it's definitely one game that I forgot against whom actually today, where I really realized that going for a conduit, knob curie, fermenter, and everything set up was the correct line to play.
I actually, yeah, I would back all that up. I really like Hive My Max. I think it's a really interesting deck. There's a lot of lines. There's a lot of options that you can do. And I like in my version, I'm playing 3 Gachapons, and I'm loving that. I don't know if you guys have played with Gachapon, but yeah, go ahead.
I think it might need another round of testing because we did initially when we put together the list, we played around with Gachapons, realized that it didn't do enough, then started playing hotels and a whole lot of stuff like Wildcat Strikes, which sometimes gave you draw, and then never really looked back because Gachapon sometimes had like weird spots where you didn't find what you needed because you often with Max you really need one specific card, and getting some random card of those that are still in your deck is often not really enough. And often just having pure draw in the form of hotel or something is better suited in the slot in my mind. But I also really like the hotel in the list, which just to point out is not in the current list. So I'm not really fully happy with the list as it stands, but slots are really hard, and I kind of wish somehow 2 slots would appear where I could slot 2 Earthrise Hotels without going to 47 cards.
I mean, honestly, without like talking, without boring everybody about deck theory, I actually messaged Pinsel, I think, in like early July about like looking to chat with him about Hive My Max. And that's because at the time I was like, this is like a really good deck. I didn't really know what I was going to play. And I thought that was like a good candidate. And then I think that conversation never happened, which was unfortunate. But it was off the fact that I kind of put Hive My Max to the side because of what I said earlier about PD teching well against it. But yeah, if you want to ever talk about Hive My Max, I'm totally here. I actually everything that you just said about Gachapon not doing enough and like you preferring Earthrise, I agree with. Which is why in my version I'm playing Earthrise and Gachapon and I have no dirty laundries.
Okay, I could actually see that, and it really depends. But then again, Dirty Laundry is also a nice card. There are so many nice cards that you want to squeeze into this 45 card list.
The thing is, if you just Gachapon helps you set up, and it helps you, and after your setup, it helps you install fermenters. So if you just set up faster and then pop like 2 out of 3 fermenters, then you don't need the dirties, right?
Yeah, that is true, but
That's
it really
fair.
depends.
I
think we really need one more round of testing on that. Yep.
Yeah. It's a fascinating deck.
It really shows like the nuances in the deck that we can discuss about, if Gachapon, if Earthrise, if Dirty Laundries, or even like Paladins, or the cards that you want to finish off the round. And they kind of make substantial differences to how the deck plays out and have effects on the different cards in the deck as well.
It is really a nuanced deck where even slight changes of 2 or 3 or 4 slots make a huge change, because you also have this huge access with labor rights on all of these cards that are really important. and I think there is a lot. I think we have not seen the last of Hype Max yet, and there will definitely be some further findings at some point in the future. But I really hope we are not boring our audience here on the stream with this, I guess, very detailed talk here.
I mean, they wouldn't be bored because we're getting some scoops from the standard ban list committee that Hivemind is not going to be banned soon.
I mean, Hive is going to rotate with Borealis, right? It's gotta give it the shine in the sun it needs.
Yeah, that is true. To be honest, for me, having a deck that is really high skill ceiling is favorable. So I think for that reason alone, I would like to keep Max alone. I can't tell you that much. I know that we have looked at several cards that might get banned at some point, or the deck might need some trimming. But in general, I personally would really love to have it around because it is a deck where often your losses are your own fault and your wins are because you did something right. And I think such a deck should also exist because, if I'm honest, sports metal, 80% of sports metal plays itself, and there is obviously there are choices to be had, and there are also discussions that we have internally. For example, what to do against Crim. But in general, the list has a lot of raw power included in the list itself, and the lines that you take do not differ as much as with Hyphen Max, which, if you don't know what you're doing, you really just land flat on your face without any chance of seeing a single access. So I think having such a deck in the game is really also fun, as long as it's not overwhelming most of the player base, I think.
Totally agree.
Interesting question in chat, especially because Koskik is on the SBTs. If you could ban or unban one card before Worlds, what would it be?
If I could ban a card, I can do that.
Or you can unban it as well, Gish.
Yeah.
Is Loskik even allowed to answer this question?
I can talk.
You can talk as a person.
Yeah, exactly. Like mostly, if I'm talking in this position, I'm talking for myself. And please be aware that we are a team of 7 people, so my voice is just 1 out of 7. And while we are discussing, and I would also say while we're agreeing on a lot of things, there's always personal preferences that we try to balance out, which also means that the results that we end up with should, in the best case, be fitting for a large portion of the player base, because also our SPT is set up diversely. But for myself, I really think that Vashron is over the line. I think like the notion of Vashron being a problem is correct, but I do disagree that the Game Changer ban was a mistake, because I think if we now would replace Vashron on the ban list with Game Changer, that would simply mean that we now have a different sports metal list that plays Game Changer, or maybe even, I don't know, NASA list or something. I think if I would ban a card, it would be Vashron, which puts the sports metal list down a peg, but I think they can recover with the use of stuff like GFI or a slightly different agenda base.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I also think that Vacheron and Game Changer should both be banned. I also think, like, I think that 419 takes away a lot of corp diversity. So I think something should happen to 419. And I think, like, a lot of people I think a lot of people want Sandbox to be banned. But if Sandbox gets banned, you're just upping 419, and then you definitely have the best runner deck in Netrunner that is completely destroying corp diversity. So I think 419 just needs to get hit somehow. Like either it's Turtle, like Crazy Idea, maybe the ID just goes away and Turtle stays.
Yeah, you're pretty much reflecting the thoughts that have been had internally, and we still are not at a final position or a final decision on that. But those are the ideas that definitely go through our mind, and we are looking at a whole list of bans and unbans that might make the metagame a bit more diverse. But we definitely know that banning Sandbox means that 419 just wreaks havoc if it has access to everything that it has right now. But I can say at this point that we'll definitely have an update in between now and Worlds, so there will definitely be some change that makes Worlds a meta that everybody wants to play in, and it also gives it maybe a fresh spin. And we also definitely look into the list or the cards that are currently on the list, and some of them might be coming off. But that's all depending on what testing shows us. We have a dedicated testing team that is looking into all of these different ideas, and in the end, we'll have to see what they all come up with and what we are able to do without breaking the game fully. Let's say it that way.
There's a question asking me what makes my version of Max better than the Simulchip version. And I would love to answer that question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think, where do I start? Let's just start with, I guess, the whole reason that the other version of the deck exists. So I from my understanding, that version of the deck exists because people were looking for a way to beat PD and to also beat Sports Metal. And a lot of the theory around beating Sports Metal was you needed Economy and you needed Stargate and you also needed Clot. And I think what this deck, the Simulchip APOC Max is trying to do is that you have the ability to just continuously clot, and especially with double clot, it's harder to arc lock down. So you can like install clot on the board every single turn, and like play your 3 laborites and recycle your clot and recycle your and just basically like squeeze the Sports Metal like out until they like flood themselves and they can't win the game, which I think is totally good, and I think that's a great game plan. And I will say that I think that if I were to pilot an APOC Max against Sports Metal, I would play the Simulchip Clot version, because I think that version is better. However, by doing this, you hurt every single other matchup on the board, like every single one. So because you put Clot and Simulchip in your deck, it makes sense to like cut 1 or 2 breakers or don't, but also like put Botulus in your deck because Botulus now is better, which makes sense. But like I don't like the weakness that Botulus has in the PD matchup. So it's blank when it gets magneted. It can get purged by CVS. Maybe the subs of the Piece of Ice that you have the Botulus on has too many subroutines. Shout outs to Data Ward. And like you thought you could break the ice and you can't. So there's a lot of like counterplay to Botulus that there isn't when you just have a bunch of money and a bin breaker. However, you can say that, you know, it does cost a lot of money to like break a Hydra, and if you have 3 counters on a Botulus, that's better, which is totally true. So if you were to like milk value out of your Botulus over many turns, that's actually quite strong. But because we're spending influence on Simulchip now, there's no Out of the Ashes, and I think the 1 or 2 Out of the Ashes, specifically 1, like sometimes Out of the Ashes isn't necessary, but like now we're seeing like PDs playing, Crisium Grid, and they're also playing Border Control, and Out of the Ashes is specifically like more needed for Border Control because that's like an unexpected thing, whereas like Crisium Grid you can kind of like run the turn before and then APOC the next turn. So like you get
and at that point I also do think like even in the game against me that you played where there's no end run effect, the Out of Ashes allowed you to play. I don't know what you did. Did you click your Liberate or something?
I think I clicked Fermenter, or maybe I just played a Sure Gamble.
That might also be, but in some way you did find the econ that you needed to get the APOC through in that turn. And I think the flexibility that Out of the Ashes allows you is really good.
Yeah, and like as I said, like in every other matchup, if you're playing like an APOC deck, like 2 Simulchips and 2 Clots are just dead cards. So you just added dead cards to your deck, and like that just makes your deck worse, right? And against any deck that's not fast advancing, or that's not like really susceptible to Botulus. And what I found was that my version of Max I felt was good enough against sports, because I think with Max's economy, you can just set up your Liberated, your Daily Cast, like you've got Moshing, you have Sure Gambles, you have Dirty Laundries, so you can set up a reasonable flow of cash to try to Stargate over and over and over again. And I think you saw against Lost Geek there, I had to APOC. And sometimes if they like double ice R&D and they like have too much stuff installed, then you can APOC. But like if you just hit Stargate a lot and you just have to hit the Vacherons or hit the 2-pointers and like go steal the agendas. And I think one thing that a lot of people might be afraid of when they play against Sports Metal is like, you get an R&D lock, so you either get Stargate lock or there's no R&D interface anymore, but like maybe you like access the top however many cards with Turning Wheel, and then the Sports Metal goes like click 1 draw, click 2 draw, and then they see like 1 or 2 fresh cards. And my mentality against that is just that like the chances that they found the agenda that they're looking for, the fast advance piece that they're looking for, together is low, and it's especially low if you can Stargate every turn, because you're seeing 3 cards where they're seeing like maybe 1 or 2 fresh cards every 2 turns. So you just have to believe in the odds are in your favor. And if the corp draws lucky and they find the cards that they need, then like that's a game that you're going to lose. But a lot of the times that's not the case. And you also keep in mind that if they score like 1 or 2 agendas, they have to score like more than 1 agenda to win the game still. So even if they Audacity and they go to 5 or 6 points, now they have no cards in hand, and like you're still going to like Stargate for 1 or 2 turns.
I think that's also a really important point on Sports Metal, because it pretty much turns every single matchup into a numbers game. So you really have to you really have to think about the probabilities of stuff happening, and can't go for the secure win or something like that. So if they have it, they have it. If they can get 1 fresh card, and that 1 fresh card is the Audacity that they need, that just happens. But as a Sports Metal player, you always try to set up these cases where you can get lucky, and as an opponent, you should just sometimes say, okay, if they just have X, that happens. I will not try to spend 5 extra credits to avoid that one possibility that might happen if they have this and this and this. So just playing to your odds is really important in that particular matchup.
Yeah, and that's kind of Sports Metal's whole deck, right? Is that the whole deck is just based off the fact that off the start of the game, before anything has happened, the Sports Metal has just like a high chance of just drawing the right cards and like playing Biotic and scoring an agenda and playing Audacity and scoring Luminal. And that's like the whole thing. Like I think that's what you said a few minutes ago, was that like Sports Metal is just there like playing the odds, and there's not a lot of like there's not too many decisions that the player themselves are making in the game. So that's just kind of how the Sports Metal deck goes, is that you just play to the odds of finding certain cards. And if you're the runner, it's hard to predict the odds if you don't know the cards that are in hand. But like if you're Stargating every turn, the odds that you're gonna find a Vacheron or a Vitruvius and steal that is just higher than the chance that the corp is going to draw past it and find the cards that they need to win the game.
Yeah, but to not be too negative on the Sports Metal list, I think there's a lot to be said that Sports Metal needs to use the information advantage that they have by knowing what is in their hand, by knowing the face down cards in the archives. That means that they can stack the odds in their favor, and that's like where the skill in that deck list lies. But obviously, sometimes you just say, okay, with this agenda steal, I need to be able to draw the 2 cards that I need, and sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But often, since you're down to 8 cards in R&D, the odds are pretty much in your favor.
So I think there's an interesting question in the chat in the meantime. Sorry, that Borealis is coming up. Like, what would you like to see? And I'm curious more about not like a specific card, but like what kind of themes would you like to see being pushed? Like what kind of tools would you like to see for certain factions? And in fact, just like one each. I think that's a question.
you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'll start and I'll hand it over to you. I this is actually related. So somebody's also asking me if I could unban 5 cards, what would they be? So this is like a little background about me, I guess, is that I'm not part of like the testing for Netrunner, and I'm not a part of Nisei for the purposes of like creating content for the game. And I think that all like my mentality for Netrunner, just for me, is that I'm here to play the game, and I'm here to like play the game that Nisei is giving me to play, if that makes sense. So I don't actually think a lot about like what cards would I design, although now I have to think about that. But I don't think a lot about like what card would I design, what card would I unban, like what changes should happen, because I kind of have the mentality of like this is the situation we're in. These are the decks that I think are gonna do well in this given situation, and here's what I'm gonna test, and like this is the game I'm gonna play. With that said, like I will have opinions about like what cards I think are problems because I'm involved in like the active current standard set. So it'd be like easy for me to answer like I think Vacheron could be banned. I think that maybe Amakura 419 should be banned. But like I don't actually like think a lot about like what should be added just because I kind of like take what the game is and kind of like roll with that. If that makes sense. So, with the question about like what would I like to see in Borealis though, my answer will be like quite broad, and maybe Losty can offer a different view on this. But I think like a lot of people, I would like to see something that pushes corp and runner diversity. So I think that there should be more support for Jinteki, because I think Jinteki was hit very hard. They lost a lot of good cards. They lost like Econ, they lost Ice, like they lost Anger and Flesh and Slot Machine, which was really bad for them. So that's one. I think I don't know. I don't even know what Wayland is. To be honest, like Wayland does a lot of stuff. So I don't really know, but like maybe something to help Wayland. But like honestly, part of me thinks that Wayland's maybe fine. I would definitely, for the runner side, like to see something else to push Shaper, because I think Shaper, like as I said, Shaper has the tools now. They have Veercation, they have Creative Commission, which I think was a very good start. And I think that now that they have like the good econ and draw tools, they need something to do. So they need like new cards to kind of like push them in a certain direction on like here's what you should do as your game plan. Yeah, I think that's like all I have for that. Well, I'll pass it to Losty.
Yeah, I think like first of all, as part of Nisei, I am privy to the information about what is in Borealis, but I have to say, since my job in the SBT is looking at the standard list, I'm pretty much in the same position that you are. I'm not thinking that much about what could be added besides unbanning cards that already exist. So I've actually only like briefly looked at the new cards that are coming on to our array. Like I know the broad strokes, but I don't know the details about what every single card does. So what I would wish is, I think, especially on the runner side, a bit more diversity in the win conditions, because right now we have conduit-based decks and we have turning wheel-based decks, and I guess with APOC Max we have something between Stargate and single access-based decks, and that's pretty much it. So I would like to answer the question of unrotating cards, I would like to see something like indexing or deep data mining or some interesting way of winning the game by pressuring centrals in some shape or form. It doesn't have to be multi-access, but something that happens when the runner has easy access to central or something like that. And in Borealis generally, I think what I definitely want to see is maths mattering less, to put it that way, because I think we come from a long period of where value-oriented play was really important. All of the game net decks previously, like a year ago or something, all of the maybe Gagarins before that, there was a lot of play that was based around credit totals and if you can break this ice efficiently or not, and like a lot of ice maths. And I think while that can be fun, especially as a shaper player who then has 5 different ways of doing that maths, and some of them are better than others, but generally having more interactions that are just based on the cards themselves and less on credit totals is, I think, something that also is pretty good in the current meta, because stuff like sports metal doesn't really care about credit totals, but more about, do you have the right breaker, which breaking options do you have, can you deal with a 6 strength ice for this turn, stuff like that. So I think these kinds of design spaces are really a lot of fun, and I think I would love to see Borealis play around with that.
In the chat is throwing around alternate win conditions, like installing 17 assets or 12 resources, or getting 7 bad pub. I actually think, and I don't think that this would be good for the game. Okay, I'll start by saying that I don't think this should actually happen, but I think it makes a lot of sense if the runner had a win condition that was like get 200 credits, because the runner can just buy out the corp. Right? And they just win?
That is flavorful, definitely.
Yeah.
I do think that some form of alternate win conditions might be fun, but it needs to be done very carefully, because like something like install 17 assets, if you then suddenly release a card like Hostile Infrastructure, quickly becomes a prison deck that is only based around the runner not being able to trash assets or something like that. So alternate win conditions always mean that there is the option of building a prison deck that can deploy this alternate win condition really well, which I guess we already saw with the alternate win condition of killing the runner, which is baked into the general structure of the game, which at times has led to the game actually slowing down and becoming less interactive, less giving the players less options actually, because they have to protect themselves from something, be it hard-hitting news, be it an SRU on the table, stuff like that. So yeah, I think alternate win conditions are really can be fun, but can also bring a lot of problems. So, but whatever the case is, I trust in our design dev team that they are able to navigate all of these pitfalls very well.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, like that. Alternate win conditions would definitely. It's like really, really dangerous, and it's really easy to make one that can be turned into some kind of negative play experience. And I think you mentioned Nisei and the testing team and the designers. And I think like from my perspective at least, as like a player, I think that like despite there being all these problems that exist, I think like Nisei as a whole is still doing a great job keeping the game going, keeping cards come out, keeping things relatively fresh. Like it's like a really hard job, and I think that there will always be a best deck, and there will always be like something that people think is the best deck, or like something that's just not perfect. And if you like get rid of one thing, then like something else will come up. So like this is not like something that can just be solved. And I think
and also
yeah,
and
it's
also
like
maybe yeah, and also maybe a hot take on that. I think the game is best when there are like phases of the game where there is a lot of diversity and nobody knows what is actually the best deck. But it's also really good if you actually know what the best deck is and what the deck to beat is, because that leads to stuff like Acme appearing from nowhere. Because the meta is so narrow, bringing a corp deck that's a good meta choice against one or two of these runner decks means that you already are good against like 60, 70, 80% of the field. And that can mean that innovation can happen that wouldn't happen in such a diverse field where you don't actually know what's expecting you. So you have to bring your run-of-the-mill corp deck that can just do a lot of things somewhat well, and not something that is really focused on whatever the other deck to beat is. So having diversity over time in that form is also, I think, somewhat important.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And terrible silence fell upon the chat, but no, I mean, this is, I just have to say, because I've been quiet for a long time and for a reason. My reason is I love to listen, and you have just been sharing, both of you with Percomus adding stuff as well. A lot of super interesting and really cool insights, and it's just fascinating. I really hope that a lot of the people who, for example, missed this event live will be watching this later and just going like, "Ooh, I'm this and that," and learning from you as well. Because I mean, how to put it? You don't get to this level of playing in standard, and you don't get that efficient with the game without, of course, a lot of testing, a lot of playing, a lot of thinking, a lot of everything around the game. So you're definitely in the right place at the right time here talking about it. I'm just checking if there are any other questions in the chat. Questions and straight questions. Yeah, go on.
I think we went through all of them actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
From my point, I didn't spot any that we didn't answer.
No, I think
guess this is...
you did a very good job of that. And one other thing, we just had the news drop about Borealis, and there is a bit more insight in the articles. There's basically 3 pages or 3 articles, separate articles that you can all look at, and there is a few scoops more in there. And I think it's gonna be pretty exciting. I'm totally on the same boat as both of you. Like, yeah, I enjoy the game for what it is, and I'm just happy getting new stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's time, and I think Borealis will do a good job at bringing fresh new ideas into the game. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Jack made saying that they're a big proponent of strong archetype-defining cards, like cards like Desperado and Tech Trader and so on. I think that's exactly what I was alluding to, except I just wasn't able to put it into words for Shaper. I think that's what Shaper lacks right now is that like they have the tools, right? And I think for a long time, especially before the tools came out, it was like, you want to play a Shaper deck? Okay. Like, let's start with 3 copies of Aesop's Pawn Shop. And right, so and
also 2 to 3 copies of SMC. The faction was really defined around a very few very strong cards, and there was not much to be done outside of that. I tried a lot to play SMC-less Shaper, and I think I succeeded in the Salvage Memories times, but in general, the faction always played a certain set of cards, and yeah, that is...
Yeah, but the problem for me is that, like Jack made mentions, like Desperado or Tech Trader, I don't see Aesop's Pawn Shop as a like archetype defining card, just because a lot of like the tools that, like, I guess like Greg Tung played in, and Jess played in the 2017 Worlds. I think a lot of those tools are gone now. And for me, like, because as I said, like, I've played a lot of Shaper. I love Shaper, and I played a lot of like Prepaid Kate, and the identity of Shaper at that time for me was like flexibility. I have like a lot of like one-ofs in my deck, which is why we're saying like Hive Mind Max is a Shaper deck, because Hive Mind Max, just like Shaper of the past, has like a lot of like one-of tech cards, and you can get all your one-of tech cards in like many different ways. And you've got like simul-chips and SMCs, and you can install things mid-run. And for me, like, that was Shaper's identity, was like being like this toolboxy faction. But I think it lost a lot of the ability to do that over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think also like one part of Shaper identity was controlling the corp, stuff like Clot Block with Seccon and so on. And I think that whole part of the game somehow slipped away from the Shapers, and even as we now see, like, Apoc Max does control way better than Shaper is doing right now, because their efficient ways of breaking ice are gone. Others are breaking ice at least similarly efficiently. Their ways of doing weird stuff has also gone, because cards like Surfer have disappeared, and cards like I don't know what else is there that Shaper did. I can't remember.
Also, Film Critic. Bring back Film Critic.
Yeah. But then again, Film Critic was a very narrow tech card against very broad applications on the corp side. So I think I'd rather see... Oh, yeah, that was also part of a Shaper color pie, I guess, being able to play all of the tech cards. And I think the game is a better place when you don't have to bring tech cards to negate the cards that your opponent is playing, but have strong cards that allow you to play around what your opponent is playing, so that both players can actually do what they designed the decks to do, and try to actually resolve the effects that are on their cards.
Yeah. I wanna take this time to thank Vesper for streaming all this and taking your day to day. And like I hope everybody in the stream enjoyed. I also want to thank like the Nisei team and Mar for running the day.
Well,
Yeah,
thank
definitely
you so
a
much.
huge thanks to everybody involved. This was an amazing day.
Yeah.
I just have to say, you've been at because I can stream for hours. I did the 24 stream once, and it was loads of fun. It was tiring, but it can be done. But you've been playing a highly intensive, thinking person's game with a lot of counting, with a lot of decision making throughout the day, and in the weeks leading up to that as well. And still, here you are. So, what I can only say is, well, probably we're gonna see you both at Worlds as well.
Yes, definitely.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm really curious about the scoops. Not the scoops. The actual hard reality and facts of changes coming before Worlds, if they're going to happen, because that's going to be the big challenge, and it's super exciting. So let's start wrapping this up. This has been an absolutely magnificent month full of Netrunner. The two of you and everybody else today competing, the 10 people in the field as well, who probably are taking it easy right now, or sleeping, or just waking up, or whatever they're up to. And this was also an absolutely amazing day, thanks to you. And yeah, I'm just gonna be jumping off the Discord. So last shout outs. If you have, I don't know, does anybody have Bandcamp or something? Do you want to promote your side gigs that are not related to Netrunner? I don't know. Maybe.
Ooh.
What side gigs not related to Netrunner?
Sorry,
So-
I forgot. Yeah, go for it.
I had an idea, and like maybe the
Do
people
it.
that are listening can tell me if I should do this or not. I've had an idea thrown at me that maybe I should consider streaming, like kind of like what Andre does on Thursdays, and like kind of take like a more competitive side of like streaming games, just like playing normal games on JNet, or like playing against people that like want to play, and then kind of like talking through lines and like going through like Netrunner content from like a competitive perspective, because I think like that might be something that's like that there might be a like that might be something that people might be interested in, is to go get like a competitive insight of Netrunner. So yeah, like that's something that's been like running through my head. I don't have like I haven't like fully thought out how I would do that yet, but it's like something that's a potential, maybe like going into this year for me, is like maybe that might be something I'll look into if there's interest.
I am pretty sure. Yeah, I can just tell you that whatever amount of content is there, there's always space for more. And I'm pretty sure you would have a lot of people just going, oh, you are streaming. Let me just take a look. And yeah, everybody's in the chat saying, absolutely, you should totally do that. I can offer, I'm not an expert or anything. I just started streaming a bit during the pandemic, and once it started, and it just became a hobby of mine. But there are definitely people way more technically advanced in this. But yeah, if you need any help or anything like that, there's a small community of streamers in the community of Netrunner players totally up for helping you get set up or anything like that. Just do it.
Yeah,
I think I think especially there's also really a niche that, for example, the process is trying to fill out of really high level competitive approach to the game. I think that's definitely something that I personally would watch really, and I think it would be really great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for that, I'll probably like look into that when I get the chance. I mean, like, yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm in university. I'm in my last year of university right now, so hopefully I can find the time to do that. I think like my like I don't know how my timeline's gonna work itself out, but yeah, we'll see how things go going into this year.
Very cool.
Yeah, that sounds really good. Go for it.
And I think for myself, I just want to give a huge shout out to the whole NWE crew, who are amazing, and who I've spent a lot of time testing over the now I think 2 years that I've been part of the group, and we've become a really good close friends. And this is has been amazing lead up to this whole set of events here. So really huge shout out to NWE here.
The New World Orders, also known as NW. Okay, cool, great. I mean, this has been. I'm just going to say one thing. I really enjoy the fact that we started with a tournament, standard meta, things happening, people playing, everybody knows what's going to happen, open list, and so on and so on. Then we go to Intercontinentals, huge celebration of the game, loads of fun, loads of people complaining about things, which is great because that's the way how you improve things and whatnot. And then we started dropping scoops left, right, and center, and now we may have a new series. Well, not pushing you to do anything in particular, Soccer, but absolutely do start streaming, and I'm totally offering my help, and I'm pretty sure everybody in the community would be thrilled to have you stream. So if you have any questions whatsoever, we're going to talk about it later on. Like, right now, it's probably a good time to just take a break from everything. But yeah, this sounds great. We just had a day full of awesomeness and scoops, and exciting future events shaping up on the horizon. Cool. So,
yeah, thanks for running the stream. Thanks for having us.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us at the end of a very long battle for not supremacy, for good fun, basically. Everybody's winning today. I'm going to be jumping out of Discord right now. Thank you so much one more final time. And I'm going to be wrapping this up, folks, because for some reason, I don't know, whenever there's streams happening, they seem to be going from my computer. And that usually means I have to be online for a long time. No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm absolutely enjoying this. You have all been totally stellar on the chat and on Discord and in all the different places that have been involved today, be it spreadsheets, JavaScript, or I don't know, people on Twitter are doing things as well, I guess. Just as a reminder, today we have witnessed the Nisei 2021 Intercontinental Championships, and we have 12 people, we had 12 people duke it out with a variety of decks. You can see them on the screen still. The final standings are there, and the crown of the 2021. Is there actually a crown? Maybe it's a, I don't know. What should it be? Like the rig? Like a console? We need to come up with some sort of a trophy, right? That's a great subject for discussion later on for the OP team and you know, some suggestions. But well, the trophy, whatever it is, hopefully it's not going to be just virtual, and the card design, of course, which is going to come up soon. Go over to Sokka234, but actually Sokka, because the 234 had to be tagged on because of a different Sokka online. This has happened to me as well. Those things happen. Well, anyway, we are going to be looking at what this event brought to everybody as its aftermath in general, be it card changes, scoops, and all that, and the weeks that are to come. Do remember that Worlds 2021 will be happening in November, most likely, more or less on the 20th of November or thereabouts. More scoops coming your way soon. And I am absolutely shutting up right now, giving a big shout out to everybody involved today. Congratulations to Sokka one more time. And this is it, I guess. So yeah, let's just ponder on things. And I'm gonna shut up right now. Leave you to it. Have a good one. Thank you so much. See you around.